Intellivision.
Introducing Mattel Electronics Intellivision. Inside is a powerful 16-bit microprocessor, a full range of realistic sound effects including 3-part harmony music, a broad color palette, and an extraordinarily high level of resolution.
This is Intellivision. You're listening to the Intellivisionaries.
Hello and welcome to episode 7 of the Intellivisionaries podcast. We have quite a show for you guys today. We're reviewing 3 games. I hope you have about 5 or 6 hours to spare because that's probably what it's going to take. We're not sure at this point, but yes, we're doing all the baseball games. Major League Baseball, World Championship Baseball, and World Series Major League Baseball. And of course, we'll talk about the variants, the different names, and all those sorts of things. And on top of that, we have 2 interviews in this show. Actually, we're going to have 3 interviews in this show, if you can believe that. We have an interview with David Rolfe, who did the original Major League Baseball as well as the exec and was one of the early guys at APH getting the Intellivision started. We also have an interview with Eddie Dombrower, who did the version of World Series Major League Baseball on the Intellivision/ECS/Intellivoice. And we have another interview with a listener who is a big Intellivision collector and contacted us about being on the show. And that's a segment we would like to do with anyone who's listening now. You want to talk about your Intellivision collection memories, contact us. His name is Steve Herold, and we'll have him on as well, talking about his memories of Intellivision. So, yes, quite a bit to go through on this episode. So hopefully you'll hang with us for the whole thing. So what do you think, guys? Was this a great idea? Whose idea was this again, to do all the games, all the baseball games in one episode?
I think we can get through it. It was my idea, but
yes, the Reynolds Research Department once again
failing us all.
Yes. Wow.
Well, I mean, the 2 baseball games are so close to each other. It seems silly to separate them. The third one is so different. Mm-hmm. But, you know, me being not much into the sports ball in general, it seemed like, are we going to do multiple sports games for these very, very similar titles?
So that's what it is. Your hatred of sports games made you decide to condense this into one episode.
And I'm only hurting myself, apparently.
Because you only have 30 seconds commentary on each game, right?
Unfortunately, no. Or fortunately, I don't know. I suppose if you're listening to this podcast, you might actually want to hear some things. So,
no, we're going to let Will do all the reviews just by himself in this episode.
I don't know much about baseball.
See ya. It's been fun.
Thanks for joining us. Cue outro music. All right. So all that being said, what did you guys do to prepare for this episode? I know that Rick and I have all of the games available at our disposal. And Will, you do not have World Series Major League Baseball.
I do not have that.
You have an ECS, but you don't have that game, right?
I just have my system and the IntelliVoice.
Oh, you don't have an ECS. Okay.
I don't have an ECS.
Yeah, you need an ECS for this one for sure. And of course, the IntelliVoice is optional, but highly recommended on World Series Major League Baseball. We're going to try to talk about each game individually and go into the little bit more specifics on each one as we talk about it. We also have a listener submission, a review of the game, of actually primarily Major League Baseball and World Championship Baseball from Greg Miller. He sent us an audio review, so we'll have that later in the show as well.
So you asked how we've been doing, what we're doing to prepare. Mm-hmm. So I confess I did not actually play Major League Baseball this month. I played it a ton as a kid, But this is my first time playing World Championship Baseball, and it's we're going to get into that in detail. But I played a good bit of that, and this is the kind of extra thing I did. I got a couple of guys at work that one of them in particular is listening to the show. He just likes everything retro games, anything, and so he thought it was pretty cool that I'm doing this. And he played Intellivision with friends when he was young, and he definitely played a lot of baseball. So I told him that we're going to be doing the baseball games, and he goes, "Well, get an Intellivision here to work. We need to play some of this on our lunch breaks."
Nice.
So I pulled out all my Intellivisions and went through them. Which ones have the cleanest controllers, cleanest video, that kind of stuff. Eventually settled in on my Tandyvision as the model to take into work. So at work now I have my Tandyvision and just World Championship Baseball. And we've been playing that on lunch breaks. Primarily me and this one other guy named Pete at work. And it has been a lot of fun, pretty decent slugfest in terms of trying to score on each other. But a lot of, or I should say, it's become really a majorly offensive game in the sense that you could score if you've got two people that are decently skilled. You can score a lot of runs. It's a lot harder to defend than it is to bat. But anyway, we'll get into all that when we talk about the game proper. But we've been playing at work, and of course, immediately. Of course, there's a lot of people. What the heck is this thing? What this big giant unit I'm bringing in there. And the one guy who I think he had Intellivision when he was younger. I'm not entirely sure, but he immediately starts thinking of other games. You got to bring this in now. You got to bring that in now. So it's like, okay, all right,
nice. Yeah, I would imagine that would get people interested, poking their head in your office there.
Yeah, exactly.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'll say that I didn't feel it necessary to revisit Major League Baseball because I still play that semi-regularly with a buddy of mine, a couple guys actually, and but I primarily play the World Championship Baseball because it's more interesting with the fly balls and the sliding and a few other things. But
I was impressed with it. Yeah.
Yeah, even and I'll say in real life I'm not a baseball fan. I've gone to a game here and there as a kid or whatever, but the only sport that I was really ever into was hockey. But that doesn't stop me from enjoying playing this on the Intellivision. I mean, most people, even if you're not into baseball, you kind of know the basics of baseball, how it works. Maybe Will doesn't, but the rest of us do.
I do, and I enjoy watching the local teams, but when it comes to baseball on TV and the statistics and stats and stuff of baseball, I'm not into that stuff.
No, I'm not.
But I can follow baseball at the stadium. So I watched the Portland Sea Dogs all the time when I was living up in Maine.
But yeah, my point is just that you don't have to be a real life baseball fan to play and enjoy this on the Intellivision. And if you can play World Championship Baseball and World Series with one player against a computer. You can't do that with Major League Baseball, the original. But any of these games are more fun if you have somebody to play with and someone who's on par with you skill-wise, whether that's horrible or really good.
Yeah.
It makes it a lot more fun.
Yep.
Well, what about you, Will? Did you do any prep work?
Yeah, I dug out my baseball and World Championship Baseball. Played mostly World Championship Baseball simply because it has that single-player mode in it. And my wife attempted to try and play the other one, but she hasn't quite used the system yet, so she doesn't quite know what she's doing on the system to really be prepared to play it. Intellivision
segment coming up.
Mm-hmm. Enjoy the show.
Thanks, Diagamlic. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, we've all played this game one form or another over the years. So, and I'm sure most of you listening, this was a hugely successful game. One of the first, in fact, real game that was coded on the Intellivision, as you'll find out later in the David Rolfe interview. Yeah, we all know it. Most of us love it. Very competitive little game for the simplistic game that it is in relative terms based on stuff today. It's addictive, it's fun, it's challenging. You talk a lot of trash with your opponent. Good stuff. So, aside from our baseball prep, what else have you guys been doing in between episodes here?
Just recently celebrated my birthday. And got a bunch of friends up to Pinball Wizard in Pelham, New Hampshire, and had a great time up there. We got there at around 3 o'clock, and we stayed till almost 10. Just playing games, chatting, and just hanging out.
Your birthday's March?
Yeah, March 8th.
Yeah, I just had my birthday, March 10th.
Oh, nice.
My gosh. You guys are practically brothers.
I didn't even notice that it was.
I don't think that's how it works. My real brother's birthday's in January. I'm not sure that the proximity has a lot to do with it.
I actually have a coworker who shares my birthday, and I have a friend through my wife who has the same birthday as well.
Very cool. Yeah, you guys just completely bypassed my birthday in January. That's okay. I'm over it.
I think I sent you a happy birthday.
Actually, yes, you did. You're the one person that did.
I'm pretty sure I didn't. Didn't know about it.
Didn't bother to find out, more like it.
No, I sure didn't.
That's all right. What about you, Rick? Aside from celebrating your birthday 2 days after Will, what did you do in the off time?
Yeah, I've recently been getting into some retro television TV shows that I enjoyed as a kid, and one of the ones that I've started watching, I was watching them a little bit a few months ago, and then started watching again, is the $6 Million Man.
Oh, yeah.
Gosh, I loved that show as a kid. And
so did I.
And so I got a hold of the episodes, been watching them, and it turns out, hey, there's a podcast. Go figure. These guys are watching the $6 Million Man shows, but I think every 2 weeks, and they break it down and talk about the plot. And it's been a lot of fun because I watch them now as an adult, and it's like, okay, there's some elements of this that are interesting. Some is like, wow, this 1970s kind of melodrama is really bizarre at times, and it's just been real fun listening to those guys. So that's I don't know what their story is because like they don't have a complete back catalog. Like when you go to their website, I was like, oh cool, I'll just start from the beginning with these guys and catch up. Half their episodes are missing out of their RSS feed. I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, it's called Cyborg, a bionic podcast. Nice. And it's been real fun to get an episode, download the one where they talk about it, listen to that. They're pretty, they have a good time doing it. They're pretty funny when they talk about things, and there's like a whole, we kind of know the video gaming world to some degree, right? Listening to Retrogaming Roundup, other retro shows. There's a whole subculture of people that are really into the bionic man, the bionic woman, and the $6 Million Man stuff. I'm like, wow, I didn't even know this stuff was really had like this thriving community around it, but it kind of does.
I feel like I should have cued a certain piece of music right about now.
It's time for some non-Intellivision mentions of significance that are primarily retro themed.
You did it!
Do not call it a shout out. Paul hates that term.
I'll be looking for that.
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned $6 Million Man because Throwback Reviews, they were talking about some toys a few episodes back. I don't believe they talked about the $6 Million Man. I was thinking that they did, but I guess that was actually Retrogaming Roundup in their kind of Christmas episode.
Yeah.
But regardless, the toy episode was pretty cool, and one of the guys and does Throwback along with Sean is Rob O'Hara, or Rob Flack O'Hara, depending on who you're talking to. And your mention of the $6 Million Man got me thinking about the toys, which made me think about Rob, and I wanted to talk a little bit about Mr. O'Hara and the podcasting that he does.
You don't know Flack.
He's a guy who's been doing podcasting for quite some time, and pretty much any sort of tech topic, or maybe old toys, Star Wars toys, old computers, bESsst days. He puts out a podcast on a, I wouldn't say regular basis. It's somewhat irregular, but that's okay. You can subscribe to his podcast on iTunes and the usual places, but I highly recommend that you guys check that out because you'll find some topic in his back catalog that will interest you, and you'll listen to it, and then that will prompt you to want to listen to more of his episodes.
Yeah, the You Don't Know Flack episode is kind of like things that are interesting to Rob, and so each show will be like a different kind of topic, whereas this show here is all about this game system, but he hits all kinds of things that that interest him or that he has some particular knowledge about. And yeah, you dig back through the catalog of old episodes, you'll find topics of something that you might find interesting. I know I went back and just kind of looking at some of the show titles and saw that he had done an episode about text adventures or interactive fiction, depending on whatever you're, however you've heard of that before. That's a decent side hobby of mine to some degree. I have a pretty complete collection of all the Infocom games, for instance, and I'm always interested in that. And it was interesting to hear that episode and find out he had done that, and that he has a decent overlap of that in his background as well. So that was kind of fun to hear.
Yeah, and a thing that I really enjoy about his podcast, I mean, he has several episodes talking about arcade games and home arcades, because he, at various points in his life, has had up to something like 30 plus arcade machines, and he's pared that down quite a bit these days. But he even wrote a book, Invading Spaces, about arcade collecting and how to get into it and what to look for, what not to look for. But yeah, and then he'll like do an episode about like the Raspberry Pi or Star Wars toys or something, and it's all over the place, but it's all interesting to me and it's all well done. He knows his stuff. I think I've pretty much listened to every episode at this point.
Yeah, and I had been curious about the Raspberry Pi, so I made sure to listen to that episode.
Yeah, he knows what he's talking about. It's not just glossing over the topic.
And he recently kind of rebooted his Sprite Castle show. He was doing a video show that he called Sprite Castle, which was always like a little a tube cast, I guess they call it, where you're making a YouTube video, and it would be him playing a Commodore 64 game. His background in retro computing is a lot around the Commodore 64 computer. Matter of fact, he wrote a book about his bESsst days called Commodore, which was a fun read. So he was doing these video reviews, and I don't know, maybe he didn't like the video workflow, maybe it got to be too much to do, I don't know, but he decided to transition that into an audio podcast where he'll talk about a specific game on the Commodore 64. So it's another one of these game review podcasts. But we've talked about this before, that was the computer I transitioned to from the Intellivision, was the Commodore 64. So I definitely been listening to this. He's only got a couple of those episodes in the can now, since he just decided to do that switch over, but I've been enjoying that one too.
Yeah, definitely. And we he did an episode all about podcasting too, which Rick and I contributed to. And yeah, I mean, the bottom line is check it out if you have not already done so. You Don't Know Flack is the podcast. You'll find it pretty much everywhere you look. It's there. No trouble finding it. Do a search on iTunes. You can go to Throwback Network, and you can go to his website, podcast.robohara.com. So, Rob, this is just kind of a public thank you for all the content that you've put out and that I've enjoyed, and I hope you continue to do it for the foreseeable future.
You know what they say. The longer your favorite retro gaming podcast, the longer your... And it doesn't get any longer than Retro Gaming Roundup.
I'd like everybody to pay attention right now. Make sure you're listening. This is the good part.
Let's talk a little bit about feedback. We got a lot of feedback from our last show about Dreadnought Factor and various other aspects of our show, which we always appreciate on Facebook, Twitter, email, what have you. So let's just get started with some things that we recently received. Rick, what do you got?
The first thing I wanted to mention was I wanted to give feedback to myself on this show.
No, I'm sorry. We don't allow personal feedback. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
My point is, in the last show we mentioned about the Inty Basic project, kind of like a basic compiler for the Intellivision, and I had only looked at it just very peripherally and seen it as something existed. And my experiences with BASIC are not, they're not great, frankly, in terms of particularly in higher end computing. So I think I was maybe a little more negative about it than I should have been in the last episode, because I've been looking at it recently, and I'm actually pretty impressed with the kinds of stuff it can do. Turns out it's not so much a compiler as it is, say, a preprocessor. It takes basic code and outputs assembler, and then you use the regular SDK, from Joe Z to assemble that into an object code for the game, and it. And so there's a whole thread, several threads now, I think, over in the Intellivision programming area, with people just throwing up little, look what I got it to do. And, they got animated sprites, they're bouncing around, they're doing this, they're doing that. And so I really think there's a particular style of game that this is actually going to be quite a good solution for. What you get out of it is going to be just as good as assembler, because it hits assembler in between. Now, it won't be nearly as efficient as hand-coded assemblers, so on and so on, but that's the same kind of arguments they made back when compilers first became available on computing in general. So anyway, if I sounded negative, and I think maybe I was,
to paraphrase what you said, it was something along the lines of, "This is worthless. Why is anyone doing this?"
I think I'm going to have to go back and re-listen to that. I'm not sure I said that.
I might have gotten a couple of words wrong.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, it definitely shows more promise than I thought it would, for sure. And I've been interested. It's been interesting to me to see what the people have been posting. Something that's got 30 lines of code, plus maybe another 30 lines of data for sprite objects, and you got a little guy running around the screen and doing stuff. It's pretty neat to see.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, I'm just joking. Oscar, NanoChess, however you want to go by. I'm really impressed with the whole concept and idea about this. And I'm not a programmer other than BASIC back in the Atari bit days, but very cool idea. And now that you've sort of gone over a little bit more, Rick, it sounds even better.
It makes me wonder if I could actually put something together.
No.
Oh. I've tried to dabble a little bit with programming, but I've just never gotten really deep into it.
Yeah, I wish I had continued with that, but I didn't. But I do have my Atari 8-bit demos on my ancient, never updated in 10 years website, if anyone wants to look. Nurmix.com.
I did some programming on the Texas Instruments TI-99, but I mostly just copied it from a book. So it wasn't like I knew exactly what I was doing.
Yeah, that's not really programming.
No, but at least I put the program in.
Anyway, moving right along.
So, Paul, we got some feedback from DZ over on the Atari Age forums. He's asked you to get off your ass and produce an extended remix of the theme song.
I'm sorry. What'd you say? I'm on my ass right now. I didn't hear that.
Get off of it and work on the extended remix.
Oh, extended remix. Well, DZ, thank you for enjoying the song. I have part of the extended remix done, and I ended up taking what I had and making that into the Christmas remix, which was on your episode for Christmas Carol. Yep, it will happen. I will say it will happen before Classic Gaming Expo, and we'll have more about Classic Gaming Expo soon.
I was going to throw in, it will happen probably not this month, given the amount of audio we're going to have in this episode.
Not this month. We're going to break a record on show length this month. No need to add an extended mix of a song. So we also received some feedback on Atari Age indirectly through the thread about Antic, the Atari 8-bit podcast. As you know, we had Kevin Savitz on last month. Thanks again, Kevin. That was cool. There's a guy on Atari Age who goes by the name Jack, J-A-C, with an exclamation point at the end. Not to be confused with Jack without the exclamation point at the end.
Totally different guy.
Oh, yeah, God. You don't want to confuse those two. So he sent us, he posted it in Atari Age, actually, didn't send it to us. It's an Intellivision ad, German Intellivision ad. It's very early days of the Intellivision. It's got like skiing and soccer and tennis and sub-hunt, auto racing and space battle. Of course, it's all written in German. And I guess the price for the Intellivision master component on this flyer is $4.49. I guess that's Deutschmarks, yeah, probably from back then. Kind of cool. So he just gave us some good indirect feedback on the Antic thread. Sorry to hijack your thread there, Kevin, but we do what we can to take over any other podcast we can.
So just recently, there was an eBay auction with 122 Intellivision games, 5 consoles, the synthesizer, and the system changer. There was a bunch of really cool things in there. There were 22 Sears telegame versions. INTV Chip Shot Golf was included. All 100 games in their boxes, 98 with instructions. And altogether, the auction ended at $812.22 with 20 bids. So whoever got this was pretty lucky to get that many games.
Yeah, that's a remarkably low price. And I think that's what happens when you're on eBay and you try to group everything into one giant auction instead of separating it. But I guess this guy just wanted to clear it out all at once.
Yeah, their collection's now bigger than mine at the moment.
Yeah, there was a lot of I missed this. I didn't even know this auction was going on when it was going on, but there are a lot of like I say 120 some games. You're definitely going to hit some of the rarer ones, I guess. No Spiker here, but I did see, for instance, Sears Checkers, which is a game I'm still looking for. Was in there, and but then some of the INTV stuff, like I don't know how rare some of these are, but Tower of Doom, Super Pro Golf, some of that stuff. Learning Fun 1, I remember some of those taking a little longer for me to collect back when I was first putting this together, putting my collection together.
There's no diner in there either.
No diner.
There's no diner.
I guess you can't fill that hole in your collection yet, then, Will.
No, I pretty much need the box and instructions for it.
I'm telling you, the Rick Reynolds warehouse.
Yeah.
The system changer's there, and that's something I tried to get a couple months back and missed the auction by like $1.
And I'm seeing that a lot of the hardware is in box too. You know, it's got the musical keyboard component's got the box. Yeah. The Intellivision 2's got the box. The system changer's got the box. So
very nice.
Nice set.
Yeah, I could have used several pieces out of that, but I don't know. I guess it's good for the guy in one sense that he got rid of all that stuff. Maybe he wasn't really into it, but yeah, he could have gotten a lot more if he sold it separately. But yeah, hindsight is 20/20. So we got an email from Daniel Casanova regarding the difference between the volume of the music in our podcast and the spoken interview talking bits. And I followed up with him an email, but I don't intentionally do something to make the music louder. I guess the intro music is a bit louder than some of the other music in the podcast. But not to bore anybody and go into too much technical detail, but I do run all of the spoken bits, the dialogue, through a compressor, and I use noise gates when we record, and I normalize everything, and use EQ and try to get it as balanced as possible. But when you're putting together a 4+ hour show, it's bound to have some things that are a little bit louder than you maybe wanted. But I appreciate the feedback, and we're always trying to make it sound as good as possible. And as good as. I haven't even listened to it yet. It might be horrible, and I won't even put it in the show.
Might be better than anything that we could do.
Well, yeah.
There you go. That seems likely.
Not a stretch there.
Oh no! Oh
no! As good as possible.
Which is why I got a new microphone.
There you go.
After the first episode.
So it looks like we got some over on Facebook. Somebody, Richard Thompson, responded in talking about the length of the show, which seems to be a topic that comes up.
Yeah. Richard's been a follower since our first episode.
That's great. Yeah. He says using this trend, you guys should be up to around 12+ hours by episode 25.
That's the plan. Eventually, it's just going to be continuous streaming 24/7 of Intellivisionaries.
Just all in television all the time.
Okay, so we received a couple emails from Harmick Coronian from Australia, and he gave us some compliments about the show. We appreciate that, Harmick. And he also mentioned something called the Unisonic Champion 2711. And this was I don't know much about it. I've looked up a little bit on it, and we'll have links in the show notes. But it's basically a little system that used some General Instruments chips, like the same CPU as the Intellivision, for example, and it had quite a little variety of games. Looks like a lot of like card type games and things. You guys know anything about this one?
I'm just finding out about it today.
Yeah, I'd never seen this thing before. It looks like one of those old, mid 70s play games that can be, basically abstracted into numbers like cards, and it's on here backgammon, bingo, mainly games that can be easily abstracted into cards, into numbers. Although I do see the Olympian 2600, which is featured on this page here that they sent us a link to, does have something that resembles a joystick on it, and has things looking like tennis, hockey, squash, so potentially a Pong-ish kind of a system there. So it looks like there's more than one of these things, I guess is what I'm saying from the website.
Yeah, and the website is something put together by Sylvain de Chantal. His website is called Phoenix Video Game Classics, and he's got an entire article and FAQ about this system. So, yeah, it's sort of there's also a thread on Atari Age about it. I guess people kind of refer to it as the Intellivision's little brother. So, yeah, check it out. It's maybe we'll talk a little bit more about it later, but in another episode. But yeah, it looks kind of interesting.
Yeah, I'd be very curious to pick one of these up if I can find one.
Yeah, really. Harmick also sent us a link to a guy named Alex Pace. I believe he's in Italy. He's a member of the 125 Club Platinum member, actually. Rick, you're not a Platinum member, are you? You don't have the original keyboard component, which I think that denotes Platinum status,
what that is?
Perhaps.
I don't know. I don't have the original keyboard component.
Yeah, so there's a link to... Gosh, this guy's collection is amazing. And what I was wondering, back in 2008 when I sold my copy of Spiker on eBay, I sold it to a guy in Italy, and it may very well have been this Alex Pace guy. I have to go back and see if I can figure out who I sold it to.
Yeah, a lot of neat pictures of his collection.
And the aforementioned Greg Miller, who submitted his own baseball review kind of tips audio submission. You'll hear it a little bit later here in the show. Yeah, he's kind of a pro Intellivision sports guy. I know I am, and my co-hosts are not. So I might have to make him the official sports games correspondent of the Intellivisionaries, and he'll chime in whenever we do a sports game. Assuming we'll do another sports game after this fiasco that is 3 baseball games.
Indeed.
I know Rick has the algorithm that came up with how we choose games, and somehow all the sports games are at the end of every list.
That's weird. That's odd. So David Rolfe sent us a link to an old Bloom County comic. Kind of, I don't know if Bloom County, either of you guys read that?
I have, yeah.
Back in the 80s?
Yeah, on occasion I have.
Oh, man. This was my favorite comic strip. Me and a friend would cut it out of our newspapers and bring them in and paste them on our lockers at school. Love Bloom County. But it's one of these strips where you've got a character watching TV and absurd things are coming out of the TV and the character responds to it. It's that kind of humor. So it shows Opus the penguin. And by the way, this is a very early strip because Opus doesn't look the same in the early strips as it does for the most of the run of Bloom County. But this is an early strip and he's watching TV and coming from the TV. This is George Plimpton for Intellivision Home Video Games, here to compare them with Atari. As you can see, Atari's effects are dull, flat, lifeless, but Intellivision actually shows entire planets blowing up and spewing forth itty-bitty parts of people. This is conclusion. Atari is stinko. It's video junk. It's not fit to discuss in a polite conversation. And Opus the Penguin responds, you tell him, George. He says, I wouldn't let my ugliest, smelliest dog sit on an Atari.
Oh, that's all true, right? Sorry, Ferg.
I tell you, I've read Bloom County from front to back multiple times, but I had forgotten this strip. That's funny.
I never saw that back then, but I probably wasn't really reading comics as a 12, 13-year-old. But yeah, that's really cool. Thanks for that, Dave. And we'll hear from Dave later, as I mentioned. We also got a little bit of indirect feedback email from Carrington Banston from the No Quarter podcast and the Retro Computing Roundtable podcast and probably 5 or 6 other podcasts. Very prolific podcaster, Carrington. I won't go into all the things that we were talking about in the email, but he did say that we were wrong about horse racing. So Apparently, Carrington is a big Intellivision horse racing fan. Now, he didn't elaborate on why we were wrong or in what ways we could correct our error. But Carrington, please let us know. Come on the show, defend horse racing. We'd love to hear your opinion and why that game rules and why it's your favorite Intellivision game. It is your favorite, right, Carrington? Just
it
not
must,
sure. Must be.
It must be.
And speaking of Carrington, I was listening to the episode 72 of No Quarter, one of our go-to podcasts, and someone wrote in talking about the episode they did previous to that about Krull, the arcade game, and apparently there was a 2600 version of that. And this guy was talking about 2600, and he mentioned Intellivision and how he didn't like Intellivision. The sprites were too big, and that's about all that Carrington said, and he said that he would let the Intellivisionaries handle that. So we are handling that. We are putting out a request to the person who wrote in with that negative feedback about the Intellivision to contact us, and we want to hear all about why the sprites are too big.
Yeah, 2 words, Plimpton ads.
Yes. So thanks for the indirect feedback, Carrington.
And hey, speaking of No Quarter, if anybody's interested, I wrote into them about my MAME setup, and they mentioned that in episode 73. They talked about what I put together, so it was kind of fun to hear that.
I did enjoy that, and yes, Rick, you were promptly banned from the show.
I was.
By Mike for your MAME smugness.
Indeed.
But yeah, Rick, your MAME cab, it's quite amazing. I know it's rare for me to say a compliment to Rick, but it's
that
true.
is rare.
Yes. Mark this down.
Gosh,
it may not happen again.
I hope it makes it into the podcast so I can keep it forever.
Yeah, I'll have to edit that out. I want to see this cabinet you've created in person one day, and I want to play. I want to play some Intellivision games on it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So we typically start up a thread for each episode on Atari Age and over on Gavel and on retrovideogamer.co.uk for each episode, just so people have a place to throw comments at us. And episode 6, we appreciate all the feedback we get there. But at one point, someone had asked the question that it seemed like that Paul, when you were interviewing, who were you interviewing? I forget.
Kieran Hawken, the Laird.
Yes, Kieran, the Laird. That's right. In that interview, you had meant. It kind of went a little bit astray from Intellivision topics, and I think you maybe even said it in the interview. Oh, I don't mind talking about other things. It doesn't have to be only Intellivision. And so putting words in your mouth, I think you're basically were saying, hey, feel free to talk to us on this interview about other things that are interesting to you, because the whole retro topic is interesting to us, but we are not trying to shift the focus of Intellivisionaries as a podcast away from Intellivision.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, I thought it was, a lot of people maybe know how things played out in the UK versus US, but a lot of people don't. So I thought it was interesting just to get the perspective on what was going on at the time there versus the US. And we touched on several topics in Atari and Odyssey2 and Atari ST, things like that. But we tried to keep it generally Intellivision focused. But I enjoyed talking to Kieran, and I enjoyed the various things that we talked about. But yes, that is true. We are not going to make like a multi-format kind of podcast. We're not Retro Gaming Roundup.
Yeah, they're already doing that.
Yeah, not that that's a bad thing to be Retro Gaming Roundup.
I always think it's interesting to hear what people have to say about their history with the Intellivision, and then kind of see where they went from there. Did they go over to the NES? Did they go to the Genesis? And just altogether, what their gaming ended up being later on, and whether the Intellivision might still be their favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't really know going in, how much Kieran knew about the Intellivision or how much it was part of his retro gaming in the early stages. But yeah, that was, we definitely going to be primarily Intellivision focused. So don't worry about that if you are worried about that. So I mentioned Harmick Karonian earlier, who sent us the information about the Unisonic Champion 2711 and the stuff about Alex Pace Intellivision Collection. He had quite a bit to say about episode 6, and he enjoyed the Tom Lowry interview, as did I, and I'm sure you guys all did. Very interesting guy. I mean, Tom Lowry just seems like he was the master of the Intellivision. And I want to just clarify, when I interviewed him, he brought up what I thought was maybe the Intellivision 3, but I wasn't sure if he was talking about the Intellivision 4, but basically kind of clarified it was the Intellivision 3 that he was talking about. I spoke to him and Keith Robinson, and the Intellivision 3 was basically going to double the resolution and add the wireless controller as the built-in IntelliVoice kind of thing. And Harmick mentioned the Electronic Games magazine, May 83, where they talked a little bit about the Intellivision 3 in a game that was called Yucatan, and it talked about other things like the Odyssey 3, which was actually the Video Pack 7400. Kind of got that wrong in the episode as well. But yeah, Harmick was a big Intellivision fan. He had a store where he sold the INTV stuff in Australia. We'll have him on the show sometime in the future, kind of get the whole 9 yards about his Intellivision memories. So thanks for sending that in, Harmick. Appreciate that. So we got a lot of feedback about Dreadnought Factor episode 6 on Facebook. We heard from, as we mentioned a little while ago, Richard Thompson about our episode length, and Norman Pels wrote in. Thanks, Norman. He just wanted to say he was really glad to hear Tom Lowry do the interview. And we also heard from Michael Gilbert, who enjoyed the episode. He liked the UK perspective from Kieran and enjoyed the Tom talk as well. And he's got a pretty good collection going in addition. Yeah, just thanks, guys, for contacting us about that. We try to get an interview with the designer for every episode we do. It's not always possible, but believe me when I say this, that I'm just as interested and fascinated hearing from these guys as you are. So it's good that you enjoy it as well. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot for everybody that contacts us. However you do that, letting us know that you're enjoying the show, is very helpful to keeping us in it.
Yeah, and in addition, I asked for some thoughts on baseball, which we're going to be talking about here for hours and hours. We heard from several people on Facebook about their baseball stories. Chris Bidwell wrote in, and he made a comment that he never knew that Major League Baseball talked. And of course, Chris is from Now You're Playing With Podcast. He never knew that the "you're out" was actually supposed to be speech. And you'll hear from David Rolfe about how that came about. But thanks for letting us know about that, Chris. Yeah, I guess I never really considered it speech per se. But when you see the text on the screen as it's saying that, it sort of tricks your brain into thinking that's what you're hearing. And David Schwab wrote in and said he always liked to try to bunt for a home run. I don't know that I've ever done that, but I'm going to have to try now. And Patrick O'Neill wrote in, he said he loved rounding the bases while poor Dad was struggling to figure out how to get the ball back to the pitcher. Yeah, way to take advantage of Dad there, Patrick. I like that. Dean Digatano, I guess you would say. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name there, Dean. He said he was only a child, but he taught himself to play baseball and batted with the left hand and fielded with his right hand. And every half inning, he reversed the controllers, and somehow he was very competitive with himself. So that's really cool. He doesn't say how old he was. He said he was only a child, but that's great. Yeah, I responded to some of these guys on Facebook too, but very cool. I love hearing these kind of stories. That's what makes the show more interesting, I think, hearing about all our memories and everyone else out there who's listening. So thanks, guys. And finally, we received an email from DownChick30. And she says, "Hello, stranger. My name is Michelle. I am smoking 31-year-old brunette with a really hot body." And it goes on and on. But anyway, we just wanted to say thank you, Down Chick, a.k.a. Michelle, for contacting the show. We're glad that you're a listener. We're glad that you sent us an email. And we will check out your website, even though Web of Trust has a red dot next to it. Curious.
She sounds like a retro fan.
Definitely.
Shark, shark! Shark, shark! Shark, shark.
Shark, shark. Who better than baseball fans to compare baseball games? First, Atari home run baseball.
Where's the diamond?
Hey, there's only 4 players. Now, Intellivision Major League Baseball. What'd you think?
He was up by a mile. By a mile.
Intellivision Baseball. I think it's the closest thing to the real thing.
Listener audio submission time.
Hey guys, this is Ferg from the Atari 2600 Game by Game podcast. I just wanted to talk a little bit about my Intellivision, my history with the Intellivision before I get to the baseball. I did not have an Intellivision growing up, otherwise I would be hosting the Intellivision Game by Game podcast, I guess. I can only remember one friend that had it. His name was Russ. I'm pretty sure that the first game we played was World Series Baseball, or Major League Baseball, I think it's called. I'm sorry. Major League Baseball. He was a big baseball fan. Both of us were big baseball fans, and he kind of introduced me to card collecting on a bigger scale than what I had previously been doing. And it took me to a few baseball card shows and stuff like that. But I went over to his house, and I really wanted to try the Intellivision because previous to that, I had tried the Odyssey2 at a friend's house that I didn't go over very often, and I really enjoyed that because it wasn't Atari. Most of the friends in my neighborhood had Atari, so that's all we really played. So it was fun to try a different system because in those days you only had one, not like now. So the first game we played must have been Major League Baseball, and I guess it did not make a very good impression on me. I did not care for, well, let's put it this way. I'm used to the Atari. One button, one joystick, and that's it. The television controller was like a giant telephone, and it felt very awkward to me because I was so used to the Atari joystick. The disc was insanity compared to the joystick. You know, if you're used to playing with the joystick that sounds dirty. If you're used to playing that one way for a number of years, then you go and play a different way. I guess it's a negative experience at first because we didn't really play too much Intellivision after this first time. So, of course, Home Run for the Atari is the simplest game in the world. It has little to do with actual baseball, which is why I liked it so much. I like simple sports games, and that was the simplest sports game you can get. Major League Baseball took it up a notch, as the commercials with the 80s teen heartthrob George Plimpton would tell you that the Intellivision sports titles were way better than the Atari sports titles, which was true because the Intellivision was a more powerful system. But unfortunately, Atari had the money behind it, just like the Nintendo Game Boy had their money behind it, and the better systems like the Game Gear and the Lynx went down the toilet. But the Intellivision lasted longer than the Game Gear and the Lynx, I think, and so my impressions of the game were that it was too hard. Controlling the outfielders and controlling the fielders separately, pressing all those buttons, it was just too difficult. I even tried playing the version that M Network did for the Atari called Super Challenge Baseball. And it's pretty much the same thing. It doesn't look as good as the Intellivision version, obviously. It doesn't even look as good as the Real Sports Baseball, which I just did on my show a few weeks ago. And Real Sports Baseball looks good, but it's not a good game, put it that way. The M Network game is a little better, but the problem with the M Network game is that you can only play 2 players. And that was the same thing with the Intellivision version. 2 players only. You could not play 1-player games like you could in Real Sports Baseball or Home Run. Intellivision later fixed this. They put out a rejiggered World Series Baseball. I'm not sure what it was called. I don't know if it was just called Baseball or some other sort of baseball. But they allowed 1-player games, and that was the game I've been playing on my DS. And again, if you're familiar with the DS version of Intellivision Lives, you have the little disc on the bottom where the stylus control is, and still I just cannot get used to that stylus, the disc on the Intellivision controller. And I had a little trouble playing the game and trying to throw it to different fielders in time, and I just basically got my butt kicked a bunch of times by the Intellivision computer on the DS. So for me, I didn't care for the DS baseball games, but that's because of the learning curve. I like my games extremely simple, my sports games, and I don't really like sports games anyway. I think my favorite sports game to play would be golf, so I don't play golf in real life. I don't play any sports in real life because I'm a big fat guy. So anyway, I love the show. Keep it up, and hopefully I can contribute in some way again in the future. I have my DS version of Intellivision Lives and the GameCube version, so I can try and play along with the games that you pick. So thanks, guys. And as a postscript, I'd just like to say, Space.
Hi, my name is Greg Miller, and I'm going to do a review of Major League Baseball, World Championship Baseball by Intellivision. The first thing you notice upon firing up Major League Baseball or World Championship Baseball for the Intellivision is the roar of the crowd as the players take the field. You immediately think this feels like Game 7 of the World Series and the pressure mounts. I remember the first time I saw this game, I sat there with a big grin on my face thinking, why would I ever want to play Atari's Home Run when I could play this? The most important aspect in winning at this game is timing. Before you begin play, you need to practice fielding, and that involves memorizing the keypad so you know all the fielders and where they're located. If you can't consistently pick the correct fielder at the right time without looking at the keypad, you have about as much chance of winning as the Charlie Brown All-Stars. The next thing you need to master is your swing. Practice hitting the ball to different areas of the field so you have a feel for hitting. This can be a huge asset when it comes to playing in a tight game, whether it's sacrificing the runner with a bunt or getting that game-winning RBI. A consistent offense is a must to win. The last thing you will want to do is practice base running and stealing. The pitcher will try to throw you out if you take a lead, but the hit and run in this game is your friend. Don't be afraid to steal second base, as a good jump will get you there almost all the time. As far as the gameplay goes, George Plimpton was right. It looks and plays just like real baseball, but with a few minor quirks. From the sound of the fastball to the sound of a deeply hit ball and the shot off the outfield wall, the sounds of Intellivision Baseball are on par with their other games. Even the umpire gets into the game with the infamous "you're out." If you hit a home run, the crowd goes wild and cheers you on as you round the bases. Heck, it doesn't matter if you are the away team, they will still cheer for you. What's up with that? I guess in Intellivision Baseball there is no such thing as a home field advantage. Another quirk I know of occurs when you bunt at the last possible second of the pitch. If you time it right and get some speed on the ball, you can hit it over the fence if your opponent misses the ball. That's right, you can actually hit a home run with a bunt. I've done it a couple of times, but it is very hard to do. Eat your heart out, Pete Rose. One final quirk is the fact that you can throw a beanball without any consequences. You will only get a ball called, but no harm, no foul, not even a bench-clearing brawl. When I'm in the mood for playing a baseball video game, I always turn to the World Championship version because you can play the computer at multiple skill levels. It's an added bonus that base sliding was programmed into the game. This sometimes prevents your runner from being thrown out on a base hit to the outfield. The other bonus is the factor of fly balls. This makes fielding more challenging. Overall, Intellivision Baseball is a solid game from Mattel, one that will give a sports fan a great feeling of nostalgia in a time where baseball was about playing for the love of the game, and that's what you'll get when you play this gem of a baseball game.
All right, so you want to talk some Intellivision news, what news there might be?
Yes, let's discuss the news of Intellivision.
The news for the 1979 platform.
Yes, breaking news.
Exactly.
So the Retroist put up a scanned article from November 1982 from the Consumer Reports magazine. In that article, they compared the bESsst, Atari VCS, Intellivision, and the Odyssey2 to determine which gave you the better bang for your buck. Turns out the Intellivision was number 3 on their list. It was the Odyssey2 in 4th, Intellivision in 3rd, the Atari was 2nd, and the Astrocade was 1st.
Yeah, the Astrocade, that surprised me because now it's such an also-ran, But I mean, I don't know a lot about the Astrocade, but it looked like it had graphical style in the same vein as the Intellivision and the Atari.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it was a good deal cheaper. I mean, because back at this time, the Intellivision was the high-priced console, so maybe in terms of value for buck, they were weighing that in heavily.
At the time of writing the article, it was $300.
That was about the original Intellivision price.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever played an Astrocade.
I haven't.
So I can't comment on the Astrocade, but I can comment on the. I mean, I don't disagree with the Atari being ahead of the Intellivision necessarily, as far as popularity goes. And the Odyssey2 is in its rightful position at number 4, right? Odyssey2.
4th on the list, but first in the stores. Whatever.
What's really interesting is they list the prices of the games at the time of writing the article. So you can get an idea how much the games cost. Defender on the Atari was $38. Star Strike on the Intellivision, $39.
That seems. I don't remember the Atari. I always remember the Atari games being a little bit cheaper than the Intellivision games, but maybe not the new releases.
Well, they got some other, like football was $13, it says.
Well, it wasn't worth 13.
Pac-Man was $38.
Jeez. Yeah, there's buyer's remorse right there.
But that's really interesting considering today's prices and adjusting for inflation. We're still paying roughly around what people paid back then, if not a little less.
Well, yeah. If anybody, any of our listeners have experience with the Astrocade, I'd be curious to hear what you think compared to the Intellivision.
Quest for the Rings, Odyssey2, $50.
Now, saying that, I will say that that's actually a bargain. I'm also into the Odyssey2, and I have a pretty substantial collection, and I have the Master Strategy Series games, and Quest for the Rings is one of them. And that, I don't know if you guys are familiar with those or not, but it's a cartridge. It's in this really large box that opens up, and it's a board game combined with an Odyssey2 game. And it has a fold-out game board. It has all these pieces, tokens, all sorts of cool stuff. And they did one for Wall Street and Conquest of the World and Quest for the Rings, and there was going to be another one. Don't remember what that title was going to be, but those are really interesting because it's an entire board game. And I have one that's sealed, and I have a couple other ones that have all the pieces that have never been punched out. So that's surprising that was the price for those, because I thought they were quite a bit higher than the average games.
Well, yeah, if it's got all that stuff with it, I can see why it would be more.
But yes, this is not the Odyssey2 podcast.
No, but we're doing comparisons.
Sorry, Odyssey2.
If this was an Odyssey2 podcast, I wouldn't want you three idiots doing it.
Yeah, Quest for the Rings is actually the only Odyssey 2 game I own, and I bought it because I got it off eBay precisely for what you're talking about. I thought, wow, I like the D&D style subject matter, and wow, that's an idea that's interesting about a board game mixed with a video game. And I definitely thought, even if I have to do it via emulation, I definitely want to play that sometime.
Yeah. They're cool. I have played most of those games a couple of times, but it does really require more than one player to make it fun.
So Keith Robinson sent out an email blast, and probably on Facebook as well. I'm not as up on Facebook, but alerting people that the Intellivision console will be featured in a few episodes of the TV show The Americans. This is a show on the FX network that is set in the 1980s. And I actually had a friend at work stop by my desk maybe this week, saying that he had watched it and they had mentioned the Intellivision by name, and of course he immediately thought of me because he knows we do the podcast here.
Yeah, I spoke a little bit to Keith Robinson about that, and I guess they've got some kind of an arrangement with the show, and they're going to supply him with some things. So hopefully that'll be like an ongoing thing. You'll see little games and bits and pieces of the console or what have you, quick little background shots of gameplay or something.
That'd be cool. So yeah, the guys over at Retrogaming Roundup for last month's episode did their top 10 outs from previous shows. So they compiled 12 more entries from all the stuff that they've put out on their other lists and put those in order. And we had, for retro ad campaigns like George Plimpton's ad, landed at number 6. Video game anthologies, the Intellivision Lives for the DS, landed at number 4. Unfortunately, Beam Rider for the Intellivision was voted out again.
Yeah, that was for their top 10 Intellivision games. They had originally voted Beam Rider out, so I can't remember which one had picked Beam Rider this time around, saying that was a tragedy. We should have included Beam Rider, but that was not seen as one of the top 10 tragedies of the past. So.
Are we putting this in the episode to make Dave Rolfe feel bad? That was his game,
I hope not.
We love you, Dave. That's a great game. I actually do like that game, and you can play it on ColecoVision too, but I prefer the Intellivision version, even though they're fairly identical. But
no, yeah, Beam Rider is enjoyable. I most of the Beam Rider that I've played has been on my main cab, and it's pretty sweet.
Do we remember what the other out was for that episode?
The two that were out of the top 10 television games from back in September 2010 of RGR were Beam Rider and Beauty and the Beast. Oh,
and Beauty and the Beast is a really good game.
Yeah, the other 10 are Diner. Number 1 was Diner. Going down to 10, it was Diner, Defender, Diner, Defender, V-17 Bomber, Astro Smash, Happy Trails, Congo Bongo Utopia, Treasure Tarman, Thunder Castle, Demon Attack.
Okay.
Electronite announced on their Facebook page that their upcoming project Defender of the Crown has been canceled, which is sad news, except that Paul chimed in and said something.
Well, let's just say that it may not be canceled. That's all I can tell you at the moment.
Well, I certainly hope that pans out. I'm looking forward to that title.
Things are in the works. Perhaps. I don't know anything. I didn't say that. And this next one isn't necessarily news, but I kind of stumbled upon this on YouTube. I'm sure a lot of you guys are aware of Classic Game Room. Guy does a lot of tons of retro reviews and things, and he is an Intellivision fan. Recently did a review of Match 5 for the Intellivision. So he did a review of the Intellivision catalog, the old game catalog that we all thumb through endlessly back in the day, trying to find which games we wanted and reading all about it. He interjects, some humor and things into his reviews. So we'll have the link in the show notes, so check it out.
So David Rolfe, who we have an interview with later in the episode here, he mentioned to us that he has on his website a page titled A Trivial Intellivision Game, and it is a listing, an assembler of a simple game of just a guy running around the screen and some other stuff. I didn't read it too carefully, but the thing that struck my interest about it was that it is a listing showing a game that's actually calling into the exec to do the things that the exec was doing. So this would be a game of the style that they wrote for the Intellivision back in the early 80s, as opposed to the homebrew community now that has to more or less ignore the exec. The way the homebrew community works is the exec calls into the cartridge and asks the cartridge to do some initialization, and the homebrew community just takes over at that point and never returns control back to the exec functions. But of course, the exec was originally written as a library, a kind of a driver for the whole system, so that it would drive the game and provide all this functionality to a game programmer. And a lot of that has kind of gone by the wayside. We don't have, I'm not aware of any particularly development systems for the Intellivision that take advantage of the exec and use it the way they did back in the 1980s when they were writing these games originally. But here is a listing showing a program doing that.
Yeah, and Dave said it's not really a game per se, but it's more of a kind of a demonstration, kind of proof of concept thing to show you how it interacts with the exec. But yeah, you'll hear more about the exec and how all that came about in our interview with Dave later. So I came across there's a guy named Gerald Richardson. I guess Jer is kind of his nickname. He's somebody who did a lot of the box art for the Intellivision game, especially the early stuff. He was an on-staff employee at Mattel Toys, and he was responsible for catalog and packaging artwork. Did some things with Barbie and some of the boys' toys throughout the 70s. But yeah, he did quite a few of the Intellivision games, like Backgammon, Armor Battle, Las Vegas Poker and Blackjack, all these boxes that we know and love. Here's the guy who did it. Now he passed away several years ago, in 1991 actually, but there's a website that's got a lot of his work, really nice high-res pictures of his work, and Keith Robinson had a hand in gathering information about him, and you'll find out kind of how this all came about and get to see some of these pictures if you check this link out that's in the show notes.
So Harmick brought to our attention that Alex Pace, who we mentioned earlier, has a guide, the Lost Games Guide for Intellivision, which he is currently selling on eBay. It's a book in disc form of 366 pages of interviews, photos, magazine screenshots, prototypes for more than 300 never-released games. And he brings it to our attention because he wants us to mention that he hopes that there can be another update of it.
Yeah, I took a look at this, and I mean, there's some stuff on there that I've never even heard of. And I don't know per se when the last time it was updated, but yeah, it looks pretty cool, and it's for sale on eBay. I will have the link in the show notes for it. So yeah, Alex, if you're listening, get in touch with us, and maybe we can talk about it a little bit more in detail. And yeah, Alex is the one we mentioned who has the massive collection. Remember the 125 Platinum Club. So yes, he's got the original keyboard component. He's got prototypes, all sorts of stuff. So he knows what he's talking about when he puts this thing together. But interesting.
A copy of this guide. I don't know, a month or two back when I found out about it and kind of forgot about it, honestly. But yeah, it's massive, and you're looking at it, and a lot of them are just rumor stuff. Someone had done a concept art or something like that. But it's certainly interesting. I quickly became overwhelmed looking through it. I'm like, wow, this isn't like oh, I know a lot about Intellivision and I'm going to add a little bit to my knowledge. It's like a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
So also over on Atari Age, user Pacman3211 started a thread just the day we're recording this called Easy Pac-Man Hack. And he posted a hacked ROM of Atari Pac-Man where the monsters are slowed way down. And then the Energizer timer, when you eat an Energizer, is set to some incredibly long amount of time, maybe endless. I don't know. I played with it a little bit tonight just to see what he meant by Easy Pac-Man. And I mean, it's trivial. You just run around and eat all the dots or whatever. But I was curious about the Energizer because what happened was I thought, I cleared most of the maze and I thought, okay, I'll go and abuse the monsters now a little bit. And ate an Energizer, hit all 4 of them. And then the eyeballs wandered around the maze for like minutes. It's like they couldn't find their way back to the monster pen to regenerate. And I thought, well, maybe that's what he's done. Maybe they never regenerate or something. But playing it just a little bit more, they will actually regenerate eventually if they happen to wander by the monster pen or whatever. But the Energizer timer is crazy long. I decided to test that out by just going. Wait till all the 4 monsters are out of the pen, eat an Energizer, and then go to the top corner of the maze and just wait there. And so the 4 of them eventually worked their way down to the bottom right-hand corner and just went around in circles. I went, put my kids to bed, read them stories, came back down, and it was still just sitting there running, and they were still blue. I mean, I must have let it run not quite a full half an hour on that one Energizer pill. So you will have plenty of time to get the monsters if you eat an Energizer in this version of the ROM.
Now, this is an Intellivision ROM?
Yeah. He took the...
I wasn't sure that you were talking about. I was going to say, what does it have to do with Intellivision news, Rick?
No, yeah, I said Atari Pac-Man. It's the Intellivision Pac-Man made by Atari as opposed to the re-release of Pac-Man later by INTV.
Gotcha.
So, yeah. Yeah, it was pretty crazy the amount of time that thing ran for.
I got to try that. That's bizarre. You go have dinner and take a shower, come back, and hey,
exactly.
It's still blue.
Yeah.
Very cool. Is that it for news?
That's all I've got.
We're done. There is no more Intellivision news in the world right now. That's it. We've covered it all.
we have definitively stated.
And that's
Until
not
next
just
month.
And that's not just because we have to review 3 baseball games next.
Well, hello everyone, this is Willie.
And this is SoCal Mike, and we're with the ColecoVisions podcast.
And you're listening to the Intellivisionaries
podcast.
Oh.
The best part of this stupid show is me telling you that you're listening to it.
I know what you say, and I know what you mean.
The Intellivisionaries listener interview.
Today we are talking to a guy named Steve Herold. He contacted us on Facebook, listens to the show, a relatively new listener, I would say, and was just curious about whether we wanted to talk to, kind of the average Joe Intellivision fan when they were a kid. And we said, sure, what the hell. So, hey, Steve, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Paul. Good to be here.
So just tell me a little bit about the early days. How did you get to be an Intellivision guy and all that stuff? Yeah.
My mother had a friend who had like an only, they had one child, and we would go to visit them. They lived out in Staten Island. We grew up in New Jersey, so we'd go out and visit them every now and then. My mom would go visit her friend, and we'd, her son, we'd all play. He was about the same age as me, and I have a brother and a sister. We'd go up there, and because he was an only child, he would, they spoiled him a bit. I mean, he wasn't a spoiled brat, so to say. He was a cool kid, but he definitely had like everything you could, anything he wanted, he probably got.
Mm-hmm.
So he, whatever, I guess it was 1980, he had gotten Intellivision when it first came out, and we went over there and played it. And he had, I remember, what everybody had back then: baseball, football. I remember skiing, but a lot of those early games, they were 2-player games. Like, you couldn't play football against the Intellivision. You needed that second person.
Well, you kind of could, but it wasn't really a challenge.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could have the guy I remember doing that too. If my brother or a friend wasn't around, you could just leave the controller laying there.
Right.
Punch in the play yourself or whatever. But you know what I mean? Like, it was obviously those games were designed for two people to play against each other. I think there was that aspect of it. And maybe because the Atari had a lot of the all the arcade games, that I guess he got in the Intellivision, and that's what he had. And I guess he decided at some point that he would have rather had an Atari. Mm-hmm. And so that Christmas, I guess they were going to, my mom's friend, they were going to get him an Atari. And I don't know if my mom approached them or they approached her. But my mother ended up buying his old Intellivision, whatever games he had. And we got that for Christmas.
Nice.
So that's how we got it. And I guess it was 1980. And again, I had a brother and a sister, and I was pretty lucky because I remember my next door neighbor had an Intellivision. I don't know if they got it. They might have already had it or they got it around the same time. But I had like two other neighbors on my street who had Intellivision. And a little bit later, another neighbor had Intellivision. And I had a couple friends in school who had Intellivision. So I had a good amount of people to like trade games with.
Well, that's key. I mean, and you had people that maybe had the same games and knew how to play them. So you had some competition there.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and again, back then I remember early, it was really the sports games, like those were the ones that I really remember. I remember, obviously the poker and blackjack. I mean, I remember playing that with my sister, but like back then it seemed like really the draw were the sports games.
Oh yeah, that was a huge marketing push for Mattel, because they
and
compared them to the worst Atari sports games that were available.
But they were, they were really well made. I think from my memory. I mean, the football, even just the football having like the playbook and kind of like punching in your play, and you don't want them to be looking at what numbers you're punching in. But they were done really well. I mean, baseball. I mean, just even some of the sound effects that were in the games, and it like the cheer, like I don't know why, it just kind of slipped my mind, the cheering. And I was watching some YouTube video on the baseball, and when they're running out on the field, and it's like cheering and everything.
Yep.
And it's just like I'm like it's like back then. I mean,
and just the fact that they were running out onto the field and they bothered to do that,
too, and you could throw the ball around as if you were like practicing. But it's just like, at that time, it was them and Atari, essentially. I mean, I know the Odyssey was around and that Bally thing was around, but really it was Atari and Intellivision. And, they certainly didn't have to do that. I mean, without all those little extra details, they still would have looked 10 times better than the Atari version,
They nailed it. I mean, that was like the best that you could see for a home game for sports. I mean, that because I started, as I've mentioned on the show, I started with an Atari and I enjoyed it. I liked it. And my neighbor, my best friend next door to me, David, he got Intellivision for Christmas of, I believe it was 80. And I went over there to play it. I'm like, wow, I need this. And I sold my Atari as a kid to buy the Intellivision because it was that good. It was that impressive. You didn't see that stuff anywhere else except the arcade.
Right. And that's the funny thing, because I did later on, I guess it was 80, you can probably correct me, I think it was 82 maybe, when that Coleco Gemini came out that would play the Atari games.
Yeah, they got sued for that, but they won. They had to pay a royalty to Atari.
I remember getting one of those. I got one of those Geminis. So I was already pretty deep into Intellivision by that time, but it came out, and I think I remember it being pretty cheap.
Yeah.
Especially for that time. And I think maybe that's why I picked it up. And it seems nuts to think back then, early 80s, I'd have both, I mean, we weren't super rich by any means, but I was deep into those. I mean, going to arcades and playing games, I was really, really, in that world, 100%. So,
oh, sure.
Having both systems, if I was able to swing it, why not?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that I had my VCS, as it was called. The younger folks call it the 2600. But I'm pretty sure I had that for probably a good 2 years. And I was really into it, Night Driver, Laser Blast, Space Invaders, Missile Command, Asteroids. Very cool games. And they were all very playable, fun. But it was just the 2-player aspect, the sports aspect, the better graphics with the Intellivision that just won me over. I mean, years later, I bought another Atari and, have a decent small collection of Atari stuff and a multi-cart for that. But yeah, it didn't have the same appeal as the Intellivision to me. And it sounds like a similar thing for you.
Yeah, for sure. I think it helped that I had a handful of people, like literally a few houses away, if not next door, who had one too, so that we could play the games. They were familiar with the games and we could trade games and stuff. Like, I remember signing up for that Intellivision News magazine or whatever, and getting I think it was the first issue, and they'd have like pictures of here's what's coming soon.
Oh yeah.
And I remember the Night Stalker was one of them, was one of the pictures. The Night Stalker photo was there. It looked close to what it ended up being, but
it
it
was like the beta version of it.
Yeah, exactly. But the description was very vague, and I remember getting that and being like, "What is that?" I mean, at the time, what is that? 81 maybe?
Yeah. Not to interrupt, but yeah, those catalogs. I mean, in the handful of video game magazines, that was our like Bible. I mean, that was like, my God, I could look at this for 8 hours and stare at this catalog. I have to have this.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, Electronic Games and Video Games magazine, and I kept a handful of those for the longest time, but I couldn't. I think they're gone. But I remember the Night Stalker photo and trying to figure out, the description was just very vague. It didn't really clue you in on exactly what the game was going to be, and it's like this maze. So it's like 81, and I'm just looking at that photo, and just what is this? What is this game going to be? And I'm like, is this going to be some kind of Pac-Man thing? Because it was a maze.
Mm-hmm.
And, it had the bunker in the middle, like in Pac-Man. And I was just like, what is it? But then when that came out, and it was, I remember getting it it was funny, too, with Intellivision, because, of course, you could go to Toys R Us or whatever and get them. But around me, where we grew up, there were, all these little, stores you wouldn't expect them to be selling video games, like a coin shop or something like that. Somehow, for some reason, they would sell. They didn't have Atari or anything else, but I don't know what it was, but they would have Intellivision games for sale, which is kind of bizarre when I think about it. But
you know what I think? I think that the Intellivision from the get-go was aimed more at the adult audience.
Sure.
Because it was more sophisticated. So they figured, I guess, you own a coin shop or whatever, and you're thinking, a lot of people come in here, and what the hell? How much is it going to cost me to put up a little cardboard stand with some games?
Yeah, it was odd places. But I remember getting Night Stalker, and again, like I said, my neighbor who had Intellivision, we'd go over there and play. And I remember you guys talking about Tron Deadly Discs, where it's use one controller to move the guy, use the other one to fire your discs.
Yeah.
But we used to do that with Night Stalker to kind of make it a 2-player game. One of us would be operating the guy, and the other guy would be operating the firing the gun. Made it a little more interesting. So again, you're getting that 2-player aspect instead of all right, I got to wait for you to die and then I'll take my turn and then I'll back and forth. This is you're teaming up. And I remember our little gimmick was, and this is cheating, of course, but we'd hide in the bunker, and then you could kind of pop up and shoot the gun real low, and then the robot could shoot you, and it would go right over your head. But you'd blow them away. That's another little detail, when you'd blow up those robots and the pieces would go flying. I mean, it was. I mean, the thought that they put that in there was pretty wild. But
of course, that trick only works until the guy comes out that shoots the things that destroy the bunker. Then you're screwed. But
I remember. I mean, but that's how we got.
Right.
That's how we got to it.
Exactly. That's how you get to that level.
And I guess the last one maybe is the last one, the invisible one.
Yeah.
That's always fun when they're they've designed all these cool looking. The robots were all were pretty unique, but then it's all right, just make them invisible.
It's we're out of graphics RAM here. Let's just let's make them invisible.
But the funny thing is, you talk about those pictures in the Intellivision catalogs and everything. My one neighbor who had Intellivision, and this is early on. This has got to be, it's I guess 81, when they had that original catalog. I want to say it was blue, and it had the original Dungeons and Dragons image in there, coming soon.
Totally different.
It had that screen with a ghost, the circle. One circle was lit up, had a ghost in it, and one had a dragon. And I remember my neighbor, whose father I think was into some shady business, said that he knew a guy who could get Intellivision games, and he could get that Dungeons and Dragons when the minute it came out. It's coming out, he can get it. And I remember having to give him X amount of dollars to like kind of save my copy. And he's like, he's going to get it. And I just remember, I don't remember how long it's dragged on. It feels like it dragged on for a while, because I remember every, few weeks being like, any news, what's going on? And it was just like, no, I'll check, it's like, no, not yet. And this kept going on for a month, like a couple of months. And I finally was just like, let me get my money back. I don't feel like we're ever going to get this thing. It's like, all right, well, if you want your money back, you're not going to get it. And I was like, whatever, But the funny thing was, this other kid who had Intellivision came up to me. And I guess when I got my money back, he kind of slid in and took my spot. And I remember him like thanking me. Like, hey, you dropped out. I took your spot, you're not going to get it. And of course they never got it.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that Dungeons and Dragons, we were waiting for that thing forever. And it was an awesome game when it finally came out, but that thing was being promised almost from day one. And, never mind that it didn't look anything like that. It was a great game on itself. But when did that come out? 82 or the first Dungeons and Dragons?
I think the first one came out in 82. Yeah.
Yeah. That thing was in like 5 or 6 generations of that catalog before it came out.
Right. Right. But it was worth the wait when it came out.
Oh,
yeah, you're right. I would like to see the prototype versions, and if they exist somewhere in some ROM form. But yeah, the same thing with me. Just like looking at that catalog, and especially that game, and just like, oh my God, that's the coolest thing ever. I have to have that. But it didn't involve meeting some guy at midnight in a back alley or anything. But yeah, if you think back, it was crazy money for these games too, right? It was like $40 in 81.
I know I got like an allowance, but it wasn't a lot. So like, I don't know where. I had a good collection of games, but I don't remember. It must have taken a while to save up to get one.
Mm-hmm.
Again, like I was lucky in that I had 2 and later 3 neighbors who had it. Plus there were a good number of kids in my school who had it that I could, exchange games with. But, that could sometimes also be an issue, because I do remember getting Shark, and now you're getting like later into the lifespan of the game. But,
right.
But I remember getting Shark, and I remember buying it. And again, I remember buying Shark in, Red Bank near me, in like this, I guess it was like a Panasonic retailer. It's a small shop. All they sold was Panasonic equipment, TVs, maybe some early camcorders, and obviously like audio equipment. But they had Intellivision. That's all they had. But I remember getting Shark, and I remember lending it to a friend, like not long after I got it. I don't think I had it in my possession that long, and I lent it to this kid, and yeah, I don't even know if I ever got it back. I might have to go make a phone call now. But I swear I don't remember. I remember I kept asking the kid, like, yo, hey, man, when are you going to give me my game back, And I don't think it was a situation where I borrowed something from him and he took my Shark. I think I just lent it to him. And I remember, like, constantly asking the kid, like, hey, man, when am I going to get my game back? Oh, I'll bring it tomorrow. And then, of course, didn't bring it the next day. And I swear, I don't know that I ever got it back. I do remember we would laugh about that. I think he maybe hit the reset button or something that kind of messed up the title screen, and it came up. I remember us saying "quappy." And I just remember us saying, like, calling it "quappy," because I guess one time when he hit, and it didn't happen to me, but it happened to him, and I guess when he hit the reset button, something didn't click right, and the title came up "quappy."
Yeah, I'm gonna think of that every time I play it now.
Yeah. But,
and by the way, we have people that we can take care of this guy if you need us to.
Yeah, all right. Let me dig up the name. But again, I had a good number of people to exchange games with and stuff, so it was pretty cool. I guess 82. You can correct me, like when the Donkey Kong was coming out.
Yeah,
and
that would have been 82. Yeah,
like I remember going to this
crappy version that Coleco put out.
Yeah, and of course before it came out, like I couldn't wait for it. I put like my money down, like pre-ordered it, went to the store, put down my whatever $15 deposit or whatever it was, and waiting for that day to come for the game to come out to get released. Like it's coming out whatever the day is, and I just remember like, Mom, could you bring me to the shop? The game is in. and going there. It was like a Saturday morning, and I was so excited to get it. I loved Donkey Kong in the arcade. And again, at that point, you know, you didn't know that it was going to be like, I remember getting it home. I was so excited, pop it in, and I'd start playing it. And I think I must have looked at the instruction booklet on the way home and only saw information about 2 screens.
Yeah.
Which disappointed me, but I kind of was like holding out hope. Like maybe they would just, you know, just put the two screens in to kind of basically explain the game and, you know, whatever. So like I remember popping it in and being really disappointed by it. And the same problems that everybody had. The guy looked like Porky Pig.
Right.
If it was supposed to be Porky Pig, it would have been awesome graphics, but you know, it just wasn't good. A very good version. I remember playing it, and I remember getting past the first board, and then getting past the second board, and then when there was never any other board, it just like, yeah, this is awful. You know what I mean?
I fortunately I didn't get in. I never bought that game, so I mean, I liked the game as an arcade game, but I never got to experience the massive disappointment of playing it as a kid. But I did experience it years later when I picked it up. And
well, that's why when I was telling you, like, I guess last summer or whenever it was, and I just randomly came across that homebrew of that D2K, I guess they call it, D2K arcade, and I just saw just the graphics alone. I was just like, wow, you know. And then when I watched and realized that they added all these other screens, I just was blown away. And because I mean, I think everybody back then knew, like, had Mattel made this, or maybe even like a Magic. I mean, Beauty and the Beast was awesome.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know?
A Magic and Activision could do no wrong back then. So
yeah, you know, so like, I mean, if somebody else besides Coleco had made this, like, you're like the VCS, the 2600, the Mario looked better on that than it did on Intellivision.
Yeah.
Like, and the Atari one, you're not going to say was a great game by any stretch of imagination either, but the Mario on the Atari 2600 looked far better than the Mario in the Intellivision.
Yep.
You know, and it was just like, how could this be? You know, it's just like, this is terrible.
I don't know this to be fact, but my thinking, and I think a lot of people's thinking on this, is that Coleco looked at the Intellivision as their main competition, and probably to a slightly lesser degree the Atari 5200, right?
Right.
So they put out this version quickly to capitalize on the popularity, and I think it's partially due to how quickly they put it out, even though it did take a while if you think back. But it was a way to sell more ColecoVisions, is what I always thought. You know, and that's
I mean, I
agree.
I've heard people say that. I feel like I've heard you guys mention it as well. It's like, we're basically going to put out a crappy version of Donkey Kong. I mean, it's weird to say that because you're like, well, they're putting it out. They do want to sell them.
Yeah, that's the counterpoint to it. That's why I don't know that that's true, because they made a lot of those cartridges, and they're going to take a loss. I mean, I don't know what they sold them to their distributors for, but clearly their intention was to sell them, right?
Right, exactly. That's it is kind of odd to say, like, well, you know, it's like, let's sabotage it on purpose so everybody says this is terrible. Let's get ColecoVision.
I think it has to do with a lot of the Coleco programmers are kind of a mystery. They weren't publicized, and they were farmed out to Japanese programmers.
Was that directly, because I know you read a lot about the Intellivision guys being kept under the radar. I mean, was that related to that at all? Like, did ColecoVision see that Intellivision doing that, or Mattel doing that, and say, hey, that's a good idea?
I don't think so. I think it was the old Connecticut Leather Company said, hey, let's make games because they're making billions of dollars, and we don't know what to do, so let's call Japan. And they had Japanese programmers do the stuff. And from what I've heard, it was actually programmers from Nintendo that did the first ColecoVision stuff. And I would imagine, because they were doing the ColecoVision stuff, it was those same people that were doing the Intellivision stuff. And they probably didn't have a real strong grasp of the capabilities of the Intellivision. So they put out whatever they could and thought, hey, Donkey Kong is hot. These kids will buy anything.
Right. Well, they were right in that aspect.
And they contributed to the video game crash.
Yeah. It's funny when you think about that, because what ColecoVision came out in, 82?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird to think, because, I mean, at least Atari obviously was around for a little. I got a good number of years under their belt. Intellivision had a good couple of years. But it's weird to think, like, when I remember when that ColecoVision came out, I remember I had one friend who had it, but even before that, I think I remember seeing it in a store, you know, when they used to have the displays and you could sit there and wait your turn to go try it. And I mean, obviously their Donkey Kong was just like, you know, I couldn't believe like this is something at home, you know? And I never like made the jump, but it probably is because of the crash, because if you think about it, I mean, ColecoVision had what, like one good year maybe before it all went to hell. I mean,
close to that. Yeah, maybe a little longer than that, but yeah.
Yeah, but the other thing I remember, I don't know if you ever had this issue, but you had friends at Mattel. Maybe you didn't, but I do remember our Intellivision breaking, and you have to box it up and send it back to wherever to get it fixed.
Send it back to Hawthorne.
Yeah, and generally you would get a refurbished unit back. They wouldn't, you know, they'd send you back like a refurbished unit. And that happened twice, I think. And I remember it being a nightmare dealing with that, and maybe it taking like a long time to get it back. And of course, you know, when you're a kid and you just want to play your games, like, you know, wait, and your system's out being repaired. It's just like, you know, when is this thing going to get back? I do remember that they gave us like a free game or something for, you know, like they sent us a card with when they returned it, like, and you could send back, like, pick one of these games for free, and sent it back and got it. It might be how I got Utopia, because Utopia, I don't think is something that I would have necessarily bought myself.
Right.
I don't like, you know, back then I was, you know, Space Armada came out, Night Stalker, like I, you know, gravitated towards those games, the sports games. But I don't know that I would get Utopia, so that might have been something that I may have gotten for free because of like a repair issue, and they said, hey, we'll make it up to you by sending you a free game. But then when I got Utopia, you know, I mean, I like that you guys have discussed this, and maybe it gets a little more credit now than it used to, but it used to drive me nuts when people would be talking about Sims and going all nuts about it, and I'd be like, that was Utopia, man, in 80 whatever, you know? I mean, that was there. I mean, again, it's just, you know, it's mind-boggling to think some of these games that they came up with that came out of this Intellivision, you know?
Yeah, no, that's one of my personal favorites. I mean, that game, as I've mentioned on the show, I'm fortunate to have somebody to play that game with who's equally skilled now. And I think that game's even more satisfying now as an adult than as a kid. We will be reviewing that game, and we're gonna talk to Don Daglow, the guy who made it. So we're gonna figure out all the tricks.
That's a game I would love to play. But you're absolutely correct. I mean, you know, that was a game it was far more fun to be playing that with somebody else, so you could kind of be battling or what have you. Like, I mean, it's similar to the sports games. Like that game was far more fun if you had somebody else to play with or whatever, you know. Because that one, I think you could play that by yourself against.
Yeah, you just let the other island go to hell, and you
let it go. Yeah. But
no challenge there. Hey, I won. Great.
Yeah, I won. But the other thing, like you brought up a Magic and Activision. I mean, Magic games were mind-boggling. Like, I loved Beauty and the Beast. That was the antidote to Donkey Kong for sure. I don't know the time difference between when Donkey Kong came out and when Beauty and the Beast came out.
I think Beauty and the Beast was either late 82 or early 83.
Because, I mean, that was just like, all right, enough of this Donkey Kong game. We got something here. But even like, what's the game? Serpents?
Swords and Serpents? Yeah.
Like that, like, I mean, I love the Intellivision Dungeons and Dragon game, but then to play that Swords and Serpents, again, it was just like, the vastness of that world, you know, that you were wandering around in, you know?
And the two-player aspect, too. You could, one guy's a wizard, one guy's the knight, and you help each other out.
Yep, and even like Whitewater, you know, I remember playing and enjoying, you know.
So you had Whitewater as a kid, too, then?
I remember having, I don't know if I had it or if a neighbor had it and I borrowed it, but I remember playing it. I don't know if I personally owned it.
Yeah, because I mean, I had Swords and Serpents, but like Whitewater and some of the later 83 releases, I never knew of or played as a kid. I mean, maybe I saw ads for them in the magazines, but as I said, I was trailing off and getting into Atari computers then. But yeah, I missed out on some of the later games, and some of those games are really good.
What other ones are you referring to? Like, I remember Whitewater. I think I had a neighbor who I remember playing Dracula.
I had Dracula, and Ice Trek was another good one.
I remember Ice Trek. Yep.
But things like Worm Womper and Dreadnought Factor Activision, and there was another one that was going to be called Wing War. It was a dragon thing.
Right.
And there's actually on YouTube, there's an old a Magic kind of in-house, this is how we do things at a Magic kind of video.
Oh yeah.
And they show this game Wing War, and they show some kid like playtesting it on an Intellivision, but it never came out.
Okay.
But they had some things in the works, and it's just the way things played out. You know, we never got to see a lot of that stuff. But it makes me wonder if the quote unquote crash didn't happen. You know, obviously the Intellivision would have faded away like all systems do, but when INTV took over, they actually kept that thing going until 91. It was on the shelves in Toys R Us, at least locally, right alongside the NES and the Master System.
Right. I remember getting those INTV catalogs in the mail, probably because I was getting those Intellivision news magazines or whatever in the mail. So I imagine that's how I ended up on their mailing list for those catalogs. But I remember getting them. I mean, I think I stuck with the Intellivision. I'll tell you, like I was one of the idiots who, and I don't even know how the hell my mom allowed this to happen, but I remember buying all that packages of Kool-Aid to cut off the little symbol on the back, UPC symbol or whatever it was, and sending it in for my free copy of Kool-Aid Man.
Awesome.
And getting that and just being like, because that had to be near the end. And that game was pretty bad. And I gave it a shot playing it a little bit. The graphics weren't horrible, but it was just like, what is this nonsense? But I kind of remember, I mean, obviously Burger Time was, to this day, is probably one of the better, if not best versions of that's ever been made for one of those systems.
I actually prefer the Intellivision version of Burger Time over the arcade version.
Oh, really?
I don't know why. Maybe it's because I spent like 900 hours playing the Intellivision version.
I mean, it's good. I mean, it's flawless. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure somebody could come up with something, but I don't really know. I don't know what you could really complain about with that game. The music was really good. The action was good. I mean, I think sometimes maybe, certainly not Astra Smash, but maybe Space Armada, some people maybe complain it's a little slow or something. But as compared to like Space Invaders, maybe. But I mean, Burger Time certainly wasn't that way. I mean, I can't really think of anything you really could fault that game with. It was pretty spot on. And at that same time, a friend had that He-Man game. I remember trading my Burger Time, not for keeps, just to lend, I lent out my Burger Time and I borrowed the He-Man game. I remember playing that, and that had to be around 83, summer 83. I feel like that was kind of the end, or actually right around there, because my one neighbor who had the Intellivision, we did both buy the computer module.
Oh, I was going to ask you that, if you ever got the ECS.
We had it. We bought it. There was a local store that was like a Kmart or a Walmart called Nichols, not far from where we lived. And I remember going in there, and they literally had two of them. They had two of them, and they had one keyboard. And my neighbor, I bought one of the computers, he bought one of the computers, and he also bought the keyboard. I had the baseball game and the Mr. Bits meets Mr. Bytes. And I really didn't know what the hell I was supposed to do with it. And it had a book. The manual was spiral bound. It was like 100 pages long.
Yeah, right.
And he had the keyboard, the synthesizer, and he had the Scooby-Doo game. That might have been it. He actually might have bought the baseball game, and I just borrowed it from him. I remember playing it. But, I remember plugging in that computer, and this is before I moved on and got an Apple IIc, but I just didn't know what to do with it. I really didn't have a lot of experience. Computers, we were probably just starting to maybe use an Apple II in school, to play Apple Panic, but probably doing nothing else with it.
Right.
But I remember plugging it in, and I remember just typing up like nonsense, like what everybody did when they first got on their hands on a computer, like 10 whatever it was, like go to this, and where you just write a word and it
print every curse word you knew, and then line 20 go to 10.
Yeah, so I mean, I didn't even know really what to do with it, and like I said, I had that Mr. Bits meets Mr. Bytes or whatever it's called, and I didn't. I remember playing like the one. I guess there was like maybe 3 games on it. I remember kind of playing the games, but I wasn't really using the computer to play them, so it just seemed kind of pointless. But I also remember like my neighbor who got it all. We had to go out and we went out and each bought like one of those little tape decks.
Wow, you were hardcore. I never even got into the ECS and never even knew about it until like '89 or something like that when I found out about it from those catalogs.
Oh, really? Like, I mean, I remember obviously the original version. You'd see it in those catalogs that you'd get in the game boxes all the time.
Yeah, the original keyboard component.
One.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I'll take that back. I mean, I do remember some of the gaming magazines talking about this is the upcoming new changed Intellivision computer adapter. But
and the newsletter, the Intellivision news thing had it in there. I don't know if that's before it came out or after it came out or what, but I remember it being in that as well.
Yeah.
But it was kind of a fluke that, I mean, I knew of it just like one of those trips to that store. It was just wandering around there one day and seeing that they had it, and then just like saving my money and nobody else bought them. Like they had the 2. And whenever I had the money,
do you have any recollection of how much it was back then? Yeah,
it was definitely marked down. It was definitely like, we've got to get rid of this thing, and it was marked down. If it was $100, I'd be surprised.
Yeah,
I feel like it was less than that. I'm sure that they probably like celebrated that they sold those things, especially to sell both of them like in the same day.
Yeah.
But who knows how long they were sitting there. But we bought the cassette. You're reading the manual. You need a cassette player to save stuff or whatever. And I remember my neighbor's father. We couldn't get the proper cables to hook it up, so he had to kind of like solder our own homemade ones.
Oh, jeez.
And we did it, and I don't know if it's because of his soldering job or what, but I never could get that cassette to like work to save anything and play it back to have it pop back up to recall it or anything. Like never got it to work. I mean, essentially it was just, it was complete waste. I mean,
it's funny because I never have known anyone that had an ECS back then, let alone actually tried to interface a tape deck with it. You were the guy. You were the guy.
Yeah, I was the one. Well, my neighbor too. He had it. He did too. But again, it was like, I remember the Scooby-Doo game was cool. You could design your own mazes and stuff. The graphics were really well. I mean, that was, that's similar to like I remember motocross, was pretty wild because you could design your own tracks and stuff like that. They really were pretty cool. This other thing, I don't know if you had it out in California. We had it here in New York. The one channel 11, WPIX, channel 11 in New York. We had, I don't know what year we're talking, maybe 81, but we had this thing called TV Picks.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, after school, in between reruns of Little Rascals and Gilligan's Island and whatever, Popeye cartoons.
Right.
You would call up and try to get on the phone, and if you got through, they would play Space Battle. There were a couple other games, but I really specifically remember Space Battle would be on the screen, and in the phone you'd have to say picks to get it to shoot. Whatever if you got an X amount of points, you'd get a prize. So, you'd always get the one guy calling up just going, pick,
right.
Thinking that was going to work. And of course it never, it didn't sync up to the, because it was probably some guy on the other end, like playing an Intellivision, like hitting the button himself.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I mean, I've heard some stories about this, and they had something here on the West Coast, but they said the word POW, and I don't know that it had any affiliation with like a radio or TV station. But yeah, I mean, my understanding, it was like some guy backstage pushing the button every time he heard the idiot on the phone yelling something. Yeah. So yeah, and if I remember correctly, they used, did you remember that game Sharp Shot, which was supposed to be like a kid's game to teach you the basics, and they had like a cut down version of Space Battle in there?
I was gonna say Sharp Shot was like kind of like a triple action thing. It was
and I think they used slight variations on the games in Sharp Shot for that show.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know, there may have been like a specific like version that they made for those kind of promotions, but But I don't remember them ever saying anywhere on that show that this is an Intellivision game, right? I mean, do you?
No, it was just Space Battle. No, it was obvious that's what it was. It was that. I don't think so. I can't remember. Back then you didn't have now I think if you did that, there'd be like copyright Mattel, after it finished, on the bumper or something. But
sponsored by Mattel.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't remember. I don't remember that. Although you'd think Mattel would be like, hey, well, we signed up for this because we want people to see that and buy Intellivision, or follow it up with a commercial for Intellivision or something. But
did you or any of your friends ever make it on the show?
No, never. You'd call, you'd never get on that thing, But the other thing was, this was really kind of sad. I remember there was some store around here, going into this store, and it almost had the feel of like a 99 cents kind of store. It just had a bunch of stuff, And I remember going in there one time with my mom, and this had to be summer '83 maybe or something. I remember behind the counter they had an Aquarius for sale.
Oh, geez.
And I don't know why, just like there was something I thought about, because it had to be pretty cheap, and I thought about getting it. But this was right around when I got the Intellivision computer. I didn't have money to be thrown away like that, so I just never got it. But I do remember seeing that. That was the only place I'd ever seen one of those, like, in person. There it was, with just random garbage, and it was just like,
closeouts.
To see that. Yeah, to see that behind the counter was just so bizarre,
and slightly sad and depressing.
Well, exactly, I don't know if it was at the time, but when I think about it now, it's like, oh,
right.
It's horrible.
Well, the Aquarius was crap, so, it wasn't
even...
It was just some pre-existing product from what the company was called, Ratofin or something, and then Mattel's like, hey, well, let's get into the computer market. And that's, talking to Keith Robinson recently, that's part of the downfall of Mattel, is that they were so like hardware oriented. Hey, we're going to make this voice module, we're going to make this computer, no, we're going to make another computer, no, we're going to make an Intellivision 3, and we're going to make an Intellivision 4.
They just focused
on So
yeah, that makes sense. And of course, they used to have KB Toy store in the mall would have that big bin, in 82 or 83 or whatever. It had that big bin of all these Atari games that were like $5. And it was all these games, like half the games you'd never heard of before. Like just recently, I went on that Atari Age forum. They were like, never mind Pac-Man and E.T., what was the worst Atari game that ever came out? And I was scanning through like the pages, and I'm like, I can't believe nobody's put this up here. I remember, and I'm embarrassed to admit that I bought this, but it probably cost $4. And it was kind of one of those things where you had like $15 and you're like, hey, I can get 3 games. Maybe one of them will be good, And I bought this game. Again, I'm embarrassed to admit this. I bought this game called I Want My Mommy.
Nice.
And it was terrible. It was like, I guess you were supposed to be like a teddy bear or something, climbing up these, typical thing. You'd have to like climb up these levels, and then the mom was up top. And it was really weird. Like it was 2 boards, and it was like you climb up top and the mom would be there, or I might have this backwards, but then you go to the next screen and there'd be like a giant apple up top. But it was a terrible, terrible game. And I was going through like this topic on that Atari Age thing. And I looked on YouTube and I found somebody had a clip of it, and I was like, I got to put this thing up there. This was the worst game by far.
I actually remember that name, that game. I don't think I ever saw it, but
it was terrible.
Awful.
But this funny thing is, like, I don't really remember. Like, I remember that big bin, and it was filled with Atari games. All there were 8 million different companies making games for Atari. I don't really remember that so much with Intellivision. I don't remember there being like this bin of games, like you could go there and get these games, whether they're older ones or whatever, for $5 or some really like discounted thing,
No, and I think that has a lot to do with the fact that when Mattel Electronics closed, the guy who was the former VP of marketing, Terry Valesky was his name.
He's the guy.
He bought the remaining inventory, and then they went under the name Intellivision Incorporated.
Right.
And then he sold that off, and then once they sold off what was already existing, they decided, hey, let's make new games, and then they became INTV Corporation. Right. But yeah, I think that they probably, stores maybe were returning things back to Mattel. I don't know, but yeah, I remember that too.
It wasn't like it was a big bin of games and you'd find Intellivision ones mixed in there. I just don't really remember that.
Yeah, it's also there was a lot more shovelware for the Atari than there was for the Intel.
Yeah.
Xbox, Nintendo, Atari, Sega, and PlayStation. Arcade games and pinball machines. GameGavel.com is your video gaming auction alternative.
So yeah, speaking of the bargain closeouts and all that, so how did you come to the tail end of the Intellivision, and what happened to your stuff?
I'm glad you bring that up because I forgot about that. My brother is a year and a half or so older than me, and we still had our Intellivision. And I think one time when we sent it back for repair, when they sent us a new one, it was an Intellivision 2.
Ooh, ouch.
Yeah, so
I mean that literally too. The controllers are just awful.
Yeah, they are. And that's the funny thing. We didn't even talk about it, but I know you guys have gone into this on your show. But like whenever people are like, "Oh, those controllers were the worst," it's like I never ever the original ones. Like I know what you're saying about the Intellivision 2 one. They were a little stiffer, and even the design was didn't fit in your hand as comfortable.
Right.
But those controllers, I loved them. I never ever had an issue with them. And I think it's just if you didn't have one and you didn't spend time playing it, I might be saying verbatim what you guys may have said. It's like if you had one of those and you played it every day or whatever, that thing was the greatest controller you could imagine.
Yep.
If you didn't play it, if you own an Atari and you're used to a joystick and you come over and we're going to play Intellivision and you're like, what the hell is this? I get and I assume that's where all that comes from. Because to this day, you go on some like retro gaming site or whatever, and people always, to this day, they bitch about that controller. They just think it's the worst thing. And it really wasn't. I don't recall ever playing that. I mean, aside from, the thing about not being able to move and shoot at the same time or use the buttons at the same time.
Yeah, the side buttons work with the disc, but the keypad doesn't.
Yeah, and I don't really even remember. I remember you guys bringing that up, and I don't even remember really that being an issue. Like I don't recall when you guys mentioned it. I was thinking about that. I was like, I don't even really remember ever like being like, damn it, man, you can't do this.
No, because as a kid, I don't even remember consciously knowing that as a kid necessarily, but you just adapted. You just like Night Stalker. Whether when you mentioned playing 2-player, that's one thing, but the whole
controlling. We didn't always play that way.
No, and the whole holding 2 controllers thing never occurred to me until years and years later when someone started talking about that. But I never found it like a limiting thing. Your mind grasped the concept and you just lifted your finger.
Yeah, and again, like that disc, like my thumb just stayed on it. Those things rotated, so you were able to just kind of slide around to like go to whatever way you're trying, whatever direction you're trying to go. Like it was. I never once thought, like I remember back then they used to have like you could buy like that joystick adapter, and it never even really occurred to me. I mean, I never had an issue with that disc that using it. Getting back to your question about what happened to my Intellivision, this bugged me so much because early on, the system was mine, my brother's, and my sister's. But, my brother was a little bit older. My sister, she had some interest in it. She would play Utopia or Poker and Blackjack and play some games, but, wasn't that deep into it or anything. But, and my brother was at first, but then, he was a little older and got into other stuff, music, whatever. I was the video game nut, and I would spend my own money to buy games. My brother or my sister, I don't think ever did. So I'd spend my own, and I would keep my stuff in good condition, you know, like, I mean, I wanted to, you know, I wasn't just throwing it all over the place. I wasn't like crazy about it, like, don't touch the box.
Right.
But, you know, I mean, I kept everything in good condition. And my brother went away to college, and we weren't using the Intellivision at the time. It was just kind of packed away, probably in the basement. And I wasn't using it, but everything was, you know, intact and in good, you know, the boxes were all in good condition and everything. And my brother, I went to college, and I guess when he was down there, he decided to bring the Intellivision down there to, you know, I guess him and some of his buddies rented a house or something. So he brought it down with him, whatever, no big deal. I don't even recall, you know, arguing about it or whatever. Because again, it was, I think at that point, you know, we had gotten that Apple IIc or something. So I remember him, you know, at the end of the school year, whatever year it was, he came back and brought his stuff back, and he brought that Intellivision. And of course, that thing was just ripped apart. I mean, they, you know, because it was at college, you know, they were, you know, they were drinking, doing whatever. And I mean, the thing was just, and I mean, then I remember, although I wasn't playing it, I still wanted it there, you know. And when he brought it back, it was just, I mean, it might have been in like a, you know, like a food, like a brown, you know, grocery bag, and just like, I literally remember the again, it was an Intellivision 2 at that point. The keypad, like, you know, the membrane with the numbers on it was like, at least one of them was like ripped off, you know. And, I mean, you know, it makes you question like, okay, you guys were drinking and getting drunk or whatever, but like, how do you even do that? You know, like,
right.
I mean, you know, some of it was like, you know, it was like probably had beer stains on it. The boxes were just probably smashed. Whatever ones were even left were probably just totally smashed. Some of your listeners right now are probably cringing, thinking of like, you know, how much money, you know, I would have bought all that stuff.
I just picture like a drinking game. It's like, dude, I could totally rip that keypad off of there with my fingernail. Like, no, you can't.
Like, I mean, I don't know how that even happens. Like I said, I mean, it's like you can play it. Okay, the boxes come back kind of smushed up or whatever, or maybe some overlays are missing or whatever. But like, it was like beat up, like, you know, I mean, like they pulled some like old Letterman stuff off with it and threw it off the roof or something. I mean, it was in really, really bad shape. And, you know, we're going on like, you know, into Nintendo times and stuff. So I mean, I don't think I was like wanted to like salvage whatever I could, but I mean, I don't remember throwing it out or anything, but
you didn't have some kind of a sacrificial ceremony or something?
Yeah, no, we weren't out in the woods, like, you know, with robes on and stuff, like with incense, you know,
right,
chanting, you know, all doing the Running Man. But you know, but I don't remember that. But I imagine maybe like when my mom sold that house or something, maybe, you know, when we just had to throw stuff out that was just collecting. I mean, it probably just got tossed, you know, at that point. But I don't really remember it.
It's not still in some box in your parents' house somewhere?
No, I mean, I've looked. I mean, nothing's down there. It probably just got thrown out because it looked like it probably should get thrown out. You know, yeah, it just died a horrible death down there.
I think the most disappointing aspect of that story is that Mattel sent you an Intellivision 2 to replace an Intellivision 1. That's just sad.
I remember my one neighbors, when they got Intellivision, they got the Intellivision 2. And I remember going over there. I remember hearing about it because I used to read those, like, I didn't subscribe, but I would pick them up pretty regularly, like Electronic Games or Video Games Magazine.
Yeah.
And I don't really remember like any kind of news about the Intellivision 2. I don't really remember being aware of it. And I remember somebody saying like, oh, they got an Intellivision, like, oh, cool, you know, and was going to go over there. And they're like, yeah, but their Intellivision's weird. It's like gray and all this stuff. And I was like, what? What are you talking? Are you sure it's an Intellivision? And I remember going over there and being like, what is this thing, you know? And I just, you know, I don't remember knowing about it ahead of time and being like, oh, they got one of those, you know? I just remember being like told like, yeah, their Intellivision's weird. It's like gray and stuff. And I was like, yeah, it wasn't as good as the original version. You know, it definitely had its drawbacks. I guess the only improvement they really made was that the controllers could get detached, right?
Right. Yeah. But even the originals, if you take the top cover off, you can pull those things off. But
and I remember doing that too. I don't know why. Maybe just
because.
Take a look. Yeah, just to take a look.
But
I remember taking the controllers apart too.
Yeah, I had one friend who got an Intellivision too, and I vaguely remember like some mentions in the gaming magazines back then, but you know, the whole reason they did that was, hey, we can make it cheaper, less components, you know, more stuff integrated on the circuit board, and then they wanted it to match the ECS new design. Yeah, but yeah, it was just a cut down version, and I mean, actually, I think the styling looks kind of interesting. It's very 80s.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I was just going to say, the original Intellivision. I mean, it was a sleek looking unit, you know. I mean, but it definitely, with the wood and whatever, it definitely had a 70s kind of. Even though it came out in 1980, or maybe it came out in
it was test marketed in 78 and 79, but
yeah, I mean, it definitely had that kind of. I don't know about you, but I remember our like living room or family room or whatever growing up had, like, you know, the wood paneling and stuff, you know. So I mean,
yeah, that was actually a law, I think, in the United States, that you had to have a minimum number of fake wood paneling furniture.
That's so it fit. But yeah, it was a sleek thing. But yeah, the Intellivision 2 did have, it definitely, the controller aspect of it definitely was a bit of an issue. Like then the people had a little bit of, you know, backing with their argument that the controller wasn't that great. You know?
But did you ever see there? Now, I never remember seeing one, maybe in a store somewhere, but Sears, you know how Sears had their own branded versions, and they had the Super Video Arcade, and it didn't look anything like a regular Intellivision. It was like a cream colored, and it had removable controllers. You could actually pull those off, which were the original style, and plug them into an Intellivision too. And then you have the original controller.
Yeah, that's what's interesting about that. That, like, because the Sears one had to have come out when the original Intellivision came out, right?
Yeah, shortly thereafter, I think.
Right. So it's weird that that the controller connection. I mean, I guess back then that was pretty much the standard connection for the controller, though, right?
Yeah, like the 9-pin.
Yeah, so I guess it wasn't that big of a deal that they fit.
You know? Yeah, it makes me, in retrospect, it makes me wonder, why didn't Mattel do that from the beginning? But I guess it would. If you figure that came out maybe a year or two after the original, I guess they'd moved on.
But who was Mattel designing the units for Sears? Did Sears pay Mattel to create that version for them?
I believe so, but I don't. I'd have to talk to Keith Robinson about that and see if he's got some specifics on that. But
yeah, because you'd think if they themselves were designing it and then they designed the Sears one with removable controllers, they'd be like, well, hey, you know, this is a good idea. Why don't we do this with our Intellivisions from now on? You know, like, you know, whatever units we manufacture now going forward, why don't we put removable controllers?
Yeah.
You know?
I'm pretty sure they did the hardware. I mean, underneath it's the same basic unit, but maybe, I don't know, maybe that was like some Sears like had certain requirements. It has to have, you know, 3 features different from yours in order to. Yeah. But did you ever see like the radio, the Tandyvision, the version of it? It was like brown, and then
it looked essentially like the original Intellivision, didn't it? Remember the Tandy?
And they had a Sylvania and a GTE version.
Yeah, those. Yeah, I don't remember.
I actually have a Sylvania Intellivision.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I picked it up on eBay. You know what? I guess they marketed it because that may have. I think it had something to do with. Remember, you heard of the play cable system, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I never knew anybody who had that. You didn't have that, did you?
No.
Did you know anybody who had it?
No. I mean, wasn't that just out in California? Though I thought
maybe,
or maybe like in Atlanta or something. Or I thought it was. I remember hearing about it. I remember seeing pictures of it. I mean, essentially, it looked like an IntelliVoice.
Yeah, but bit bigger and kind of matching the configuration of the master component, the original one. But I think the
original
GTE
IntelliVoice looked like that too, right? I mean, it was essentially.
Yeah, but it was. I mean, it was brown. It was smaller, but the play cable sort of extended those fake metal strips that are on the television.
The IntelliVoice didn't have that on it.
Not the metal. It had a metal strip along the front, but not along
like
the top.
A little volume thing or something.
Yeah. Well, I think the branded Sylvania and the GTE ones were because they wanted to sell those alongside like Sylvania TVs and stuff. But I there's no real difference other than the fake metal is more of a silver than it is like a platinum. Yeah. Right. But I mean, I just happened to find one years ago on eBay and I thought it was kind of interesting. And so it's just one of the ones in my collection.
Yeah, I don't remember those. I do remember the Tandyvision and I do remember the Sears one. Although I don't remember, I remember the Sears one, seeing it seeing it in catalogs, but I don't remember anybody who had it.
Yeah, that's just weird when you think of it from a modern perspective. You know, like Sony's going to go talk to these little stores and say, "Hey, we're going to make our own branded version of our console for you."
I guess back then, I guess Sears, especially Sears, and I guess Radio Shack too, to a degree. I mean, I guess that was like a big market, and it just
we only sell our own stuff.
Yeah, maybe it was Sears is like, well, no, but we'll carry one if you put our name on it or something. I don't know, but it's true. That is like, it is odd. Like, I mean, there wasn't a Nintendo made by Sears, that you could only get in Sears. Even the fact that like they created completely different artwork and boxes and stuff for the Sears games, like even that's kind of bizarre,
Yeah, I mean, and we had a guy, I don't know if you've heard the episode yet, we had a guy named Phil Boland on who actually decided to make a Sears overlay set, because when Sears did their own original boxes and artwork, they didn't change the overlays. They used the original Mattel overlays. So this guy went in and created Sears themed versions. Yeah, like kind of original artwork based on what Sears did, and made it like a full overlay set. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, that makes me think of all this like homebrew stuff going on now. Like that, like when I saw that Donkey Kong, that D2K arcade, when I saw like some stuff, and I think it was last summer, I mean, it just blew me away. And that was what made me start going like, itching to like I just wanted to play that.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I mean,
Intellivision, and that's the one thing that made me start like thinking about it and start looking at on eBay, like, how much is this stuff going for? Do I really want to? I mean, my only fear was that is that I'll spend all this money and buy some of these, and it, like, I'll get tired of it really quick, and it'll just be like, I shouldn't have bought all this just because I wanted to play that Donkey Kong. But I am dying to play. I haven't played any of these homebrews. I've just seen them online, and I'm dying to play that Donkey Kong game. I mean, it's just really, that guy just did an amazing job with that thing, and some of these other ones I mean, that I wasn't really even that aware of all these homebrews being made. And then that just kind of like leads you to this other stuff you see, this Christmas Carol one the guy did.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're really, they're really doing some pretty impressive stuff,
And a lot of these games, they take advantage of like the extra sound chip and the ECS, so you get like 6 voice music and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of probably how you stumbled upon the show, right? Just kind of doing a little bit, hey, what is this Intellivision scene still going on?
Yeah, like I was saying before, like, I mean, I think every Christmas, around Christmas time, is when I start getting a little nostalgic for stuff like that. And like I still have, do you remember 2XL, that robot with the 8-track tapes you put in his belly?
Oh, yeah.
I still have my 2XL.
Nice.
Like, that's the one thing, like I maybe like 2 years ago, I sold off a lot of old stuff that I had laying around, cards, some Star Wars stuff, and things like that. But I don't know what it is, the 2XL, I just can't bring myself to part with,
Nice.
But I start getting, around Christmas, you start like thinking about toys that you played as a kid and stuff. When you start, all that stuff comes up. And I think that's when I always start like kind of looking at like Intellivision comes up, and I start thinking about that. And I must have been looking at some stuff on Intellivision, and I don't remember if it was on their Facebook page or if it was something like looking up something about that Donkey Kong game or what it was, but that led me to your podcast. Or it might have even just been hearing that there were like, a podcast about like old video games or something, and going on iTunes and just typing in Intellivision, and that's, whatever popped up. One of them was you guys' podcast.
Yeah.
I don't really, I can't specifically remember, but something popped. I mean, when did you guys start? Like October or something like that?
We started I started pre-planning in like the summer of 2013, but the first episode came out in September 2013.
All right. Yeah, because I think it was December that I came across it, and it was just one of those things, because it was like, oh, this is even new, like I'm not coming across a podcast that's been around forever or was on a couple years ago and now is done, and they're not making any new ones. It was just like, oh, not only is there an Intellivision podcast all about Intellivision, but it's 5 episodes in or something like that,
Right.
And like I said, I listened to that first episode and I was just like, I mean, I'll be honest. I think you had saw, like, I was doing just randomly. I used to draw a lot of cartoons back in the day, and recently I just started like almost forcing myself, because I'm like, I used to be able to spend hours just drawing cartoons, and I'm like, I don't really do that anymore. And I started like trying to like almost force myself every now and then to just do that. And one night, I was just thinking, what could I draw? I have nothing in my mind, and I don't know why. I just thought of drawing that like Intellivision, that original master component, and I turned it into kind of a character, gave it feet, turned the controllers into its hands, and gave it eyes. And I thought it came out okay. It was, I wasn't like, it wasn't supposed to be anything special or whatever. I just thought it was like, it's kind of cool. I posted it on the Intellivision Lives Facebook page, and he, was like, hey, that's great, liked it, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, then you threw it on our page, and I was like, hey, very cool. And
that's like just coming across all that stuff and just seeing that. But like, I think that's what, like, I listened to your first episode, and I was like, oh, I should put that picture up on your Facebook page. Because when I was listening to that first episode, I think I was just like taking a stroll on the board. I'm right by the beach. I was strolling on the boardwalk one day, and just like, hey, this is like, the first one was like an hour or something long. And I was like, oh, I'll just walk, and that'll be a good like bit of exercise. Just get out and walk around, and I'll listen to this podcast. And I remember specifically there were some things you guys were talking about, and I was almost like, I wanted to jump into the conversation. I'm like, there's, and I mean, you guys, I'm not trying to suggest I have anywhere the knowledge you guys do, but there were some things that, like, I don't remember if it was like something like Star or Space Hawk or something. You guys were just bringing it up, and it was like, I recall like wanting to be like, it's Space Hawk, it's Space Hawk. And then one of you guys was like, oh, and they did that in Space Hawk. And I was like, yeah. But, I just remember that. And that kind of is what hooked me. Because, it's fun listening to, reminiscing about this stuff. And again, I mean, it's insane for me not really following it to suddenly go, oh, this Donkey Kong thing leads me to like, oh, there's a ton of these homebrew things, and just seeing like all this activity that's still going on. And it's like, wow, it's pretty impressive, that all this stuff's going on still.
Yeah, which I have to say, that's one of the reasons I wanted to start this whole podcast, because there is a lot of continuing interest and development in Intellivision community. And I don't know that enough people know about it, because there's a lot of guys like you and me that grew up with this thing, and you kind of maybe put it out of your mind for all these years. But once you start hearing people talk about it and tell these stories, you like totally, it all comes flooding back. And I'm not like the crazed collector that has to have everything and everything's got to be pristine in box, but I'm buying up these homebrews because they're still fun to play all these years later, and they're fun to like introduce, like my kids to, or get together with friends who, if you're fortunate enough to still be around friends that you played with, to play these games again and play the old games and play some of the games you never heard of that came out, after you dumped the system.
Well, it's like these homebrews, it's kind of interesting too, because it's like, the people that are making these are not unlike you. They are fans of the system. It's not some programmer who gets hired and they're like, hey, we need some new Intellivision games. You want to get on that? These are guys who love the system, love the games, maybe grew up with it or came to it later and just really enjoyed the system and are creating these games. So there's, that extra special something there behind all that blood, sweat, and tears that's being put into the creation of these homebrew games.
Yeah, and the main player in all of this is Electronite. They're the big company. They did the DK Arcade was the first version of the D2K. And of course, there's Left Turn Only. They did the Christmas Carol and Space Patrol. But Electronite, speaking of programmers, the game they put out very recently back in November is called Paddle Party. And it's like an air hockey game. It's all these variations on Pong, and it's really interesting. It's programmed by a guy who used to work for Mattel back in the day, Dave Akers. He actually did like Star Strike for the 2600. Remember the M Network stuff that they started doing? Yeah. And he did Clax, the arcade game. And he's, as far as I know, he's like the only original programmer from back then who's actively in the homebrew scene. But Electronite's trying to get other people. There's plenty of guys who are, fans, grew up with it, that are programming now, and Electronite's got a lot of stuff in the pipeline. But yeah, we got to hook you up with an Intellivision and get you back into it.
Yeah.
If you come out to L.A.,
believe me, dude,
you're coming by, and we'll go down to Tommy's place and we'll play
Your
a whole
wife's
game
gonna be
day.
like, who's this guy that just like showed up?
It's okay, sweetie. He's an Intellivision guy.
Yeah. Oh, she's like, oh, great. That makes it better.
Yeah, that clears it all up.
Yeah, that's supposed to make me feel better.
One of your crazy video game nerd friends. Yeah.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun, man.
It was definitely good talking to you and catching up on this stuff. I mean, I love hearing these stories too, especially I'd never actually talked to somebody who owned an ECS back in the day. So congratulations on that.
I wish I could.
You and 5 people.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was bizarre, man, to even find that in that store. Didn't really pan out. But what's funny too, I was just thinking about that is like I remember the keyboard with those little like chiclet keys.
Oh yeah.
And people complain about that, but I mean, you buy like a Mac now, I mean, it's pretty close
It's
to
come
what their
full circle.
is.
You know what? You look at the Intellivision ECS and the Mac is more or less copied that at this point.
Yeah, there you go. Who knew? But yeah, man. But hey, Paul, again, I appreciate it, man. It's been fun.
Yeah, no problem, Steve. It was good talking to you.
Again, future luck with the podcast. You guys are doing a pretty cool thing. Enjoy it.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and you appreciate your contribution. And we'll stay in touch. And
yeah, for sure.
Hopefully, we'll get you a system, and you'll start playing and going crazy collecting again.
Yeah, I'll keep you updated, man.
All right, cool.
I'm broke. I'll be like, can I borrow a couple bucks? I spent on television. Right. It's your fault, man.
That's right. Send the complaint letters to hello@intellivisionaries.com.
Have a good one, man.
I know what you say, and I know what you mean.
All right, so review of baseball.
Baseballs.
The baseball games for the system. So just kind of a quick note about the games. There are more or less 3 baseball games for the Intellivision. The original was called Major League Baseball, and of course that they got the deal with the Major League Baseball League, whatever that's called, to use that name, Major League, and to have that logo and stuff on the cartridges, like they did with the other sports titles early on. But then, as we've talked before about the history of Intellivision, after the crash, when Intellivision Inc. and then INTV Corp. started reselling these games, they lost that license. So there is another version of Major League Baseball that you can find in a box titled Big League Baseball, that just avoids that licensing issue, but it's the exact same game. Nothing's changed internally, so it'll still come up and say Major League Baseball, I think, on the screen, or does it just say Green Baseball? I forget.
No,
what the title.
I believe it still says Major League Baseball.
But regardless, they didn't change the code, but they just changed the packaging to say Big League Baseball. And then, of course, it had a Sears variant, just called Baseball, for the Super Video Arcade. Again, the exact same game. So you've got 3 different games that are all just Major League Baseball. Then later on, under INTV Corp., they put out another version of this game that is changed, that added a 1-player mode, added some interesting features to it, and called that World Championship Baseball. It still looks very similar. The gameplay is very similar, but it has some nice little features that make it a better game. But that was something that had been worked on internally at Mattel since real early on. And so they were kind of trying to make a Baseball 2, an improved version of Major League Baseball. And so the game itself, when you play it, the title screen comes up with a different name called All-Star Major League Baseball. Again, the idea being that this is the better version of Major League Baseball. But of course, by the time it got sold by INTV Corp., they don't have that license. So it's called World Championship Baseball on the instructions and the box. But when you put it in your Intellivision, it's going to call itself All-Star Major League Baseball. So those 2 titles are actually referring to the same game.
That's why when I played on my Cuddle card, sometimes I don't remember what's the name of this game again?
Yeah. And so then, really close to the crash, 1983 timeframe. The ECS is out, and they're trying to get some games that make use of this extra RAM and extra computing power of the ECS. And they have this other baseball game that it obviously shares some similarities to the first two, but it looks completely different. It's a crazy update to sports gaming, I think, at the time. And it is called World Series Major League Baseball. Again, because they have the license, so they call it that. And again, as this thing gets resold later by Intellivision Inc. and then INTV Corp., they lose the license. And so when they print up boxes and stuff, they can't use that name anymore. And so you will find, although it's incredibly rare apparently, you will find another version of this game called Super Series Big League Baseball.
Yeah, that's a lot of baseballs.
So, yeah, 3 games, at least 6, maybe 7 titles, depending on how you're kind of counting it. Yeah, so it can be a little confusing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Or a lot confusing.
Yeah, and it wasn't there a different version of the box for when it was Intellivision Incorporated before INTV Corporation came about, and they just called it baseball?
I don't know about that one. That was one I didn't find, if that's the case. That was the one I thought was called Big League Baseball.
Yeah, as you can hear, it's kind of confusing, and if you guys didn't know about this, now you do, but you may not remember it. But yeah, quite a bit of variation in the naming, and that's all. A lot of that just comes down to that whole licensing thing.
Yeah, the manual I have for my Big League Baseball box actually just says baseball on the manual itself. So I don't know if there's maybe another variant out there with the box of just baseball, but. Yeah. So should we talk about the game itself, I guess? So Major League Baseball as a game is the game that you saw on all those Plimpton ads, comparing it to Atari Homerun. And boy, Atari Homerun looks really pathetic in comparison. Atari has other better baseball games, but of course they picked Homerun to pick on. And so it has a baseball diamond. It uses the controller well in terms of the keypad is really put to good use here by the overlay shows a baseball diamond with players at the different positions, and each of the keys will activate a player at that position. So really good use of the hardware, I think, and of this controller type. And then so you pitch and you hit and you field and the gameplay is we're not going to describe the gameplay of what baseball is. I'm going to kind of assume that that's a known quantity here.
I'm pretty sure there's a website or two that talk about baseball.
You might be able to find something about it. So some of the distinctives, I guess, of Intellivision baseball was one, the graphics at the time were just really jaw-dropping, right? I mean, this was wow, that looks like men running on a field. That looks like a baseball diamond. It was kind of a big deal, and they really played that up in those Plimpton ads, right? So that it just this really, what do they say? The slogan was it's much more like the real thing, right?
Well, let's hear from George himself right now.
Here's an easy question for you. Which of these games is the closest thing to the real thing? A, Intellivision Major League Baseball. B, Atari Baseball. Here they are again, close up. A, Intellivision. B, Atari. If you thought A, Intellivision, you're absolutely correct. You see, I told you this question was easy.
So, and it gave you the ability to, swing away and hit the ball with with the bat, or it had a bunt function as well. So it had that kind of element of gameplay in it. All the fielders can be activated individually, and like I say, it's a pretty good baseball game. A couple things that are kind of maybe. If you've never played it before, maybe that are esoteric about the Intellivision version, there's no fly ball in Major League Baseball. When you hit the ball just travels up the screen in a very two-dimensional style,
just like real baseball.
And so that means that even if the ball it's been slammed by the player swung the bat at just the right speed, and the pitcher had pitched him a really fast ball, so the computer decides to send the ball skyrocketing. You could catch that if you hit your guy in time, because basically if your guy caught the ball when the ball came past him, it would be a catch because there's no third dimension. There's no height. It's not like going over anybody's head. And that led to some goofiness. I think we mentioned in the feedback that you could actually bunt a home run. If a pitcher throws a fastball, you hit the bunt, and then you just let the ball travel up the screen as slowly as it goes. Sometimes it would say that was a home run. And I think what must be happening is the ball, as it's heading, there must be some random function that says, does it hit the wall and bounce back, at the edge, or does it go into, or is it a home run? So that made for some amusing things.
Yeah, but you know what? Even that said, it didn't really detract from the gameplay because everything else was such a wow factor when it came out that you didn't really care.
Yeah, and in fact, there's no third dimension. There's no height. Nothing goes over anybody's head, and no fly balls means that what I remember doing this with my brother when we would play is as soon as he would hit the ball, I would activate the pitcher, because if the ball happens to come straight, odds are 40% or so that the pitcher will catch it right there, because it's not like again, it's not going to go over his head. It doesn't do that. And I remember getting to the point where, without looking down at the controller, I would just follow the ball's trajectory with my thumb, activating all the players across the overlay until I got one close enough to field the ball. I don't know. It's an interesting gameplay. It definitely is fun. Oh, the other thing we should mention, I guess, is Major League Baseball is a 2-player only game. So you must have, there's no computer AI built into it. So you have to have a friend play with you, or as we mentioned in the feedback section, you could play with 2 hands, I guess, against yourself. My brother and I played a lot of this. We had the Sears version of it, which I'm guessing, again, knowing how immature I was, that I probably complained about it not being the real one. It's the Sears one.
Really? Even back then that bothered you?
It doesn't bother me now, but now it's like those are the collectible ones.
Well, no, yeah, but I mean, I don't. Well, see, I never had any Sears variants as a kid. I'm not even quite sure that I was aware of them initially. But yeah, I guess that would kind of bug me maybe then. That hey, this isn't the real one from Mattel.
Yeah, it's got the stupid Sears. And
they make washers and dryers. What is this?
This was the only Sears variant of anything we had, and I'm guessing we complained. And my dad said, "All right, enough of that crap. I'm going to buy the branded one from now on." I don't know. You guys have any other any particular memories of Major League versus the other variants?
Well, I mean, I certainly played the heck out of that game back then. One thing that's kind of cool, if you activate the pitcher and then you choose to hit the pitcher button on the keypad, he'll quickly run back to the mound there.
Right. Yeah, the way the pitching mechanism works is your pitcher has to be in a pitching stance. You have to throw it back to the pitcher before you can do a pitch. But the pitcher can also field the ball, so you could if the ball is just sitting on the ground, let's say between plays, you could run over there with your pitcher and pick it up. But at that point, he's hunched over like a fielder. He's not. And so he has to actually throw it to himself to be able to stand up and pitch. And so we used to do this. We'd throw the ball to the outfielder and move him out of the way so that it intentionally would miss the ball. Then activate the pitcher, walk him all the way out to the corner of the screen as far as he could go. And then throw it to himself, and he would like warp back to the mound as he throws it to himself.
And did you ever do the clap happy pitcher? Like if you got that third out and you had just like a couple of seconds or maybe a second, you could hit pitcher, and it would he would clap the ball to himself. Do you know about that one?
That sounds familiar. Yeah.
Just to kind of rub it into your opponent that hey, I just got the third out. You suck.
I didn't try that. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, you can do that in World Championship Baseball too.
Oh, and just as another thing, just talking about features of the game, I guess. So the way the base runners work is you control the lead runner, and the computer controls any other runners behind him on the bases. And so you can steal at any point. You can advance your guy as he's towards the next base. So so stealing was built into the game as well, as opposed to maybe other games that are a little less realistic in that regard.
Right. But just to touch on it real quick, like in Major League Baseball, you couldn't overrun first base. You know, in World Championship, you can kind of sprint and overrun the base, and you also can't slide, which you can do in World Championship Baseball.
Yeah, why don't we talk a little bit about the basic improvements that World Championship brought? So, like you said, you just gave us you can overrun first base, and when you do that, when you hit the button to overrun, he actually speeds up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You get a little bit of speed boost as you're heading towards the bag, and he'll overrun and then come back to the base, and he can't be tagged out, of course, during that. And then that same function is applied to the other three bases, but in the form of a slide, and I think you gain a little bit of a speed increase too. When you're sliding in, so that was kind of nice. The AI of having a one player is kind of a big deal. You got 4 skill levels, and I played at someone level 3 and someone level 4, and my skills are not what they were when I was 11 or 12 or 13, whenever I was playing this for the first time, the Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
On level 4, I was hanging with it for a while, and then it started whipping on me, and I got to I can't remember what the score was. Maybe 10-2. It got on a rout. It really routed me in one of the innings. But on level 3, I played it, and I took it to 13 innings. We were tied 7-7.
Oh, nice.
And I went all the way to 13 innings and finally scored a run on it. So 8-7 in 13 innings on level 3. So it plays a decent game. Although I did notice, I think it was in maybe it was on INTV Funhouse, in his quick blurb about the game, he said, it plays a reasonable game against you if you don't steal. And this is something that me and my buddy Pete at work have found out, is that it can be such an offensively dominated game because of the stealing. If you when the pitcher pitches, he has this little animation of his windup and his throw that takes a certain amount of time, and you can't stop it. Once you start the pitch, he goes into this windup thing, and he's going to throw the ball. And meanwhile, the base runner can be heading down the baseline to steal a base. And so Pete and I are finding ourselves like trying to trick each other with throwing a wild ball, a wild fastball that we know the batter can't hit, hoping that we can get the ball thrown to the base in time. But I mean, we're just really hit. I think we played the other day, and I want to say something like 23-17 in inning 4 or something like that. just because it was we are so much better at batting and stealing bases than we are at fielding, basically. What it comes down to.
Well, the one trick you can do, and I'm sure you've done this when you're pitching, is if you tap the very center of the disc to cue your opponent that you're pitching, but you actually don't activate the pitcher because you hit the center of the disc.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll get him to start running. You can throw him out.
Yeah, he was doing that to me.
Yeah.
You hear the click, click, click of the disc, and you think he started the windup. But yeah, so they added those features, the one player, and they added a third dimension. You can the balls now actually fly, and they show a little shadow as the ball is going up the screen, so you can catch it in midair. You can catch the guy and score an out directly, and balls bounce over and or fly over the fielder's head. You can't just do what you could do in Major League Baseball. If you happen to be in line with it, you catch it right away. You have to actually be where it's going to hit the ground.
Yeah, and for the fly ball versus grounder, one of the side buttons is actually fly ball. Otherwise, you're going to hit grounder, and then the other side is bunt.
Right. They added in Major League Baseball, you just had either hit the ball or bunt the ball.
Yep.
And in World Championship, or you have the idea of kind of like hit the ball or swing away, fly ball versus line drive versus bunt.
Yeah, and getting to the pitching a little bit, like Major League Baseball, the original, if you hit the top of the disc, that's a straight ahead fastball, and the bottom of the disc is slow, and then the varying degrees of curve depending on how far on the edges, right or left of the disc you push. Now in World Championship Baseball, you can change the pitch after you've thrown it. So you can start off with either a incredibly slow pitch that just all of a sudden goes to 90 miles an hour, or the reverse. Starts off really fast, and then as it gets to the plate, it slows to 2 miles an hour and turns to the right.
I didn't even notice you could do that.
Yeah, Tommy talked about that when I interviewed him a few shows back, and how he and I play that quite a bit. And it's so frustrating because you know that he's going to do it, you're ready for it, and you still strike because it's impossible. This fastball's coming, and hit the brakes, let's turn left, and then you just miss, and you look like an idiot when you're batting. But yeah, I mean that adds a whole different element to the game that was not in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, me and a buddy kind of stumbled upon that at work, and his eyes got big because, check this out. He started throwing these hard to hit pitches to me.
Yep.
One thing I did find in World Championship Baseball, I'm having a really hard time getting used to catching the fly ball, like figuring out where it's going to be.
It's not easy.
Yeah. And I as I was playing it a little bit, I'm wondering if the sound effect is trying to help me with that. Like, because it has this rising pitch as the ball's going up, and I think it does a declining pitch as it's coming back down, trying to give you an audible clue as to the flight path of the ball. I wonder if I played enough to get that into my head that as I hear it rising, I know, wait a minute, it's still on its way up. I need to activate a fielder, as opposed to trying to activate something in the infield to catch the ball.
I never really thought about that. You might be onto something there.
I don't know if that's actually correlated with the flight of the ball, or if it's just a stock sound effect that goes on every hit. I don't know.
Of course, if you just follow the strategy tips on the back of World Championship Baseball, it says avoid errors, Rick. I mean, come on. That's all you need to know.
Well, fine. If only I had read that. That might have helped me out. I guess we could talk about the bug in the game. There is
due to the sophisticated and complex nature of this game, at times interference may appear on your TV screen. If this happens, simply return to start. That one?
That's the one. Sure.
Yeah, okay. Keith Robinson wrote that, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a nice write-up on IntellivisionLives.com about this game and about that particular thing. So there were a number of bugs in the game, and they did manage to beat out a bunch of them. But there was one that was rarely occurred that they just could never find the source of. And to try to track that down, they apparently put a hook in so that when this particular crash happened, it would go to like a general crash handler, and it would spit out a bunch of data to the screen. Here's the contents of the registers. Here's where we were. Blah blah blah. To try to help them debug this problem. Well, then by the time INTV Corp gets a hold of it, they're like, you know what, just release it. I mean, because I don't think they probably didn't have the the resources to really dig in and debug that some more.
Yeah, I actually have a kind of an email that Keith Robinson sent me that goes over all the details in that, and I will.
Cool.
I'll put that in the show here in a little bit.
But their answer to that was to just claim that this is a very sophisticated and complex game. You may run across something. If that happens, just reset. So.
Yeah, when I first put the game in for the first time, I turned it on. There was some sort of, I want to say it might have been the debugging, but I wasn't sure what it was, and I meant to get a picture of it. But the next time I turned it on, the game actually loaded up. There's a bunch of letters and numbers on the screen.
So one other innovation they added to World Championship is you can actually reposition your fielders. In Major League Baseball, once a fielder fields the ball and throws it back to the pitcher, he returns to his initial spot where he would be fielding. In World Championship Baseball, you can throw the ball to, say, center field, adjust his position a little bit to the right. Maybe you want him a little more centered than he was or something like that. And then if you hit enter instead of throwing it back to the pitcher, he'll stay more or less where you put him. And he'll remember that position until there's a way of clearing him to reset him back to his normal position, or until you move him again. And so that was kind of cool. But it's funny, we were playing with that a little bit, and it's definitely, you could definitely see where he'll move slightly after you position him where you want him, and then throw the ball, and he'll slide over a few pixels because he's got to be on a card boundary, in terms of the background image. Mm-hmm. And so he's got to probably land in the middle of an 8x8 card. And so if you try to put him like on if the position you happen to select is maybe crossing two card boundaries, he'll have to adjust to one side or the other. So that was kind of neat to see. Wait, no, that's not where I want you. No, whatever.
He just knows better than you, Rick.
He does. But that's kind of a cool thing to add to it too, because it gives you a little more control.
Absolutely. Yeah, so hopefully that's a clear enough explanation of the differences between the first two. We're going to get into World Series Major League Baseball afterwards, but right now we're going to hear the interview with Dave Rolfe, and You'll hear not only about Major League Baseball, but the exec and how everything came about back at APH in the early days.
Intellivision game programmer interview.
Today we're talking to Dave Rolfe. He worked for APH, designing some of the first Intellivision games. He did the sort of operating system of routines for the Intellivision and Major League Baseball. Also checkers, Las Vegas Poker and Blackjack, and later for Activision, he did Beam Rider. That was at Cheshire Engineering. He also did a game on the ColecoVisions, Steamroller. So welcome to the show, Dave. Thanks for talking to us today.
Hi, thank you. Good to talk to you.
So how did that all begin for you with Intellivision and APH? What were you doing before you got that gig?
All right. Yeah, these things, like so many things in life, seem to happen accidentally. So I graduated from Caltech in 1977, about the right time when microprocessors were starting to become available, and they just reached the point where they'd been invented and they could be made into affordable consumer units. And it was the game units that were starting to bring computers to the people. So I graduated. APH was a minuscule company. It was basically operating out of the house of a couple of people who'd been a year or so ahead of me, who'd made a contact with Mattel. Now, oddly enough, my adventures were kind of almost coincidental. There had been, I first went to work for APH upon graduating because I chose to work for a small company rather than a larger company. It, I don't know, was appealing to me.
Mm-hmm.
And at that moment, APH, which was, as I say, minuscule, I mean, basically going to somebody's house, had very little to do. And there would have been another person who had made a contact with Midway, which did arcade games. And so the first thing I did upon working for APH was take a leave to do an arcade game for Midway, which
nice.
So like I was being pulled into games in both directions. And the arcade game proved good practice for what I was later to do for Intellivision.
What was the game, by the way, the arcade game?
That was Starfire.
Okay.
And it was originally designed... Okay, this goes off on a tangent. It was originally designed for Midway because the person I was working with had made a contact with Midway. And then Midway didn't want to buy it. It was eventually bought and produced by Exidy a couple of years later. And this was a Star Wars type of game. In fact, the person who wanted to get it done thought Star Wars was the best movie ever.
Mm-hmm.
And he was trying to get a license to Star Wars, which he couldn't. So it was one of those things which looked a lot like Star Wars, except it ended up being called Starfire.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of that going on around that time.
Yeah, you know how it is. And basically it was to be changed as much as is necessary such that they couldn't get into any legal problems. Anyway, so that was, I guess, the winter of 1977 when that was happening. And then I was back at APH, and that was when the first inklings, when I first became acquainted with what was to become Intellivision. This is like December of 1977.
Mm-hmm.
And so APH had first been connected with Mattel for the handheld devices. It was the APH had done the prototype for the handheld football game, which became very big. And Mattel was starting to get excited about the potential for electronic games. Mattel Electronics was being born and separated. And Mattel didn't have the in-house expertise for this sort of thing because it was very, very new.
Mm-hmm.
And with respect to Intellivision, they had started to bring together the graphics chips. Oh, okay, this is getting confusing, and I'm getting confused as I think about it. First, there was the Atari...
the VCS or the 2600 now?
Which had the 2600, which had the 6502 in it. And that had very limited graphics support from the hardware. Basically, the 6502 had to produce a line at a time and guide the TV scan down the screen.
Yeah.
And then the Intellivision was the second generation of hardware, having the potential to actually, the hardware would buffer a screen, so the CPU could just write into this buffer and go processing rather than have to stop what it was doing for the sake of rewriting the screen continuously. So this hardware prototype, as of December 1977, when I was called in, Mattel had bought the hardware from Gemini. What was the company there? They were doing the GI 1600 with their
General Instruments?
General Instruments, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Anyway, so they had a big box simulating what was the stick chip standard television interface chip. And they had like an old hardware person who was trying to produce a line of games, and he was hand coding assembly. He basically didn't know what he was doing. He was in over his head for this purpose. And this was our area of expertise at APH, and APH then being a minuscule company. I mean, like, one person running it, 1.5 employees, which I was one. And they wanted to do a demonstration at CES in January of 1978. And I ended up writing the demonstration program for the 1978 CES because they had sort of come to a halt internally at Mattel. So that got them excited, and the Intellivision project went ahead.
So the demonstration program you wrote, this was after you had started working on the system, or was this just like very early days before you wrote the exec and all that?
Oh no, this is the very first thing I did. This was my first exposure to it. I mean, we went in there, we said, they said, hey, we've got this thing, it's this secret thing. We saw what it was. We saw their hardware person fumbling with the hand-coded assembly, trying to put together something. And they called, as is often the case, they called and said, gee, can you fix this? Can you finish this? Which is a thing you don't want to hear when you're undertaking any sort of job like this, and you guys as technical guys will understand this.
Sure.
You don't want to say it almost works, finish it.
Someone else's work completely, and you're just supposed to like jump in and, here's the problem, yeah.
Yeah, it was completely unworkable. I mean, we had to. I mean, we used compilers and stuff like that. We didn't hand code it. There was no way any human being could possibly comprehend this or make it work. So we just said, okay, go away. I'll do this, which is by far the easiest approach under such circumstances. And it was pretty trivial. I mean, at the time it was exciting and important, but it was a rush. I mean, basically just running a man around, a little bit of interaction. Might have been throwing the ball or something. I don't remember the details, but it was just showing what this could do once we got it going. And I think the 8-step running man was there from the very beginning.
Nice.
Which is pretty amazing in its day.
Sure.
And that was enough to impress people at CES. Mattel had it like in their one of their secret suites, and their favorite people could go in there and they could say, look what we're going to be doing. So that being favorably regarded at the time, Mattel wanted to go ahead and create a number of games over the coming few months, so they'd be able to introduce this box with 6, 8, 10 games. So at that time, there was no exec, there was no games, there was no nothing. We didn't know what we were doing. Going into 1978, that was when we started to think about the exec. I mean, that there was even going to be an exec. Let's see. When did that come up? That was probably assumed from the beginning. That this was actually going to have some software embedded into the system itself, which was a new concept, an operating system, at least for this sort of a home game. The Atari 2600 did not have any ROM in it. They wanted to have a 2K ROM. We asked for and got a 4K ROM, or 2K ROMs. We got 4K of executive program. And the idea at the time anticipated was that there would be 4K cartridges. And this was like a lot of real estate in the day. And at this time, it's nothing. But
right, but you guys were you were inventing this as you went along. I mean, there wasn't a guidebook to here's what you need to do, and here's the capacity you're going to need down the road. And
well, you know how these things are, which is you always work within the framework that they give you. But this was conceived as an upscale project, so we were going to have access to more ROM on the theory that we would do more and better games with these greater resources, and that's what we did.
Right.
So it was going to cost more. I mean, that was a sort of costly proposition back in the day. 4K, oh my God. I think the Atari cartridges were probably 2K.
Yeah, Dave, I was going to ask you a question. The programming environment at the time, back then, it seems decently foreign to someone like me today. You described you're working on originally you're working on an arcade machine hardware, and then you get handed this GI 1600 chip to start working on. Were you was it typical to be moving from, say, one particular machine code architecture to another? When I look at the assembler for the GI 1600,
it looks strange to me because I think my first chip that I'd ever played with way back a while ago was the 8088 series. And so it just seems like a completely different beast to me, but it sounds like at this time it was a lot more fluid. You were jumping from one architecture to another for different jobs. Is that fair to say? Or
Yes. Okay. At that time, the processors were a lot more primitive, and they were all pretty much the same. And I don't know, maybe I was just skilled in that. I mean, just as some polyglots can skip from one language to another and say, oh, yeah, it's easy to pick up a language, and Spanish is just like Italian. And I can't do that. I can barely operate in English. But, yeah, the 6502 and the 8088 and the Z80 and the 1600, they just had approximately the same functionality, so it was all just a little tweak. The 1600 was a little bit weird because it was in some technical sense a 16-bit processor and everything else was an 8-bit processor, but it was like barely a 16-bit processor. Anyway, yes, you got used to that, and perhaps I should add a little bit of further explanation. This gets technical. You can go as far in this as you want, which is so we had a similar technique, a similar framework for dealing across, and this was our strength. I mean, this was sort of our competitive advantage at this time, which is we developed these techniques in college and we'd refined them. So we knew how to develop for just about any processor, which was we'd start with either with a larger computer, either a PDP-10 timeshare system or a PDP-11 personal system, and we developed compilers. And I wasn't doing, well, actually, I did a little peripheral support in this, but I wasn't the primary development of this or the systems. That was some other people. And we had a customizable compiler that could be made by changing a little piece of it. It could parse various languages, which, as I say, were all fundamentally similar, produce an output code, which would be, a hex file, an ASCII hex file, and then create an emulator which could plug in using standard supported hardware, plug into the CPU that we were emulating, and then download from our smart computer the code and debug it on our target system. I don't know if what I said made any sense, but basically we created a systematic approach to working on the various microprocessors of the era, so we could move in pretty quickly. And the machine languages were similar enough that for a programmer like me, we'd just say, all right, so what's, you're moving from the accumulator to memory, it's just a slightly different syntax.
Sure, okay.
That sounds like you had a pretty advanced system for those early days to be able to do it that way.
Yes, it had the basic points that, the CPU emulator, which was a hardware, I think, supported by the manufacturers. They were allowing the possibility to do this, and we just knew how to utilize it in terms of, there really wasn't much to it. When you get right down to it, you upload the, you download the program that you're testing into your target emulator, and when you want to set a breakpoint, there's just a standard instruction, which is a breakpoint. So your emulator program, which is running on your smarter computer, just substitutes the breakpoint whenever you want to break, and then it just has a little bit of a little stub of code in there which can do some very primitive instructions, such as read this location, read the accumulators and feed them back. You can read memory and feed and write it back, and set a breakpoint. Basically, that's all there is to it. What else do you need other than examine, poke, that is, make a change, and set a breakpoint? So most of it was programming on our smarter system. So it was mostly basically seeing a good framework by which you had a practical tool. Just like a spreadsheet. It's a simple concept, but once you have that design in mind, it wasn't obvious. When VisiCalc came out with first spreadsheet, that there was this two-dimensional array and you could create these formulas, and this thing is actually useful. But the guy invented it, and then it sort of becomes obvious in retrospect.
Right. So how did it go from this stage to you sitting down and writing the exec? Was that they just knew that someone had to do it, and you raised your hand? And
Well, yeah, I was sort of all there was. There were only like two people there at the time. There were like two guys who ran the place, and one of them was going on to grad school. And there was one other person who wanted to go do something else, and then there was some temporary person. So I was sort of the major staff. So this fell to me almost by default.
So, like, Mattel's future success was on your shoulders.
Well, we didn't know that at the time. I mean, we never knew anything. And in fact, whether this was ever going to be released as a product was very uncertain.
Sure.
I mean, I always want to think that my work is going to go to use.
Mm-hmm.
I always hate to think of investing a little bit of my life and soul into something or other, and then they're going to throw it in the trash can. It inevitably happens sometimes, as we know. But
yeah.
So yes, I wanted to believe it. But yes, how important it would be, or for that matter, how important it is now, who knows? Yeah, this isn't exactly Nobel Prize stuff, but it was fun.
Well, that depends on who you ask.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I suppose it does. But I'm not holding my breath. I'm not keeping a place on the mantelpiece for
right.
the prize to show up. Anyway, so the idea of an exec was like that there would be some resident software, and you can see in theory the advantage of having some resident software, which is, okay, if there's some rote routines which are going to be there, which can be of service to every game,
mm-hmm.
Then wouldn't it be great to save that space? So not only will we have larger cartridges, but your 4K cartridge will be able to be as effective as an 8K cartridge, as opposed to those dinky little 2K cartridges coming out of Atari, which had to spend half of their effort babysitting the scan as it goes down the screen. You know what I'm talking about
Sure.
with respect to the old televisions, and
it
does one line at a time. Yes, that. I mean, I found it certainly at the time, and even now a little bit miraculous to think of, that the processor is watching this electron beam move across the screen and going bang, here, put the object here, and
yeah, me too,
in real time. So I mean, to remember like Star Trek, where people speed up and then somebody points a phaser at a guy, and the phaser beam comes slowly, and you can walk out of the way of the phaser beam, which kind of stupid, but it's like that's conceptually what's happening here, that you are faster than the beam going across the television set, and that when you're writing the program, I mean, it's like your hands are moving faster than the beam moving across the television set, which of course moves so quickly that you can't even see that it's there. So anyway, so the concept of an exec, what would it be? And I had some thoughts. This is where my work on Starfire became very useful here, because I had some notion of like a generic object. And so, I mean, in some sense, what I created was a very primitive object-oriented system. I mean, and this was before there was object-oriented programming.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not using this to reference object-oriented programming as we know it, but it was a similar thing. That is, there were these resources that the stick created, 8 moving objects, moving object being a thing of like 8 by 8 or 8 by 16, an image with a bitmap that you could put up at an arbitrary point on the screen, and a background. And so I had the notion that, I mean, at first thought, you might think that the game would be driving the thing, and the exec would be a series of subroutines, so you just have handy subroutines to call.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, I sort of inverted that and made the exec the thing which was running, and the game cartridge itself a series of subroutines. And so the way that works, basically the exec is the thing which is running like a metronome. And every cycle, there's basically object databases which define, in software, as a software concept, not as a hardware concept, the attributes of the various hardware resources, where the objects are, where the objects are to be positioned, what images associated with them, what color they are, that sort of thing. And so then the cartridge is called first to initialize them, and then can be called every tick. Hey, one tick has happened. What do you want to happen now? Oh, and so basically the cartridge defines to the exec under what circumstances it's going to be called. Call me when a button is pushed. Call me every second, or call me every tick. Tick being defined as like a 20th of a second.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some higher level concepts as well, which is the cartridge can give a command saying move object 2 from position A to position B, and cycle through this animation sequence as you do it, and give me a call, kind of an interrupt call, when it arrives at position B. So the cartridge there just becomes this thing setting up these objects, telling them where to move, being notified when they move to that position, being informed when a button is pushed or when some other event happens, which is of importance. And so the exec just kind of ticks on, moving the objects that they're supposed to be, calculating where they're supposed to move as requested by the program cartridge, and generally just doing what has been instructed to do until the cartridge tells it to do something else. I don't know how clear that is, that model that I described, but that was sort of the framework under which the initial games were developed. And that wasn't immediately obvious how we were going to get there. I mean, basically, you can imagine starting from nowhere, you've got no games and no exec. And you're saying, all right, what am I supposed to do now? And you have some notions. As technical people, you've been there before. You have an idea in your head, and you're not sure whether it's going to work or not. You need to prove it a little bit, decide whether it's a stupid idea or not, but you don't have too much leeway to go in a completely wrong direction. And baseball was the first action cartridge, and that was sort of my practice for, is this exec thing really going to work? So I had to kind of write baseball and the exec at the same time, kind of having some notion of how I was going to divide functionality into one and the other, and have these two things work hand in glove such that it was possible for them to work synergistically together.
Was baseball your choice of game, or was that like somebody suggested, hey, let's do that, or you just thought it might be a good exercise in seeing what the exec could do and how
I did not decide which games to write.
I mean, just this initial one.
Yes, why did I do baseball as opposed to football or basketball? I mean, I can't remember specifically any reason for that. Mattel wanted a certain series of games initially, and they were kind of spread out, and I think the earliest games were baseball, basketball, football, blackjack and poker, math fun. So basically a couple of action games, a couple of intellectual games, a couple of fun games. So yes, why did I do baseball as the action game? I'm not sure exactly. It just, for whatever odd reason, that was the one I ended up doing first.
Right.
And proving the concept. Blackjack and poker was also done, I think that was probably the second game I did, but that was a simpler game. I'm actually at this point not positive. I don't think I did blackjack and poker first, but it was a much simpler game because it didn't involve complicated interactions as baseball did. So it tested some of the concepts, but in a much simpler fashion. It basically just had to move. And I should add, again, although I did all the programming for the things I'm talking about, there was great assistance. I mean, the art came from, they had some very good artists at Mattel who could figure out how to do very good graphics with the resources we had. And you understand the limitations of the graphics. We had a background which could do squares, tiles with 2 colors per tile, and so if you wanted to have like 3 colors, they had to be separated with an 8-bit boundary between them. And a lot of artists had a very good eye, but they couldn't get their mind into the place where they could work within the rather arbitrary limitations of digital electronics. Right. So we had some good people, which is how they came up with the Running Man. They came up with blackjack and poker, the shifty-eyed dealer, and the hand which flicks the card, which flips in, goes to the place where it turns over on the deck. I mean, these are things which I never would have thought of. So they came up with the pictures, and I animated them as they vision. So it's always good when you can bring the proper skills together and they can talk to each other. So often you find the engineers can't talk to the artists, can't talk to the people at the top, and so things don't come together well. We had good synergy with our Intellivision work.
Yeah, so Mattel was pretty heavily involved, at least in that side of it, not the technical side of it, but they were like, here's some suggestions, here's some artists, here's some ideas we have, concepts for games, the way they should look, maybe.
Yes.
And then they're like, make that happen.
Yes, and I mean, for example, I mean, that there was to be a baseball game. I mean, you might ask, why did there have to be a baseball game? I mean, probably somebody at Mattel said, well, Atari has a baseball game, so we should have a baseball game. And Mattel, this being a premium product, was taking the attitude that they also wanted to buy licenses. So they went and got Major League Baseball. I mean, it says that, and they had to pay money for that license.
Oh, sure.
It was kind of like that was the driving force between, yes, there being a baseball game. You know, they thought it was, somebody in marketing decided it was good. They bought a license for it. Now it had to be. And have these things work, which is then the rest of the people went and they did a good job. So then the people marketing say, yes, that's exactly what we had in mind,
right?
And it was our idea. So there's credit for everybody there. But,
yeah, sure.
Anyway, so yes, why baseball? Various reasons fell into place there, and I tried to do my part of it.
Yeah, maybe they were already envisioning the George Plimpton commercials to compare it to Homerun on the Atari and make it look so much better.
Well, George Plimpton was another way of trying to make it an upscale product.
Yeah, I always got the impression, and I've heard from others involved, that it was intended to be marketed more like this is more sophisticated. This is for the adults. This is like a serious machine here. This isn't a little toy like Atari.
Yes, so Plimpton was an upscale guy.
Yeah.
And indeed, it cost more too. I mean, when it first came out, I think it was $329, and they lowered the price to $300, and that was a lot of money at the time.
Oh, for sure.
So.
But that was like that was huge. The first time you saw that, and as kids, just like, wow, I can't believe this is something you can buy and play on your TV. This looks so much better than, because Atari, certainly their games got better as people got better at programming it, but those initial games, when you compare them side by side in the Intellivision, there was no comparison, just like Plimpton said.
Yes, and we could do that because the hardware made it possible for us to do that, and then we had between us enough talent to actually exploit this potential we had. Yes, and internal to Atari, they'd first come out with very primitive games, and then the Activision people figured out that they could do a lot more with the 2600 than had initially been envisioned. Mm-hmm. So they went off and did some rather amazing work, especially considering how limited their machinery was.
Oh, yeah.
And they started to do that for. The Activision story is interesting itself. Those people had started to, originally were at Atari, and they got no credit. They got nothing. So they went and formed another company. They had the concept of the third-party developer, which was continued somewhat with iMagic. Some of our own people became refugees. In a way, that was my ultimate fate, to become a refugee from Mattel. But that's another story.
But then you were never you never worked in-house for Mattel. You were always APH, and then you went on to Cheshire, right?
That's correct. Yes, yeah. There was that's an angle of the story in itself, which is the in-house versus, for want of a better term, the out-house workers. So, because companies like to have the skills inside. You've talked to Keith Robinson, so you know his angle of this. He was from the inside,
mm-hmm.
And so if you talk to him about these things, I sent you a link to the sort of a roundtable discussion, and you see everybody has a slightly different perspective in terms of who's doing what.
Sure.
From our position at APH, we always had a sense that Mattel really wanted to obsolete us if they thought they could. And, we did train them. We helped their people as much as we could. So sometimes we weren't too, a little bit concerned that we were giving them the family jewels such that they could obsolete us. And indeed, there were some strange things that happened. some of the Mattel people had come to us, learned all they could, and then went, jump ship immediately to Foundry Magic.
Yeah, yeah.
So, you know how these things are.
Yeah, Tom Lowry mentioned that, like Brian Doherty, who went on to form Imagic, like he said that Tom said that he was sort of showing him the ropes and showing Rick Levine, that went on to Imagic later, and I guess a few other people. You were there before Tom, I know, but
yes, I'm back as far as it goes.
But yeah, Tom told me quite a bit about how the whole APH thing went down, and I've heard off the record some things from Keith Robinson as well. So pretty good idea of how that played out and the various issues with APH.
You're talking about the circumstances under which we dispersed and became Cheshire?
Yeah, as Tom said, pretty much the entire senior programming staff just left.
Yes, that was one of those interesting stories, which is another story in itself.
Yeah. We don't have to touch it. We don't have to go into detail on that one.
You can go. Yes, basically, if you want to go there, it's just a morass. So go there if you like. But it's difficult to sort out the pieces.
Okay, so let's say at this point you had the exec, and as you were creating baseball, you probably thought, well, hey, it would be good to have some additional thing in the exec to cover this feature, and vice versa. And at what point did you kind of say, okay, the exec is done, let's burn it to ROM and we'll start making games? Was it like something you wanted to just keep adding to, or you ran out of space?
Yes. When was the exec done? This is one of those, you can imagine from a technical point, a tricky thing, because you're creating a foundation, and it's a foundation that you can't change once people have started using it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I certainly wanted not to finalize it for as long as possible, because the interface to it was, as was typical in those days, absolute hex addresses. You can say, okay, this is, you write something into this byte to get this to happen. You read that byte, and those bytes were, when you were linking with the exec, for the earliest testing, I could actually link the game with the exec, but eventually when it's burned into ROM, you cannot, you tell people, okay, this is the absolute address, this is never going to change, because cartridges are starting to be shipped. You basically cannot fix bugs in the exec.
Yeah. You had to be sure you had it as perfect as possible before committing it to ROM.
Yeah, and you appreciate, and the thing is, this is the thing which is going to define the framework of game creation. Like, ideally, you want to be revising this. So, difficult situation. So, anyway, so I had it sort of in the shape, approximately. By approximately, I'd probably say 75% what I thought it should be, going through the first half of 1978. And then we got to the summer hires, where we hired some people out of Caltech for the summer to work on a game, which there was a lot of pressure on us at that time to keep prices down. They wanted games delivered. This sounds interesting and amusing in retrospect, considering that a lot of money was made, at least until the entire game industry went broke and then a lot of money was lost.
Mm-hmm.
So we were talking like $12,000 to develop a game cartridge, which isn't a lot of money for a project of this sort of thing.
Sure.
You can, especially when you're talking to a real company. This isn't like a guy in his garage. It wasn't that far from a guy in his garage, you understand. But it was a real company. By some stretch of the imagination, a little bit of office space, insurance, Lord knows what. So, and Mattel was saying, "Oh gosh, can you knock that down to $10,000 a cartridge?" So we had this notion that we still knew the good people at Caltech. There were people a year behind me. Hire some of them for the summer, pay them some relatively small amount of money, give them the framework to produce a game, and that worked fairly well. It's a sort of a frightening thing, in that we could have gotten into trouble at that time if the people had flaked out, gone back to school, leaving us with incomplete and unfinishable games.
Yeah,
but
sure.
We actually happened to know the good people then. But it was during the summer then of 1978 that the things were actually finalized, where I said, okay, various games, I was working with the people. They were telling me what they had to do as they did with various games, the initial crop of games. I'd have to think about it a little bit. A couple of sports games, basketball and football, Math Fun game, driving game.
And you had Armor Battle, too.
Oh, yes, and Armor Battle, yes. So, yeah, that might be it. Those 5 games might have been it, or 5 people. So,
yeah, in fact, like Tom mentioned, like people would come in from Caltech as like summer projects to work on this stuff.
Yes. Now, Tom was not one of the first summer hires, so he was probably like a year after that where he came on board, as I recall. So, but by the time Tom was in, then the exec would have been completely finalized.
Yeah, but it's interesting to me that these, I'm not certain, what kind of classes these guys were taking, and video games were still pretty much in their infancy. It's interesting that these people can just come in from school and say, oh, this is this new system. Okay, I get it. I can program a game, no problem. It just seems like, I wasn't there at the time, obviously, but it just seems like a kind of an amazing thing.
Well, yes and no. As you see, the games were relatively primitive.
Sure.
So, what you had to have, a little bit of a sense of a game, a sense of the balance of the thing. I myself wasn't that much of a gamer, but I think I had some sense of balance when the thing was frustrating or when it felt appropriately responsive.
Mm-hmm.
But I was a programmer. That's what I think of myself as, a software tool maker. So in those days, if you could program a microprocessor, this was just another facet of that, which is, all right, you have the input, you have the output. The output is sort of a screen bitmap with You got your background, you got some things moving around on top of it, you got your hardware input, and you worked on a couple of microprocessors, so you know what it is to program, and this isn't that. It's like if you've been, maybe the good analogy is if you've been in one car, so you switch from a Volkswagen to a Cadillac,
Right.
and you'd have some concept of what it is to drive a truck, although that it has some specialty to it, but
Sure.
So you get a little good at that. You can switch vehicles. So.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I had a quick question about the exec.
Go ahead, Rick.
So you mentioned before about it. You kind of know this thing has to be. It's going to be the basis of a bunch of games going forward after you get it finished. Do you have memories of any particular bug that made things difficult for you later? It's out in the field now. We just have to work around it.
Sort of, actually, but let me step back to something which was a question of just a moment ago, which was in terms of being able to program a game. We did start by telling people, and this was at my suggestion, to do some simple game of just tossing a ball back and forth, which was the order of what I'd done for the demonstration, only to use the exec doing it. And I figured that would, so I did have this exercise to learn the ropes, which I figured people could do in a little bit of time. There's always the danger that they'd spend their entire summer doing their demonstration game, but we tried to discourage that. So so that was the training course, and these were smart people. We knew who we were dealing with, so it wasn't like bringing people off the street.
Right.
Now, to answer your question about bugs in the exec, I was pretty happy that there were no horrible bugs in the exec that came up. Oh, and also sort of peripheral to that question, there was no rule that you had to use the exec. And indeed, working for Cheshire with Activision, the Beam Raider program I wrote did not use the exec. The programs any of us wrote at Cheshire did not use the exec at all, for the reason that was a proprietary trade secret. And although obviously I knew how to do it, it was a thing that they didn't legally know for the purpose of that job.
Yeah, Tom Lowry actually mentioned that too. But a quick aside to that, I was just curious. Now, the feature to pause the Intellivision, hit 1 and 9 or 3 and 7 and blank the screen, that was in the exec, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay, but the Magic games could also do that. So I was just always wondered if you were not allowed to use the exec, but that feature was there in the Magic game or the Activision games and the Magic games, I believe.
Sure, I'm trying to think of a clear way to answer that. It's like, okay, there's buses going down the street, and you can hop on a bus, and then you don't have to worry about anything, or you can walk. So the exec was your bus. If you let it run, and it only ran if you let it run, basically, the way these outside cartridges would work was the first time the exec would call the cartridge saying, all right, do your startup sequence, that cartridge would never give control back to the exec.
Okay.
So the cartridge would take the interrupts, it would access the hardware. So the exec would simply be there like a bus parked by the side of the road, not moving, completely inert. So there was nothing magic that the exec did. It was just that since the exec was, when it was running, was reading the keyboards, and when you hit the button combination in order to blank the screen, the exec would simply blank the screen, and it would stop all calls to the cartridge. So the cartridge didn't even know that anything had happened. It was just in a suspended animation, and when the thing continued, it would just resume, unblank the screen, and resume calling the cartridge. So that was the kind of automated feature. If you wanted to do that yourself, then your cartridge could certainly do that. If you dealt the exec out and you were doing the processing yourself, you just look for that key code, and you did do this thing about to suspend your program if that key code happened. So you just had to put the work in yourself. So there's nothing magic there, nothing that anything else couldn't have done. It's just that normally they didn't.
I just asked because for like legal reasons, since I know that you guys weren't allowed to use it, if that was ever like Mattel said, well, hey, you used the feature of the exec right there, and
Oh no, there's nothing about that was a feature of the exec. It was just a convenience of the exec. And
Gotcha.
indeed, by the way, the exec tended, because it made certain things easy, and the things it didn't make easy you had to do yourself. So it tended to encourage games to follow a particular framework. When we went to Cheshire, since we were freed of the exec, we did things which couldn't really have been done under the exec. Some things which we'd been thinking about, but which, well, for example, Tom Lowry's Dreadnought. So, okay, he moves the entire background, which you can do. I mean, we'd done that in the auto racing game, but he's also moving a lot of. He has more than 8 moving objects there because he's animating a lot of the background to make things happen, and it's not like you couldn't do that under the exec, but the exec didn't help you do the kind of exhaustive background animation that Tom had did. But since he prepared his own sort of executive framework, as indeed we all had to for that. Same thing for BeamWriter. I mean, you notice in BeamWriter I've animated the entire background.
Right.
Because I had to work without the exec, so that was no harder than anything else. I mean, I had to create the moving object support myself, and I created the background animation myself, and it was all customized. It's like a customized tool is always more specifically useful than a generalized tool, but we had to ship Intellivision with a generalized tool, and that generalized tool made, you notice that the games, there's a certain similarity to them. Basketball, baseball, football, they vary in ways, but you can kind of see that there's the same kind of thinking behind them. So that's, it's a double-edged sword, having this thing which makes it easy to do things, and thus discourages you from doing things which would be hard and eat all your ROM. Now, for the Cheshire games, they gave us 8K of ROM, so we had the real estate to do those hard things, and we didn't have the option of doing the easy thing. So,
right. Yeah, then Tom talked about that too. How like all the Mattel games, the early ones especially, you could start them at one of 4 different speeds, and that was part of the exec too, right? That you could just choose like the.
Oh, sure, yes. You would just tell. Yes, you started at a slow speed. That was probably a stupid feature, but it was easy to do, that is, if we're calling the time like a metronome, you just slow down the metronome.
Yeah.
Instead of calling the routines every 20th of a second, you call it every 10th of a second. You've slowed down by half, and it's easy to do.
Yeah, and then when you guys did the Cheshire stuff, it was running at like, what was it, 30? Well, I know that Dreadnought was, and then even Worm Womper that Tom did later was 60. I mean, just the speed in that game, and it's completely noticeable when you play the game. It looked more like a 2600 kind of a speed animation.
Yes, and you know what? In retrospect, speaking of things, so this wasn't a bug, but in retrospect, I probably would have wanted to do the exec at a 30th of a second rather than a 20th, just because it would have been a little bit smoother. And I think it could have been done. Basically, so some inefficiencies there. It's it had internally 360. Okay, the quantum unit there internally was 1/60th of the second. So I was using 3 low-level ticks, writing half the hardware, writing the other half of the hardware, reading the hardware. That constituted a high-level tick. So it was 3/60th of the second, 1/20th of the second. I think I could have done that in 2 steps. Write all the hardware in 1 tick, read it all, and that would have been a little better. But so on the whole, there were no horrible bugs associated with the exec. I remember one trivial bug that came up, which is like if you pushed one button on the keypad and then you pushed another button, it would register you're having released the first button for a moment and then repushed it, because it's like that's the sort of thing which it had a little bit of, but for the most part, it worked pretty well for what it was, and so, considering the lack of flexibility once it was done and we started from a position of ignorance, I'm pretty happy with that.
That brings to mind a question. On the Intellivision controller, you can't use the disc and the keypad at the same time. Was that a hardware limitation, or was that also related to the way the exec was put together?
No, that's the hardware.
Okay.
Those 2 things would trample each other with respect to the signals they were sending if you used them both at the same time.
Yeah, because they use the same traces on the matrix to send that signal.
Yeah, so the key codes would become incomprehensible.
Right, and of course people work around that by playing Night Stalker with 2 controllers, 1 in each hand. But that was not that. We've talked about that on the show. That was never something that bothered me as a kid. But then, years later, you kind of think about it, and I guess I never really noticed that.
Yes, lot of things. You design them just as you probably or perhaps hadn't noticed that the limitations of the graphics. That if there's a good picture which has 3 colors because it put the 8-bit divider in the right place, and you won't be aware that there's actually a hardware limitation that you can't have 2 colors or 3 colors within 8 bits of each other. So yeah, a little clever design will, as with everything, cover up the flaws.
That was one of the questions I had about the background with the only 2 colors. And do you recall having particular graphics tools, or maybe this wasn't maybe the artist did more of this stuff, but particularly graphics tools to create the background images and make sure that those colors weren't too close to each other or that kind of thing?
Well, okay, there were some tools. In fact, I worked on a bit of hardware that we built. I think we're calling it. Let's see, what were we calling it? We had like some name we made up for it, but basically we made things for design of 8-bit by 8-bit squares or 8-bit by 16 bits, where you just had this little matrix of switches, buttons with lights on them, and you could push a button, we'd light it up, and we'd create the corresponding image on the screen. So we had some internal tools to make this easier, and the artists had kind of graph pixel paper with the heavy lines for the 8-bit squares and the small lines for the actual pixels. So basically we had the tools to make this possible for the artist to do. So they didn't just come and draw a picture and then worry about translating it. They were starting with the base for something which would create a picture which we could actually portray.
Just as an aside with color and stuff like that, and this may be something that's well known, but I just missed it somewhere along the line. But late in the Intellivision's life, they referred to something called super graphics.
Huh. Okay.
Do you remember what that technique was?
I'm not sure what that is. It doesn't ring a bell with me.
That was around the time that they came out with like the He-Man game and like Burger Time, and it seemed that they were able to incorporate multiple colors per sprite kind of a thing. And I don't know if that was some trick they used with background tiles to make it look like there were more objects, or if they actually figured out a way, but it was each sprite could only be one color more or less, right? Like you were saying.
Yes, well, you had your background, you had your moving objects. So there wasn't a lot of latitude for trickiness here. I mean, there wasn't a rabbit to pull out of the hat.
Yeah.
So I mean, you had, the general hardware. I mean, basically there was the matrix of 8 by 8 squares, which were kind of mapped, so it gets a little bit more complicated. It wasn't exactly a bit map, but so every 8 by 8 square could have 2 colors, background and foreground. And then you could overlay a moving object on top of that, or probably underneath it if you wanted to. So if you wanted to get 3 colors to violate that, you would have to allocate a moving object. And moving objects were often very precious, but depending upon the game, you might manage it. I mean, for example, in blackjack and poker, so the dealer spins a card. Now the cards, when they're on the screen, are just painted in the background. But when the card is moving, it's a moving object. So basically, when the dealer flicks his hand, we put a moving object there, we move it to where it's supposed to be, then the moving object disappears and is replaced by background. So, you use these things together and swap between them, or put a moving object. You see the tools at hand, but nothing magical could come out of that I know of. And
I think that was more of a marketing thing when ColecoVision had come out and Mattel was trying to say, no, our stuff's still good. Look, it's got super graphics now.
By the way, I don't think ColecoVision was really particularly superior in some technical sense. I mean, it was newer, but what could it really do that Intellivision did? And it had a...
Yeah, that brings to mind a question that always bothered me about the ColecoVision, and no one else seems to talk about it but me on the show too. Like I had the Intellivision, then a friend of mine got the ColecoVision, and I decided to get one. And the thing that always bothered me about the ColecoVision, yes, the graphics were sharper and clearer and had more colors, but when you had 3 or 4 moving objects on the same horizontal line, they would start to cancel each other out, like certain colors would disappear.
Oh, yes. Yes, that had a limitation. Yes, it's been a while since I thought about those things. That yes, you could have only 4 moving objects across a horizontal line. By the way, Intellivision didn't have that limit, so we didn't have to worry about that. With respect to programming on ColecoVision, the trick we would do, I think I had to do this with Steamroller, was simply when you're putting up the objects, you alternate the order in which you put them up. In other words, the objects which you map to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, the next time you map to 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So at least one of them doesn't disappear. It's like, okay, under certain circumstances, if there's a conflict, you might get a momentary flicker.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're moving rapidly, it's hardly even noticeable.
Yeah, that was one of those things that was more noticeable in certain games than it was in others. But I can just remember I believe I was probably about, I don't know, maybe 15 at that time, and just being like, wow, this is supposed to be the superior game system, and what's with all this flicker and disappearing sprites?
Yeah, and this becomes a matter of your technical people, your programmers, who are really either move heaven and earth to keep this problem from happening,
mm-hmm.
or they just kind of shrug and say, oh, well, this object disappears sometimes.
Well, I guess clearly in retrospect, it didn't matter that much because I never hear anybody else complain about it but me. But that's funny. Well, actually, I do remember one of the video game magazines back then, somebody writing in and commenting about that.
Well, aside from that detail, it did bother me that they were saying, oh, ColecoVision's better. And I say, how is it better? What exactly does it do that Intellivision can't do?
Right. That was my thinking, too, after I had it. I was like, well, I think I'll get the Intellivision back out of the closet.
Yes. But anyway, it's easy for me to say. I'm not exactly an expert on ColecoVision. I didn't have that much experience other than programming the one game for it, which was released by Intellivision Productions 20 years later, which pleased me.
Yeah, what was that? How did that game come about, that Steamroller? Because I have played it.
And I must say, I think it's a good game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you don't have to agree, but...
Oh, no, I was actually just playing it today, as a matter of fact, just to refresh my memory of it. It's a good little two-player game.
Okay, so you know that the senior people of APH had gone to form Cheshire, and we ended up working with Activision. And this was about shortly before the video game collapse of the era. And you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, absolutely.
A huge spike up. There was a huge spike down. And the companies which were suddenly getting rich were then very suddenly going broke. So anyway, it did Beam Rider, and that was released. I mean, it did decently enough for its era, but that was sort of on the way down. And at that time, Activision, we were working with Activision, and Activision was becoming less and less interested in putting out product, and so I had Steamroller was the final game that I worked on, and I like to see things done right, although it was getting kind of depressing because you think, okay, does anybody care? But I finished that game. Activision accepted it. They said, yep, you've done a game, you've met your contractual obligation, and then they sat on it because they figured it would probably cost more to produce it than they'd make from selling it. And it sat around on a disc. Eventually, many years later, I dug up the disc and gave Keith Robinson the ROM, and he produced a few of them, which pleased me because I like to see things get used.
Sure. Tom Lowry told me that he has like the original, an EEPROM version of your game of Steamroller.
Yes, I think I asked for one, and I think I asked for two from Keith, and gave one of them to Tom, because Tom was the one who'd actually done the design for Steamroller. That is the basic conception of the game was his.
Mm-hmm.
So he should have one, and I should have one, because sort of our game. So anyway, there it is. And that was, I think, 16K, so we were really moving up the food chain there to get out of that business before producing 32 and 64K of hand-coded assembly.
Right. By the way, this is, I'm not necessarily going to put in the show. I'm just curious, what did APH stand for?
Applied Physics.
Okay.
Sort of a meaningless name, I think. I don't know why it's named that.
Interesting.
Probably couldn't think of anything better. Wouldn't read too much into it.
Yeah, and that was a big secret that Mattel didn't want anybody to know about APH's existence.
Yeah, well, it gets into, trade secrets, office politics, and the like.
Yeah.
So, yes, just as, Mattel didn't give credit to individual people. Activision did. Atari didn't, so.
Yeah. And, of course,
I'm not saying that's necessarily, for Activision, I got my name on the cartridge, Dave Rolfe. It wasn't just Beam Rider; it was Dave Rolfe's Beam Rider, which probably because they didn't want to pay somebody like for Major League Baseball, which they had to pay for. So said they tried to create their superstars, as if you got a celebrity behind it, which is kind of ridiculous. Personally, I don't care. I just like to be able to do the job. I want to be able to get enough credit that somebody finds me useful and gainfully employed.
Well, that was kind of a nice touch in the Activision manuals, how they'd have your picture in the back and kind of your tips for the game for all the designers.
Oh, yes.
Hopefully you guys got some sort of a royalty thing for Cheshire when you did those games for Activision.
Well, we would have if the game market hadn't gone to hell.
Yeah, right.
The monetary end of things is a long story in itself. You could do an episode on that. Those are some of the things which, Tom might have mentioned to you. So
yeah, we might do an episode on that and how the whole thing played out and get Keith involved and have him on at the same time, kind of thing.
Always interesting. You have to play the follow the money games. Okay, who was promised what, who got paid what, who stole what, who claimed credit for what, who got blamed for what. It's very hard to explain these things to people on the outside. It's like any situation where you're in there and you have your perspective on what happened, who the heroes and villains are, but
sure.
Nobody else is ever going to understand, especially since everybody has their own version. And coincidentally, in everybody's version, they are the hero and they were confronted by villains.
Of course.
The human comedy at work.
Yeah. Now, the Beam Rider that came out on ColecoVision, you didn't do that conversion, did you?
No, I didn't do that conversion, no. Activision had some other resources. So, yes, at Cheshire, I first did the Intellivision version, and they liked the game enough to put it on various platforms. And I worked with one of our people, Larry Zwick, to do the Atari 2600 version, which I was very pleased with, and that it played pretty well considering the primitive resources there.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, Activision brought it out on other platforms too, so that one got around a bit.
I don't know. That was, like you mentioned, that's kind of the tail end of the that. And by that time, as a kid, I had moved into home computers, and I think Rick, you as well. So we were kind of moving away from the Intellivision a little bit and missed out on some of those games that we found out about years later when we kind of revisited our youth and broke the Intellivisions out of the closet and found eBay and all those things.
Yes, and by the way, with respect to Intellivision in general, the Intellivision had plans, you probably know about this, to become a home computer. That was one of the ways they were selling it, which is this will become the heart of your home computer. And there was this thing called the keyboard unit, which became, for APH, a monster project and sucked in a lot of resources. We did some very, very wonderful stuff, which was never released other than like they sold 20 units in Stockton at a test market or something. But
yeah, we've talked about that a little bit, but I'm just, now that you brought it up, I'm curious what maybe some of the things that you were working on that, and what did you think of that as far as like additional capability that it gave the Intellivision for more complex games?
Yes, somewhere I believe on YouTube there's a video which demonstrates some of what you could do. Basically, because it was running off a tape, we had unlimited program. I mean, as much as we could write, we could load, and we had this system where it was dynamically loading code. And I had this. I had written the exact type of thing. It was sort of doing the exact kind of work. So I did a different kind of exec for the keyboard unit. We're calling it. I call it Pixie, for kind of picture sequencer. Everything has to have a good acronym there. Mm-hmm. It was more oriented towards displaying complicated graphics than it was towards interactive games. So, I mean, this was this would make a fascinating, in my opinion, tape in itself. For what we did with Intellivision with the keyboard unit, we had, we hired. Well, not we. I mean, Mattel had hired celebrities. We had like Jack LaLanne, the exercise guy, and one of our people was working with Jack LaLanne, who was giving the tape could reproduce voice as well. So we had Jack LaLanne saying things like, you got to get up every day, little enthusiastic sound bites. And then we had like a picture, a pixelated picture of Jack LaLanne. And when the cartridge would tell you to do jumping jacks, you'd see the picture of the guy doing jumping jacks. And then you would go to the keyboard and enter the number of jumping jacks you did. And the next time you ran, it would remember this. The next time you ran it, it would have you do more jumping jacks, or it would evaluate this.
We did an episode on Bomb Squad, and we talked to, Keith was involved in that episode as well, but we talked to Joey Sylvian, who was doing a lot of the voice stuff for all the IntelliVoice games, and he talked about working on that with Jack LaLanne and having him in the studio and recording these things. But
Okay. This didn't relate to the voice module, in that this was actually
right.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that because he explained the way, like, and Keith talked about it, where the keyboard component essentially had like a 4-track cassette, and it was digital tracks, and then it was audio tracks synchronized with the code that was running.
Yeah, so this was, I mean, in my opinion, far ahead of its time, and maybe perhaps not quite ready for prime time. Just it cost too much, I think, and I don't know whether there were reliability issues, but what it did was quite amazing. I mean, we had the French cassette where Mimi, the French teacher, and we lip synced such that the image on the screen would move its lips as the speaker, as the recorded audio was playing along. So that sort of thing.
And all this stuff was being worked on at APH also.
Yes, because we were trying to be on the leading edge.
Yeah.
Because, as I said, Mattel was trying, when something was working and functional, they wanted to bring it in-house. And so we figured we've got to stay on the leading edge if we're going to survive at this. So
was the keyboard component a Mattel idea, or was it an APH idea that you presented to Mattel?
I believe this was a Mattel idea. I believe, and I'm not necessarily privy to this thinking, so I'm just saying what I think to be the case, that this was the plan all along, that they made this commitment, this promise, and it was one of the supposedly sales tools. That is, you're buying a thing which will become the heart of your home computer, which was an unknown concept at that time. And indeed, they had to pay some penalty once they decided not to come out with the keyboard unit, and they, instead came out with some other junky thing.
The ECS.
And whatever it was, I don't even remember. I don't think I saw it up close, but everybody hated it. It had a keyboard, was by some arguable sense of computer, but
right.
So Mattel actually had a little bit of hot water because they hadn't met what they'd promised to do when they introduced this and induced people to buy it. So.
And if you can there's still an occasional original keyboard component that shows up on eBay, and they go for about $5,000 now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You don't happen to have a stash of them in your garage, do you?
No, I never had one. I mean, in retrospect, I might have tried to get one, but the concept of having one, that was a lot of money at that time, and I don't know if they would have. Yeah.
Do you remember what it was supposed to cost, the keyboard component to the consumer, had it ever come to market, like other than test market? Do you remember what their retail was supposed to be on that?
Well, I thought it was on the order of $1,000.
I don't know if that sounds like about right, like it would be.
Yeah, and also we had this amazing music. We developed into, I was a person doing a lot of this internal work. I working with musicians here, this code for creating complicated, unlike the music, quote unquote music, which you hear on Intellivision, which is very simple. We had this thing you could do a glissando, so a slide from this note to that note at varying frequencies, or a trill, or this sort of thing. We created like this internal coded language, and we worked with musicians, and so it had some very, very nice music that was synthesized for the playing of every Jack LaLanne exercise routine had a particular bit of music associated with it. I remember, the guy was coming up with clever names, like for the neck roll exercise, he developed a little ditty called Neck Rollophilia. You get it?
But the music from the keyboard component, that was not just audio streaming coming from the tape. That was
that is correct. Yes, I'm talking about synthesized music there.
Okay.
And I think, as I say, I think there's an introductory tape somewhere on YouTube which has a little of that. So, Lord knows if anybody could run any of those cartridges these days. Yeah, even if they bought the the unit. Yes, could anybody buy a unit and have a working cartridge? I would think that might be historically interesting if somebody could actually run that for a little bit. But that's.
Well, apparently Keith says he still has one in storage somewhere, but he doesn't know if it works. And I've never actually had hands-on with one. I've gone to the Classic Gaming Expo in Las Vegas, and they always have one in the museum there. I don't know who owns it per se, but it's in my understanding, and I'd like to hear a little bit about this. Were the games on that keyboard component just coming from the cassette, or was there also a cartridge that had some of the game code in it, or was it running on BASIC?
There was no cartridge. It was just the digital track of the cassette.
That's where all the programming code, all the audio, everything was coming from that.
Well, basically, as you said, there were 4 tracks, 2 audio and 2 digital, and one of each of those tracks was pre-recorded, and the other one could be was for dynamic recording. So, for example, when Mimi was telling you to say a phrase in French, you'd hear the recording of Mimi saying, such and such a phrase in French. I can't speak French without.
I took French in high school, but I'm not going to attempt it right now.
Oh, okay. So she'd say this, and then it would turn into recording mode, and then you would say the thing, and then it would come back and play back what you just played against what she had just said.
That's like just crazy advanced for then. I mean, I can't even imagine.
Yeah, so it used both the tracks, both the pre-recorded track and then the home recorded track, and then like for the stock cartridges, the home data, you'd enter there was some stock analysis. It could charted stock and do the complicated stuff that I never quite understood about the breakout trend in the head and shoulders and that's the other thing. So yes, one of our people was talking to Gene Dixon for a while about some sort of an astrology cassette.
Yeah, Joey Sylvian touched on that as well, that it just, for some reason, Keith said it too, it was basically done, and then she just decided she didn't want it to come out or something like that.
No, I don't think anything was actually done. I mean, I know one of our people actually went to Washington, D.C., and had a little interaction with Gene Dixon or something or other, but I don't think that ever got beyond the concept. But Mimi, yes, so the French cassette was finished. The exercise cassette was finished. I think the stock cassette might have been finished. There might have been a Spanish cassette almost finished. So, I mean, we had several things which were very, very good.
And the keyboard component had its own, had a 6502 in it and its own RAM, right? But
yes, it had a lot of RAM because it was dynamically loading the digital data from the tape, and it was sort of managing that. It had a 6502 to decode the tape. I mean, that was doing whatever magic to turn whatever was on the tape into stuff in RAM. So.
But aside from that, did the keyboard component actually give the Intellivision any kind of enhanced or better graphics capability other than having more memory?
No. The thing is, the Intellivision did the graphics processing for the keyboard unit. That was probably the heart of it. Basically, if the Intellivision unit made it so that the keyboard didn't have to have the stick chip in it.
Gotcha.
So, what do you think was the death knell of this keyboard component? I mean, there's all these really cool things you're talking about. I'm wondering if did it run into the problem of just requirements creep and it never got finished, or was there other issues?
Well, I figured it was either the price or they couldn't produce it reliably. Whether there were warranty issues or something, I don't know exactly. That's something Keith might be able to say from the inside of Mattel.
Yeah, and speaking of hardware and other things, Tom Lowry touched on a little bit that the early workings of what I believe we talked about in the podcast, and I think that it was the Intellivision 3 after talking to Keith, but he was thinking that maybe it was the rumored Intellivision 4. Did you have any involvement with those supposedly improved versions of the Intellivision that were in the works?
Not really, no. I mean, there was something called Intellivision 2, I think, which was, Intellivision, if I recall. So, whatever that was didn't involve me.
Yeah, because it was basically supposed to be double the resolution of the Intellivision 3 was supposed to be like double the resolution of the original Intellivision, you could do more advanced graphics, and supposedly you had wireless controllers and the IntelliVoice built in, kind of a thing. But yeah, Keith has a little bit of information on that, but it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot known about what was going on, because that stuff kind of quickly went away, I guess. And you guys probably had gone to Cheshire by then anyway.
Yes, we were probably out of that picture, out of the Mattel loop. And, I mean, just generally speaking, so I'm kind of speculating here, but you know the era, which was, there was this vast flurry of, oh boy, games, more games, got to have faster, better, bigger, newer, and then as quickly the stampede in the opposite direction. So
yeah,
the plot for a better Intellivision to, because, oh my God, ColecoVision was said to be better, and you can't have that perception. So,
right,
you know, and Atari was coming out with new ones, and, you know, Lord knows it.
Oh yeah,
the rush at the time.
The home computers began taking over.
Yes, Apple and the like. So, you know, the world has become as it is. So, yes, exactly what happened there, how real it was, I don't know.
Yeah. Just before you left, well, I guess I should say before you left Cheshire, did you have any other Intellivision games in development that you didn't get to finish, or I guess in fact before you left APH, did you have any games that you were working on that you didn't get to finish or take with you?
No, I didn't leave any unfinished games. The funny thing was, at APH, I had kept kind of saying, okay, can I do something other than games? Not because I strongly disliked the games. I don't know. I was feeling a little bit of a burnout of them, and as I said, I wasn't the game. I didn't regard myself as a game person, so I figured this should probably be passed along. You know, you ever get the stable of game people, then they can take that over, and I would do more engineering stuff. And indeed, at the time I was left APH, I was doing some, you know, sort of a networking project for PDP-11s. For Cheshire, I kind of left in the aftermath of having finished Steamroller, because yes, that did get finished. And after that, it was kind of all right. Cheshire had been funded by developing games, and you know, Activision at that point clearly didn't want any more games. Nobody wanted games, and I was just kind of saying, all right, you know, what should I do? And I went and jumped into the IBM PC world, which was the wave of the future at that moment.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. What happened after Cheshire? Just you got out of games completely for?
Yeah. There was one in the arcade world. I had done 2 games, Starfire, and I later done something called Fire 1, which were both released. And there was a third game which had started, which was never actually released. So yes, if I left an unfinished game in this world, that would be something. What did we even call it? Anyway, some people ask if this is the Holy Grail, the game they've got to find, and I said no. Some sort of a circular Space Invaders type of game.
Yeah, speaking of games left behind, and it's just fresh in my mind because I just talked to Tom Lowry about it, but he was talking about what would have possibly been the third Dungeons and Dragons game for Mattel for the Intellivision, that it was like an island hopping game, and he had like teleportation discs, and he had figured out a way to sort of randomly generate these new worlds that you would play in. Yeah, he didn't. I think that he said he was doing that at APH before he left, and he didn't take it with him.
Oh yes, yeah, he did. Yes, the Minotaur game. Yes, the Treasures of Tarmin game, and it took me a while before I realized that Treasures of Tarmin, Minotaur.
Oh, so, that's right, because the originally was called Minotaur.
Yeah, so that speaking of finding ways to do unusual things with the Intellivision hardware, yes, Tom was very good at that, and I thought that was one of our better games.
Yeah, for sure. Well, since this episode is going to be is about baseball, we're talking about your game, Major League Baseball. We're also talking about the follow-ups that INTV did, and the one for the ECS, the cut-down computer. I know you didn't have any involvement with the other games, but did you see them kind of after the fact? This was sort of like the World Championship Baseball was originally going to be a Mattel release. All-Star Major League Baseball, I believe, was going to be called, and right. it had a bug in it that when it went on to INTV, they just said, "I'll release it anyway." We'll just put a note that you might have to restart your game if something happens. But did you remember seeing anybody or working on that or seeing it after the fact?
As they say, a feature is a documented bug. So, yeah, actually, yeah, that does flash back slightly. So, yes, when Mattel was talking about a follow-on to baseball at some point, and like this got dumped in my lap for about 2 days. The problem was, you know, they wanted something. Yeah, I mean, very little memory of this, but I remember like looking at this and looking at. Okay, you remember what I was saying earlier about it being difficult to pick up somebody else's broken project and run with it. Well, here I was in a position of picking up my own broken project and running with it. That is, the baseball game being the first game developed. It was sort of held together with baling wire and Scotch tape and the like. You know, it's kind of like developing the technique as I went along. And it sort of needed a complete rewrite to be a clean program, but it went out a working program, so that was okay when all was said and done, and those subsequent programs were better structured. So when there was some question that I might do a baseball too, and I kind of looked at that and said, how is this going to be different? And I started like thinking about modifying baseball. I said, oh my God, I can't modify this. This is too creaky. So,
yeah.
So I would have to like rewrite it, and you know, and then they want something relatively easy. So I just said, you know, can somebody else pick this up because you know, it's like I'm afraid of it.
Yeah, I can understand.
And indeed, I was curious. I mean, it's like I would have been happy to help in any way I could, but for whatever odd reason, I have no memory of being asked a lot. So I don't even know whether he took my code and just started modifying it. I think they were giving him 8K, perhaps. They were giving him more RAM. I'm not even sure about that. So, I mean, if he used my code as a basis, it would have been very hard not to create something that would be buggy, just for the reasons I just gave. So what he did and how he did it, I don't know. So that's a long way of saying I don't know anything about what you're asking.
And then, of course, given that you don't know anything about that version, I'm assuming you didn't know anything about the version that came out for the ECS, the entertainment computer system, you know, the one that Mattel put out to satisfy people who wanted the computer. And that one uses, it was really advanced for the time. It was 83. I mean, it used like picture-in-picture kind of things. You could see the guys on base in a separate little window, and you know, it had a lot more complexity. There were stats on all the players. But you didn't know anything about that one, though, huh?
No, I really know absolutely nothing about that. I mean, I didn't even know such a thing existed.
With regard to Major League Baseball, so that comes out, the Intellivision is a hit. That's a hugely popular game. I don't know the sales figures on it, but you must have had a pretty big sense of pride about what you were able to accomplish with the exec in that game, and just, you know, how the thing sort of just, pardon the pun, was steamrolling along.
Oh, yes. What's the question?
Well, just kind of, how did you feel about that game coming out and the success? Were you know, was it like, wow, I did this and this is kind of cool and I want to do more games, or was it like, okay, I'm ready to do something else now?
Oh, I always, whenever I work on something, a little bit of my heart and soul goes into it, and I want to see it get used. And so that, I mean, the thrill was, oh wow, they're actually selling these, and you know, that people will actually pay their hard-earned money to buy something that I worked on and took a little enjoyment away. Mm-hmm. Yes, that's a pleasing feeling, but you know, and it's kind of funny in retrospect. I mean, right now I'm working on control software for some you know, esoteric test equipment here, and so there's you know, several instruments in the field. I work with some customers, and I get exactly the same amount of satisfaction just sending something out and having a customer say, "Oh yes, you know, this machine does my job." You know, whether it's one customer or a million, it's you know, I just like to see things work when I've touched them. Yes, there was a particular thrill. I mean, for a little while, I mean, yes, and maybe it's easier to say this because we were always anonymous. I mean, you know, even when Activision put our name on things, it wasn't like anybody noticed or cared. So, and by the way, you know, living life has taught me there's a great benefit to being relatively anonymous. So I don't know if this is answering your question or not. But
yeah, it is. I was just curious about that aspect of it.
Yes, it was certainly a thrill. I mean, we went to CES at the time. I mean, that was sort of an annual pilgrimage of the date. I mean, we started out just because we were interested in that. You know, January CES in Las Vegas. You know, a bunch of us hop in a car, you know, barrack in some cheap motel room, and then would wander around looking at stereo equipment and other neat stuff. And then after a couple of years into this, I could look around and say, oh boy, there's something which I did there. But, I could go there and see people using it, and take a little pleasure if people seem to be enjoying it. But and with Activision at least, they would get us a decent hotel.
Nice.
So that bit of a perk was nice.
Yeah.
What you get out of it, but yes.
Well, I guess you could still see some of that. Have you gone to any of the gaming expos and hung out with the Blue Sky Rangers?
Oh yes, I visited a little bit. I went to one. My personality isn't such that I go around. I'm a little bit of a nervous character, as engineers tend to be. The mental framework which gets you into this business in the first place. If you had social skills, you would not be doing this. You know what I'm saying?
I gotcha. Does it seem odd to you that people are still into talking about this, and there's still a homebrew market, and there's still development for 2600 and ColecoVision, and there's these fans that are mostly like me and Rick that were kids that grew up with it? Do you think that's odd, or is it?
Well, first of all, the first odd thing that struck me historically was, all right, we did the Intellivision, it was exciting in its day, and then one was replaced and went on to other things, and I thought, okay, well, that's that. The Intellivision will be dying. There will be fewer and fewer of them that work in the world. The cartridges will be forgotten. Nothing will come of this. And I sort of knew intellectually that emulators were possible, and I knew intellectually that processors were getting faster and faster and faster, and it would be possible to emulate the hardware quirks of the Intellivision or just about everything else. But to see it actually happen, that, wow, there were Intellivision emulators out there, and that you could run Intellivision games on your phone, on your computer, and that it was nothing, because these things were so many thousand times faster than the Intellivision that you could emulate anything. I mean, it's like that's, as I say, intellectually obvious, but not intuitively obvious. So that this stuff could be preserved, and that there's pictures on YouTube, moving pictures, that it's possible now to have all this information out there, that people could start to be a little bit interested in them historically. That was even possible to happen was quite surprising and pleasing to me. And now that that people actually care, yes, that's it's kind of fun to be remembered a little bit. This is why I will talk to anybody who's kind of interested and figure, okay, it is in a sense a little bit of history. It's a minor footnote of history, but it's a piece of the puzzle. And
sure.
Lord knows, while some of us are still living, yes, maybe that should be recorded a little bit, and will it be of interest in all the shenanigans that went around, and who got the money and who didn't, and all this, that we had our own nonsense little squabbles and effort and luck and skill that came together for some reason to create this product which inspired other people to do other things.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the reasons we decided to do this show, just because it was such an important part of our childhood growing up, and I kind of wanted to document as much as I could about it, and talk about all the games. I mean, I don't know how long we're going to keep going with this show, but we're trying to do every game essentially, and do a show dedicated to each game. So, it's
one a month.
Yeah, one a month.
Oh, by the way, if it ever is of any particular interest to you, I do have bits. I got like source code to the exec and source code to baseball.
Oh, sure. I mean,
a survey into that stuff. I mean, I have like hard copy for baseball. I don't have anything on my computer for that.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty local to you anyway, so I'm down by LAX here. So, yeah, stop by and see the arcade sometime. My garage arcade.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, yes. I'd had like a piece of a Starfire in my garage. I eventually just gave it to somebody who rebuilt it.
So, oh wow. I wonder if that's a game that's playable on MAME. I'll have to check that out.
Oh yes, it is in fact. Yes, Starfire and Fire One are available for MAME. I believe it doesn't do the audio, but other than that, they run.
Oh wow.
So you see my work there. Yeah, the third game was called Creepy Crawlers. I remember that. Spelled with K. It's Creepy Crawlers.
Nice. I'll have to check that out on my MAME cab, see if I got it out there.
Yes.
Interesting.
Oh, no, you probably will. So, yeah, in fact, yes, and in the high score table for either of those games, you can enter my initials at DBR, and it will say, hi, Dave, or something to that effect. So that's cute.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, that was my claim to fame. That was my invention, my Nobel Prize-winning invention, which was the concept of saving people's initials. Other people, by the way, this might have come up spontaneously in other directions, but I must say, it was, as far as I know, we were the first game that did it, and it was my idea in Starfire, which is after you get a high score, it will ask you for your initials, which you can use the controls to put in, and then it will remember them and flash the high score. It's a track mode periodically.
Nice. I mean, it became a very common thing in arcade games back then, but I didn't realize that it started with you in that game. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, because people, I said, okay, what do people want? They want to make their mark on history. Now, this, of course, it didn't have flash RAM or anything. You could only survive until the game was unplugged, but it was a start. So you enter DBR, which is not my real initials, but my computing initials. So, and it will say "Hi Dave" or something to that effect.
I'm going to try that.
Starfire and Fire 1. Those do exist for MAME, so you should just be able to fire it up.
I see I just did a quick lookup. I see that the Starfire ROM is one of the set of ROMs that's been donated free for non-commercial use. So it's actually one of the legals for you to own in ROM form kind of thing.
Cool.
Oh, yes, there's plenty of strange little things which somebody may have ownership rights to, even though there's really no practical way I think they could put to serious commercial use.
Yeah, right.
By the way, yes, I claim, this is another of my Nobel Prize winning contributions to culture. I created the term decal and bidecal for the 10-bit image. Basically, a byte being 8 bits, as we know, word being 16 or 32 or whatever. So decal is a 10-bit quantity because the GI thing, although it was a 16-bit computer, tended to use 10-bit ROMs for two reasons. 10 bits was cheaper than 16 bits, and because General Instruments was the only manufacturer of 10-bit ROMs in the world, they kind of locked in a monopoly on that with a little job security for them.
That makes sense. I never heard that story.
Anyway, we needed a word for it, so there it is.
Very nice.
Yeah, I could tell you the current tool chain that you use to make games now has a declaration at the top that you tell it the width of the ROM that you're trying to use, and just about everybody uses 16-bit wide ROM now. They don't bother with the 10.
Oh yes, as well they should. There's no reason. We just use 10 because they gave us 10.
Right.
So, yeah.
So I wanted to ask you about a couple of things with baseball. There's been a lot of talk about people who play the game and who've known the game for years and people that are involved in games. And the rumor on the street is that the You're Out was sort of the first synthesized voice in any home game. And I just wondered if you had any comment about that or talk a little bit about how you came up with that sound effect for You're Out.
Okay, I can tell you the story for that one, for a nutshell. Okay, so the Intellivision, you're familiar with the sound chip on the Intellivision. It had relatively advanced for the day, but it certainly couldn't do voices. It could do like 3 tones or something or other, and you could control the pitch and something or other.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't a music person per se, but there were other people who had a better ear for music and sound. One of our people, Hal Finney. You know that name?
Yeah.
Okay, so, and Hal, obviously the people have their specialists. Dombrower was truly a gamer at heart. Hal Finney was closer to a mathematician. All these people intersected. They programmed. I was the systems programmer. We all had our thing, which was like what we most were.
Mm-hmm.
So Hal was a mathematician, sort of, into the more of the science and the depth of it, the stuff which would make my head spin. So he took the sound chip and was saying, okay, we can replicate certain sounds. He was doing experimenting. For example, the crowd sound, which ended up in the exec. You hear that in the baseball, where it's got he did some background noise in there. He's got some a roar which comes up and down. He's got a little twirling whistle thingy.
Yeah, that was actually going to be one of my follow-up questions, the whole crowd sound thing. But yeah.
Yeah, and as is typical the case, where we worked together on this, I was the person at the heart of it, trying to understand, to give him the tool set such that he could produce a sound language. That is, I worked with him, with Hal a lot, and others, but I think particularly with Hal, as I recall, to develop the sound language so that he could write down macros, give commands to it, and then I wrote the processor for that to feed it to this sound chip on the Intellivision.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, so Hal was going off doing various things, and he did a lot of the sound effects of the earliest games. And at one time, then, he just on his own was trying to synthesize speech, which no sane person would have done because it was clearly impossible. But Hal was the kind of guy who said, okay, how much can I synthesize? So he started working on that thing, using the sound language to make it do something approximating human speech.
Yeah.
And it so happened, while I was working on baseball, that he called me over and said, listen to this. What does this sound like? Just like, you're cooking. It's like, okay, what does this taste like? So, so I heard it cold. And what I heard it saying was, gosh, Hal, you got it saying you're out. How'd you do that? And it's no. I was making it go through the vowels, A-E-I-O-U. So yow. And I said, well, it sounds like you're out. And then like between the two of us, he said, yeah, well, maybe I can add like a stop to the end of it. So the ouch, and then you alter it a little bit. So ended up coming up with something that sounded kind of like you're out. And the reason we put the text of you're out on the screen there is because when you see the text there reinforces what you hear. It's obvious, but if that text weren't there, you probably would be confused by it.
Exactly. That portion of your brain that does the reading interprets it, and then your ear sort of says, yeah, that's what he said.
Yes, and indeed, it does sound a lot like it. So we didn't have speech synthesis. We couldn't do that in a general sort of way. It was just fortuitous, and we saw we could do it. How on the basis of it, so we incorporated it.
Yeah, that's great. And I believe that's what I've heard historically from people that talk about the video games and synthesized speech, even though technically that wasn't. That's always referenced as like the first example of it in like a home game. And even given when you did that, I mean, even like the arcade games like Berserk and, things like Sinistar and stuff that did add speech later on, that was like 81, 82. So I don't know, it was fairly ahead of the game and in that respect. And that brings me to the question about the crowd sound. That became such a hallmark of the Intellivision games. I mean, that's like, you hear that crowd sound effect and hey, that's the Intellivision. Was that something that came later?
Well, no, that was approximately the same time because Hal was the one who was fiddling with those sounds. So he gets some notion in his head. And that one was so, we figured, universally useful that, as I recall, it ended up in the exec, the individual. So and when something ends up in the exec, a lot of people are going to call on it because it took a little bit of space.
Right.
Now these things didn't take that terribly much space. You recall the programming, or you may not recall. You may not know this. So the programming for the IntelliVoice itself, voices took a lot of space.
Yeah.
And there's some technical discussion about this, and like robotics voices use less space because and then male voices use less space, and I think female voices take the most space because they're at a higher frequency information there or something like that. So the sounds we were making, because we're sort of a language-driven thing. I mean, created sort of macros, so we'd have so an interpreter in the exec, and then the programs could take reasonably not terribly much space just to say, all right, start a sound at this frequency and keep it going for such. In other words, it wasn't creating a wave or anything. It was sort of encoded instructions. So I worked with Hal to develop a sound language, sort of. So, and as with the exec, working with people to say, okay, what are the tools we need that will give you the versatility to do what you have to do? And Hal had the vision of what the chip could do and what the instructions would mean. And so he is responsible for that sound. And I remember at the time, he was like, paying attention, baseball games would come on, TV, and he'd watch them. To listen, there's a lot of things in life you just take for granted. You know what a crowd sounds like, but what is the essence of it, where you just kind of listen? So he took a couple of components. One was an air horn thing, which if you listen to the crowd sound in baseball and the other places it's used, you'll hear a couple of random things. So one of the instructions allows for a certain randomness, so it's not the same, it's different every time you hear it. But it will basically have the background noise kind of come up at approximately the right frequency that Hal had found. And then another sound channel, it can bring up a foghorn type of effect,
right?
With the kind of air horns that people will bring. And that another channel, it will bring up like a whistling or a trill sound. So it just kind of steps between those, and that's what Hal gets credit for.
Yeah, it was extremely convincing. And as I said, like a hallmark, kind of almost a trademark of Intellivision games, having that sound effect, especially the sports games, obviously. I know it was used occasationally in other things.
Yes,
yeah.
Well, once it appears in the exec, it's very tempting to use it just because it's free. So
right.
I believe that one we put in the exec because I saw a lot of people were going to use it.
And when it came to doing the sounds, I know you just mentioned the sound language that you sort of came up with. So it was really kind of rudimentary tools that would allow you to play around with that sound chip and construct different types of tones and patches and things.
Yes, I'd have to look it up. I've got it all somewhere, but it was along the lines of there were 3 channels, and on each of them the macros, the language, which would kind of go into little macros, the instructions we made up would say, all right, start such and such a sound on channel 1, 2, or 3, set the frequency to this, set the volume to this, and possibly slide it to that, increasing volume or frequency or the like. And later, for the keyboard unit, we actually built what we call jazz code, which was an expansion of this, where we could use a lot more space and have complicated musical numbers there, and we could have glissando, the sound sliding from one frequency to another, and all sorts of, with the volume sliding up or down at the time, all sorts of crazy stuff. So.
And you didn't have anything to do with any of the IntelliVoice stuff, did you?
No. We at APH we didn't have the IntelliVoice. That was home to Mattel, and some people got very excited by it. I thought that was a little bit of a gimmick and sort of an expensive gimmick, but
yeah. Well, ultimately, it ended up being that for Mattel.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, because I remember there's something on the Intellivision Lives, Keith Robinson's website, that talks about once the IntelliVoice was out, that somehow there was some memo to programmers to not try to utilize anything like baseball did, because that would hurt sales of the IntelliVoice. I don't know if that's true, but that's just something I saw on his website.
Yeah, well, limited games to ones which had to, first of all, spend a lot of expensive ROM towards this effect, and second of all, somebody had to buy the IntelliVoice unit, which obviously was a subset of Intellivision. So it was expensive and limited, and there was like stories that they tell probably on the Intellivision Lives website about how they ended up when they were dumping off their inventory, selling games which couldn't even be run without the IntelliVoice to people who didn't have the IntelliVoice.
Right.
Sleaze salesmanship there. So.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Keith talked about that, selling the Bomb Squad cartridges to Mexico without any IntelliVoices and no Spanish IntelliVoice version. So
yeah,
unplayable game.
So it might have been nice had it gone into the major unit. I don't know how well it worked, but I'm from the outside. I mean, you understand.
Yeah, sure.
Everything that we only worked on the best stuff, and anything which we didn't do, it got us, it's dubious. So.
Right. The only other thing I was going to ask you about is the homebrew scene. And you said when we were talking before we were recording there about that you knew a little bit about people making games for the system now.
Oh yeah, I do find that kind of surprising. I certainly I'm amazed that people will do these things. I'm not sure what would inspire somebody at this point, since yes, what can be done that hasn't already been done? I realize that's easy for me to say. And then if somebody has the inspiration, by all means, go for it. But and I guess now you could have perhaps more address space or something. You could have.
Yeah, Rick. I mean, you know a little bit more maybe about the technical capabilities of some of the modern cartridge design that they're using.
Yeah, I don't know the exact specs on stuff, but I know I've read stuff about easily putting 64K on a cart.
Yeah, so then they'd be doing that with paged memory. I mean, these things have a 64K address range, so
right.
The physical limit is 8K, but you can page it. So
like
that could be used.
Yeah, and you mentioned before about having some flash ROM on it to save high scores, and there's a whole kind of community. Well, I shouldn't say whole community. There's a few guys that have kind of worked on this kind of stuff and made it at least cost effective to produce new cartridges. And there's an SDK you can download. I've actually started working on a game of my own just to try it out, and trying to wrap my head around the programming model. Knowing the assembler is one thing, and that's just like you said before, that's just kind of like, okay, you move the data to the register. This is now a pointer instead of a value. Those kind of concerns are standard programming concerns. But loading the data in the right order at the right time so that the stick can draw it on the screen, those are the hurdles you have to overcome when you're trying to make a game on the system.
So I imagine you were, for these purposes, not using the exec.
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm not saying you should, just noting that when you use the exec, you don't have to worry about those particular hardware details. You just have to worry about the software representations of those things. So that's another thing entirely. Is using the exec even an option for this environment you're describing? I mean, if they're using the real Intellivision environment, then the exec is there. But I guess if it's an emulation, they probably don't even have the exec, so that's not an option. Is that correct?
They've dumped the exec, and you can get a hold of a binary file that has the code from the exec. But I don't know of any effort in the homebrew community to disassemble that ROM image and actually really understand what's going on inside there. So as far as I know, the homebrew community ignores the exec.
Okay. The reason I ask, I mean, yes, with a little bit of information, somebody could in fact utilize that as a game cartridge did. I mean, you'd have to know. I wrote a document way back when. This has occasionally been referred to amongst the various programmers. They'll know the term "your friend the exec."
Yes, I've heard that.
Okay, yes, it'd probably show you a text copy of that document somewhere if it interests you, which is basically all the information you need to write the program. So basically that and the link locations, which I probably also have here, it could be done if somebody wanted to do it. I'm not saying it's worth doing. I'm not saying it's a good idea. You understand?
Right.
Just noting that it could be done.
I happen to know that there is actually, in addition to just the assembler, there's a decent library of assembler routines, and there's that you get for free along with the development kit. And one of the things in there is a task management loop system, that allows you to for me writing a game, for instance, I'm not worried about the event loop. It's calling my routine when the hand when the hand controller gets a press, or it calls my routine when it's time to draw or whatever. So there is some of that kind of exec idea kind of built into these into the kind of re-engineered, I guess, by the homebrew community.
Yeah, in fact, I think somewhere I have like the trivial exec demonstration program. Might even be on the web. I can send you a link to it. I probably should do that just in case you're interested.
Yeah, that would be cool. Sure.
Concept. Yeah, it was meant to. Yeah, I think written it's for some political purpose at the time when Intellivision was thinking, gosh, we could do this other graphics thing, and we were saying, no, this is better because look, we've got the exec or something.
So that said, Dave, there's no interest on your part to ever make another Intellivision game?
I can't see what I could do that I haven't already done. That would be worth doing for me.
Yeah.
I mean, what am I going to bring to the world in some Intellivision game? If some inspiration were for some reason to creep into my head, yeah, but I can't imagine what that would be.
Beam Rider 2.
No, Super Pro Beam Rider.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's what INTV put all in front of all their sports games because they didn't have the licenses.
I mean, I probably wouldn't have even done Beam Rider, but it seemed necessary to bootstrap Cheshire, and I think our most saleable skill was the game. So it's like I kept getting swept back into games.
Well, Tom Lowry says Beam Rider was one of his favorites, and he was glad that you did it and he didn't have to.
Yes, he came up with the original design. That was out of his notebook, but Beam Rider and Steamroller, and I thought it worked pretty well.
Any tips and tricks for Beam Rider?
Oh, I don't know. There was some magic key code which would give the names of people at Cheshire, holding down 3 and 5 for Cheshire and engineering. The 3rd and 5th letters of the alphabet on the key codes would put up a slightly different copyright text scrolling by, but nothing special. Yes, Beam Rider must have been a good game, I know, because we were at Cheshire. We would naturally come back after dinner and play some of it voluntarily, not just for the purpose of testing it. So.
Yeah, Tom mentioned he put in a little thing, and I don't know. I neglected to ask him what game he was referring to, where some variation of the title screen would show up, and the screen would shake, and the letters would fall down.
Oh yes, that's always the quest for the Easter eggs and whether you can actually cram them in.
Do you remember what game that would have been that he was talking about? Because would it have been Dreadnought, or would it have been something he did Sub Hunt or?
I don't remember specifically.
Yeah, I asked Keith about that. He didn't know, and so I don't know if it's a well documented one or not. Do you know about that one, Rick?
Or which? You talking about shaking letters off or something?
Yeah, because Tom Lowry said maybe more than one of his games, that there was a certain way to bring up the title screen where the screen would shake and all the letters would fall down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. I can't. I see there's the Easter egg listed on ITV Funhouse for Beam Rider. Talks about pressing and holding 6 and 8, and you hit reset, and you get a Cheshire game comes across the top where it would normally say copyright Activision.
6 and 8. I thought it was 3 and 5 for the third and fifth letters of the alphabet. Cheshire Engineering, but God knows I could be wrong.
Interesting.
Yeah, because it looks like it's there's a little movie of it. It says thanks to Chris, Kevin.
Yes, that's the one. Also, there you have it. That's from the source. So
excellent. All right, very good. And I'm glad you got a chance to listen to Tom's episode.
Yes. Lord knows how you edit these things, but
well, it takes time.
But it was interesting to hear him talking about those things and breakup of APH and all the projects which he went in and rescued. I mean, I knew he did that. I didn't remember how many of them.
Yeah, now if we could just convince you and Tom to get together and make a new game, that's all we need.
Yeah, I don't recall it being said what Tom is up to these days.
Yeah, we didn't actually get into that, so that may very well come up. Yeah, the guy who does the games I mentioned to you, Electronite, who's doing the independent releases now, fully licensed and has the okay with Keith and all that stuff. They have a whole proposal and development kit, and it's basically a turnkey operation if somebody wants to make a game, and they pay the programmer and they take care of everything else. So it's something to consider. The only guy that I know who's from back then that's still doing it would be Dave Akers, and he worked at Mattel, and I believe he did some of the M Network stuff, like the Star Strike, and I think I mentioned that when I was talking to Tom. But he's done a couple independent games already through this Electronite company. That's a huge thing for the fans of, obviously if some former Blue Sky Ranger or APH or Cheshire programmer said, yeah, I'm going to try to make another game, that would be massive in the homebrew collector community. Not massive on the scale of numbers necessarily, but interest. Yeah. But anyway.
Well, if I had something truly to offer that wasn't out there, but.
Well, what I'd like to see would be.
I can't imagine what I could bring to the table that really needs to be produced. And Steamroller, by the way, was as close as anybody's going to get in terms of a lost classic. And
is there
there's a few out there?
That game would be doable on the Intellivision, wouldn't it?
It could be done as a translation. I mean, I was just meaning, in general, is it the ColecoVision, but that's sort of the spirit of the thing.
Well, what piqued my curiosity talking to Tom was that mention of the unreleased lost third AD&D game with his island hopping and time portals or whatever.
I guess Tom had done for Activision some final game which was never released. I don't even know what platform. Something called Star Siege or something like that. I don't remember. Did you get into that?
No, he didn't mention that one. But I didn't bring up other. Because I know he said that he left and went to Accolade, and then he went to EA.
Yeah, I'm sort of vague on this because I was gone by that time as well. So all I know is what I heard. I seem to remember hearing something like he'd done some. I mean, towards the end when the video game market crashed, Activision of course didn't want to buy games.
Right.
So when you have something in the pipeline and it's like, okay, this is done, now pay us for it. And they say, well, I don't know if we really think it's done yet. I mean, in that sense, a Steamroller just squeaked through, and I think Tom had something. I think Star Siege, the name comes to mind.
Interesting.
I'm sort of struggling for that. You'd have to ask him if you want the real word.
Yeah. Okay. And the only thing I was going to say is in the future, when we get to doing our full review of Beam Rider, you wouldn't mind talking to me again, just to more specifics about that game?
Oh yeah, of course. No, of course. I'm always happy to talk about this. Oh yeah, actually. And on the subject of what you're saying, just for what it's worth, so remember I pointed you to the Trivial Intellivision game?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And that would probably work. I mean, that I think even had the hex code there in that listing. Did it not? I sent you. I mean, somebody.
Yeah, I'd have to look at it again.
If those guys are tooling around with it, you might burn that into a ROM and see. I have no idea whether it would play. It might be located at a different, offset than the standard cartridge or something. But I'm just saying that could be of some historical interest if somebody is insanely curious about such things. That is it's kind of like Jurassic Park, where we bring back the dinosaurs. Here, you bring back the most ancient test programs.
Right.
Television. That was just a thought.
Oh yeah, believe me, there is interest. I mean, it's kind of maybe not so much as like, hey, this is a great playable game, but just the historical aspect of it. People are kind of fascinated, and I.
Yeah. No, it is not playable. I mean, it's garbage, and you can see it. I mean, you have the program there, which fits on a page of paper. You figure it's not going to be that terribly elaborate, but played, demonstrated, and this was what was used to convince somebody or other. I mean, this wasn't like the very first program, but it was like the first type of program, the kind of thing we were encouraging people to write just to get a feeling of how the thing worked before they went and tried to program a real game. Figuring that they were going to screw up at least one game. So,
right.
Anyway, that's a possible historical interest for complete.
Yeah, I might have to. Yeah, because I have like the two multi-carts that, like, the original one that came out was called the IntelliCart, and that actually had a serial cable connecting to it. You needed to connect that to your serial port on an older PC, and you would load one ROM at a time into it. And then they came out later with what they call the Cuddle Cart, which actually has a little micro SD card that you just pop off the board and load full of. It has its own little sort of management software, and you load up all the ROMs, and it has like on-screen text of the manuals, and it's got a little menu system, and I think you could put every Intellivision game on there 10 times over, and it would still have room. So.
Yeah, of course.
But if you ever come down this way, be happy to show you that and the arcade and all that stuff. So.
Well, yeah, I should do that sometime. So yeah, that would be neat.
Yeah, cool. Well, I'll have Keith over at the same time. We can play in the arcade. He wants to play some games.
Sure. If you ever make an event of it, then let me know. So.
And you guys have the anniversary coming up soon, huh? Are you guys gonna get together and? Well, I don't know if you're gonna be. Are you gonna? Do you typically do the stuff they do with the Blues?
I usually don't. That Elite Lounge thing, actually, I mean, that happened to be right up here. That was like almost my backyard. So yeah, and covered the gambit. I mean, it's like they are a separate group.
Right.
So I mean, it's not. I was never really one of them. I mean, we barely knew who they were. We were sort of kept apart at the time. So it's we're veterans of the same war, but different armies.
Yeah, that was not a distinction that when I was younger that anyone had any idea about, and even years later it wasn't totally clear. But now that I've started doing this thing, it's kind of become more clear now how it was total separation. And you guys started the ball at APH, and then they started their in-house stuff after the fact, after you guys trained them, kind of thing.
Yes. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting stories in itself, and the way people went in different directions to iMagic, or then us to Activation. A lot of stuff going on, angling. Everybody had their political interest in some sense. The companies trying to hold the technology, the people, with a lot of money there. A lot of weird little stories there. Somebody might write an interesting book about it if it's of interest to anybody other than the participants.
Sure. All right. So thanks very much, Dave, for joining us today. It was very interesting to hear about the early days, the exec and baseball, and how it all came together at APH in Cheshire. Appreciate your time, and thanks for being on the show.
Oh, thanks. It's been fun. I hope it's been fun for you, too.
Absolutely.
It was great. Thanks.
I like my podcast like I like my hamburgers, medium well.
So let's talk a little bit about the boxes and the manuals and the overlays and stuff. So, like you mentioned earlier, there's a Sears variant, and it's got your artwork. It's got a baseball pitcher thrown into a catcher, and and the foreground stuff, typical stuff that you'd see for the Sears. And of course, it's got a Sears Telegame manual that's slightly different in terms of the way it's printed and stuff. But then again, this game was sold for long throughout the life of this console. So you'll find lots of variations of the box, and particularly the manuals and the overlays as they printed different runs. So I actually have a multicolor manual of Major League Baseball, full color. It looks really nice. Then I've got another one that is just kind of like blue. It's probably 4-color or 2-color or something like that. Blue and black and white. And then the Big League Baseball is just black and white. Looks more like a Xerox thing than a professionally printed thing. It's not glossy. It's the regular paper flat kind of thing. And they all have similar artwork. It looks like they just use the stock picture that they put on the front of the box. Big League Baseball, of course, removes the MLB logo and stuff like that because they didn't have the license. But then in terms of the overlays, the overlay has a field of 9 guys and has the word baseball at the top. But there are variants out there. I actually have 2 overlays that say Major League Baseball and have the MLB logo. But all my other overlays just say the word baseball at the top on a blue background.
Yeah, I have a manual with an upside down biplane, Jenny, and a 24.
That's very valuable here.
Cents on it, yeah. I don't know where I got it, but I think I'll put that up on eBay after this episode.
Nice. For whatever reason, when they changed to World Championship Baseball, they changed the artwork on the overlay. Well, I guess they had to. They have 4. There's some function that changed, right? There's some 4 levels of play that you have to pick from. And, of course, they had to write different things for batting versus bunting versus line drive. But instead of having artwork that shows little fielders on the overlay, they just went with a more abstract of there's bases, squares representing the bases, and fielder mitts out in the outfield to pick those players.
Except for the shortstop.
The shortstop just gets the word short.
Yep, short and the number 4.
Number 4 for level 4 and short.
I wonder why they did that, really. I mean...
Yeah, it seems like you would just take the same one and just change the arrow key thingies for the sides,
Yeah.
Put the new functionality in place, add an enter, add a clear.
Maybe Keith knows a little bit more about that.
Yeah.
And at least on the one for World Championship Baseball, it's easier to tell where your bases are on the overlay.
Yeah, they're bigger and fatter, yeah. Well, that's another thing about the overlay maybe we could mention is take a minute and go look at an image of it, I guess, on the internet if you've never seen one of these before. But you've got this row and column arrangement of the buttons on the controller. So button 7, 8, 9 are the 3 outfielders. Button 4 is the shortstop. And then you have the second base, and then the second baseman are 5 and 6. And I think in Major League Baseball, they both do the same thing. They just throw to the second baseman. And I think that works in World Championship as well, even though it's not marked on the overlay. I think if you can press 6 and still get it to the second baseman. So yeah, you have two ways to select second, and I think it's just because, well, we got an extra button. Might as well make it do something.
And that's different in World Series Major League Baseball, actually, which we'll get into a little bit later.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking at my particular overlays that I grabbed for Major League Baseball, and mine just say baseball at the top. But they're copyright 1979 Mattel. I don't know offhand. Do you recall when that was that just changed to baseball when it was Intellivision Incorporated before INTV, or did some of the Mattel baseballs come out with just baseball on the overlay?
I was under the impression that you had a mixed bag even back when they had the license, but yeah. I'm not sure about that.
I wonder if those were early runs before they had the license and they knew they were going to make the game.
According to INTV Funhouse, that has kind of like all these variants listed and stuff, he mentions the one that has the Major League logo, one that has the logo removed. Actually, I think there's 3 variants that have the logo removed, so I'm guessing that's much more common. But he has 3 of these variants showing up as by Mattel vendor, and then the Intellivision Inc. as a 4th one. And only one of the 4 variants thing here has the MLB logo at the top. So I don't know why they, when they had the license, why did they not print it? But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it was different printing runs timed with when they had the license and before or after they got it.
And if those of you listening aren't clear on the difference between the Mattel Electronics Intellivision Incorporated, INTV Corp, and Intellivision Productions Incorporated, you can listen to our first episode where we kind of go over how that all came about. But I'm sure a lot of you listening already know that.
Yeah. I wonder if they removed the name on the top and just made it baseball for when they were releasing the Sears versions, because the Sears version just says baseball on it.
Correct. I see that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wonder if they just went down to one simple version to put into both versions of it.
So what about Phil Boland's Super Video Arcade Sears overlay set? What does he do for baseball?
Yeah, it in general looks a lot like the Major League Baseball. You have artwork showing little fielders on the field. They have a little more detail than the Mattel. Just slightly bigger, but more or less it looks a lot like the Mattel one. I do see that he did some coloring, like at the bottom right and bottom left corners. They have like a little cutoff there that whereas the original one just shows green, he has that cut off to show kind of a background of the Sears burgundy or whatever color. And then of course at the top he's got a different on the top, Super Video Arcade Baseball, Sears Telegames.
Yeah, I have a set of those. I just don't have it handy, but thanks for checking that. That's cool. Yet another variant.
Indeed. Yeah, if you're into collecting variants, it seems like baseball is probably a good one to start with. Plenty of them. Right?
Yeah, we won't even get into cartridge labels, will we?
Oh, geez.
We don't usually.
Quite a few of those.
Yeah, so the world, like I said, we mentioned the difference in the World Championship Baseball overlay, and the World Championship Baseball also got new artwork for the box. But again, they just look like generic baseball players to me. I don't know if they're supposed to indicate anything other than that. So, yeah, as we heard in the interview then, one of the things that was kind of neat about this was it kind of had this faux speech of "you're out" when you would get when an out occurs, and that was I remember as a kid, my dad, I remember him particularly finding that enjoyable, and it just. Again, it tricked my brain into thinking it was speech for sure. It sounds like that to me even to this day, that he's saying you're out.
Yeah, it's more clear than figure out the code in Bomb Squad. Well, for me anyway.
So I don't know. So this is these two games kind of encapsulate that one style of playing baseball, I guess, on the Intellivision, and it's a pretty good. I feel like it's a pretty good game. World Championship is just Major League Baseball done even better. After playing World Championship, I'm not sure there's a lot of reason for me to play Major League Baseball anymore, even if I have a friend over. It just seems like it's a better version.
Yeah, and the big bug that happens in World Championship Baseball, I've never actually seen that particular crash happen. And in fact, before I continue, let me read what the email that Keith Robinson sent me that kind of details the World Championship Baseball and the various problems.
Message for you, sir.
So Keith says, I know little about the creation of World Championship Baseball. It was programmed at APH by Dan Dickerson, whom I've never met. Perhaps Dave can fill you in on that part of the story. The problem was that it had a bug that caused the game to freeze. It rarely happened, but after a few games went out with fatal flaws, Mattel Electronics ruled that no game would be released with a bug, so Q&A was intensified.
Good going.
The game, known internally as Baseball 2, was announced in catalogs as coming soon under the name All-Star Major League Baseball. Artwork for the box was completed, but the release was delayed until the bug could be fixed. Again, I don't know the details of this part, but somehow the debugging of the game was transferred from APH to Mattel, only time I ever saw that happen. Director Mike Minkoff was a huge baseball fan and known as a very methodical programmer who was great at finding bugs. He dedicated all his free time to making the game releasable. He narrowed down where in the code the bug was occurring, but still hadn't pinned it down. One of our programmers, Rick Koenig, had developed a routine that could be inked into any Intellivision game. The routine allowed a breakpoint to be set in the program that would freeze the game at the point and display on the screen the contents of the microprocessor registers. Despite this, Mike never succeeded in finding the bug, so it was unreleased when Mattel Electronics closed. When INTV Corp took over, they looked for unreleased games they could release. They looked at Baseball 2, but were warned the game crashed now and then. On top of that, the only copy of the game that could be found was the version with the debugging software, meaning that the game would occasionally freeze and display a screen full of data that would make no sense to anyone. INTV president Terry Valesky asked how often the bug showed up. He was told that it was very rare. He shrugged and said, "Release it." Keith continues, I printed up the instruction books from the boards that had been prepared at Mattel. Terry had me add a notice on the back of the instruction book. Due to the sophisticated and complex nature of this game, at times interference may appear on your TV screen. If this happens, simply return to start. I've never heard from anyone who has seen the game crash. I'm prepared to tell anyone it does happen to that since if it happens, the game has to be reset, to consider it a rainout. Since Major League Baseball is a trademark and the license had ended with closing of Mattel Electronics, the name of the game was changed on the box from All-Star Major League Baseball to World Championship Baseball, although the title screen still says All-Star Major League Baseball. Keith finally continues saying, I will contact Mike Minkoff to see if he'd be interested in doing an interview over Skype. I don't know of anyone else who knows much about the development of the game. Bill Fisher, manager at Mattel, now president of Quicksilver Software, was hired by Valesky to prepare the game for manufacture. I believe he hired Dave Warhol to do most of the work, although there was little work to do. There were no tools to modify the code at that point, so I believe it was just a case of sending the existing EPROMs as is to the ROM factory in Arizona and keeping track of the checksums. Keith also mentioned that Steve Edinger was involved in helping debug World Championship Baseball with Mike Minkoff. But other than that, he didn't have any more details, but certainly we appreciate all the details that you did supply us with, Keith. I've never experienced the bug where the debugging screen comes up, but I have had some weird things happen when I've been playing that game where like the buttons for the fielders just suddenly won't respond, or I can't throw the ball. It's happened every now and again, and then you just reset the game and it's okay. But I don't know if that's related, but I have seen that once or twice.
I didn't run across that one. The one thing I did, and again, this is just like a nostalgia goofy thing, but the player sprites when they're running have changed just a bit from the original. It's not the classic running man. It's just a little bit different. And it looks to me like he's a little bent forward maybe when he's running in World Championship versus the Major League. And it looks like he's kicking his knees up a lot higher or something. There's kind of an oddness to it that made me notice a difference, and it made me think that I liked the original Running Man a little better. Mm-hmm. But that may just be nostalgia that I remember the Major League Baseball and expect to see that on that same looking screen, and it looks a little bit different. It jumps out at me. I don't know.
They also changed the Running Man a little bit, so it looked like he was wearing a hat. That's in both versions.
Oh, you mean for the baseball game in general?
Yeah, for the animated Running Man, they actually made it look like he's wearing a baseball cap.
Sure, yeah.
So it actually was a baseball player.
Mattel Electronics presents the World Series.
So the other baseball game, World Series Major League Baseball, requires the ECS, the Entertainment Computer System, to be attached. It makes use of the expanded RAM and the keyboard to a small extent. So and the IntelliVoice. I was about to
and it almost warrants its own episode, to be honest.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you have the ECS and the IntelliVoice, it plays and adds commentary, play-by-play sort of to it as well.
Hard chopper. Close at first. Got him.
As I was playing this game, I was really amazed by how this game, how much is in this game. It's just crazy. So to talk about the game a little bit, it just to give you kind of a brief, what's different about this than the others? Well, this actually tries to give you a perspective on the field as opposed to, say, a 1,000-foot view looking down on the baseball diamond. You're much more on the field, kind of looking over the pitcher's shoulder, let's say, when he's pitching. And it definitely gives you an illusion of depth as the sprites change size as they run out to the field and back. And so you're definitely at this down on the field kind of perspective. And it just looks amazing for this time period. It's beyond leagues beyond anything else that was being done on the other systems. And, if you show someone who knows anything about video gaming history and you tell them this was released in 1983, you would expect a jaw drop. It's just that amazingly different than what you expect for this time period. And that said, though, the gameplay is very different from the other baseball games in that it tends to drive a lot of things for you, and it tends to do a lot of things based on statistics about the players. So your pitcher will pitch well based on if he has if that particular player has good statistics. I think that plays into the batting as well. There's still timing you have to do as a player to hit the ball at the right time.
One on, two out. It's a hard line drive. He makes the catch.
But I think the results of that hit, like if you have a player that is a home run hitter, he'll more likely hit a home run than say another player based on his batting statistics that they've kind of preloaded into the game. So again, this is like completely leagues beyond what's being done in the other game and what was being done at the time.
Was that a pun? Leagues beyond?
Leagues beyond? It was an accidental pun. I hate puns.
Well, I want to say that everything you're saying is true, and regarding like the performance of the players, that can actually deteriorate over time during the game too. They get tired. A certain pitcher only has the ability to be good for maybe 4 or 5 innings, and then he starts to go downhill.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And did you know about the ROM variant? Because originally they use stats from actual players, and if you're a baseball stat nerd, which none of us are, you would be able to recognize who these players were and from what year based on these stats. But then marketing, I guess, decided against that, or it was a licensing deal or what have you, and then they changed the names of all the players to made up first names and last names of programmers at Mattel.
Yeah.
So all the players have names and they all have their various stats. But there is a ROM variant that you can load in that actually has all the original players' names that they were going to use.
I don't think I knew that was actually out and about. I didn't know that. That's cool.
And given that this game uses the ECS, you also have the ability to save your rosters. You can save a game in progress and load it later. The ECS has connections to go to a cassette recorder to and from. They're little 8-inch jacks, mono jacks. And just as an experiment, when I was recording sounds for the game this past weekend, I did a dump of the game that I was playing and reloaded it, and it worked fine. And,
oh, wow.
And here's what it sounds like. It just sounds like a typical, cassette load sound from any computer from back in the era.
Yeah.
But the thing about this game is that when it came out, as we've talked about even in other shows, it was the tail end of the Intellivision, and a lot of effort went into creating this game, as you'll shortly hear from Eddie Dombrower about the game and how he did it. But yeah, I wonder if things played out differently in the game industry at the time, if this would have really just like taken off and just been crazy successful.
It's a long fly. Going. Makes the catch.
That said, if you compare this gameplay-wise to Major League or World Champion, it's I would almost say it's more of a simulation than it is a fast-paced baseball game.
Yeah, that was the same thing I wrote in my notes.
I mean, it's impressive for so many reasons, but I don't think it's as fun to play as the simpler Major League Baseball and World Championship Baseball.
Yeah, I got the feeling as I was playing it that it felt a lot more like watching a baseball game. I mean, that I played as well, but like the pacing seems a lot more like real baseball in the sense that, just the way it feels. It's not as high. The pace is much slower, and It's not as arcadey, I guess you would say, as the other baseball games where you're controlling the man directly and stuff like that. There's a lot of things in the World Series game that rely on the computer to do some things for you, and so to that degree, you can't. Your skill doesn't speed it up any or something,
Right, and what's cool about this game is if you've never played it before, you turn it on, you hit C on the keyboard, your ECS keyboard, and you can watch an entire game with the computer playing both sides.
Yes.
And you'll hear the play-by-play. You'll see the way that the screen cuts to the different views and the picture-in-picture of your guy on the base. It gives you a good feel for how things are going to play. And once you do actually try to play it, there's a lot of the conventions that you've gotten used to in the other baseball games are not here. Like, for example, batting. You're not batting with the side buttons. You're using the disc, and whether you're swinging high or low or, aiming for a curve or not, It takes a lot of getting used to if you've played, the other games for your lifetime and you suddenly find yourself playing this one.
Nobody on, nobody down. Strike!
But I think it's not a game. This is not a game that you can just pick up and master in one sitting.
I agree.
It takes a lot of work to kind of really get good at this. And I've talked about this game in a previous episode, and I really hadn't given it enough time because this is not one I had as a kid. This is one I got later, and it's not one that I've played a lot. So I've been playing it recently, and it does get better as you put more time into it, and you can appreciate more about the game.
Yeah, I felt the same way. As I was playing it, I thought, well, there's definitely some quirkiness about the game. Like, I don't know how many times I'd pick a pitch, and the pitcher would throw it into the dirt and before it hit the plate. And I thought, that's weird. And that's just kind of an odd quirkiness of the game that, my pitcher, I told him to throw a certain type of pitch, but based on his stats, and again, you mentioned earlier about how tired he is or whatever another, he's going to perform however he can perform. It's like that's where the aspect I felt like it was more like I was watching a baseball game than directly controlling every aspect of it, because you don't directly control every aspect of this.
Mm-hmm.
All four. He's at first.
Yeah, and the pitching is a lot more involved too. Again, you're using the disc a lot more. You can choose whether you're going to throw high, low, or outside or inside, but then you can also choose whether you're going to throw a fastball or curveball. And there's several steps involved to throw a pitch. And the manual even suggests when you're getting used to the game to just throw straight fastballs, to get used to batting. Because the angle that you're seeing your batter is, I guess you would say it's sort of a 3/4 perspective. You're kind of like you would see it on television. You see the pitcher on the lower left corner of your screen, and your batter is kind of near the upper right corner on the diagonal. Mm-hmm. And it's a little bit hard to gauge where that ball is and when you should swing.
Right.
Foul ball. Foul ball. Nobody on. 1 out. Chopper. He crossed at first. Makes the play.
It definitely takes some getting used to.
Yeah.
And I never got to the point in my playing, and again, I haven't put in hours and hours yet, but I never got to the point in my play where I felt like swing high, swing middle, swing low was when do I even pick which one? I just swung close to the middle, and it seemed like that got me. I was able to hit the ball.
Right.
But I imagine that if you can pay attention, and I'm not sure I can, but if you can pay attention to that detail and realize, oh, that pitch is a little high, and hit it high, maybe you connect better and you get a better hit out of it or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Hard line drive. Home the infield. He crossed at first. Safe.
Yeah, and there's a lot more for you to do when you're fielding or you're the batting team. You can steal bases like the other baseballs, but you sort of see your guy in a picture-in-picture viewpoint, and you can do the sliding and stuff like that. But it's handled a little bit differently with the controller, and you have to hit on the keypad that you're going to steal, and that can affect like which guy you're controlling if you have more than one guy on base. And as far as like fielding, so let's say the guy hits the ball, it's a fly, it'll cut to another away from that shot of the pitcher and the batter, and then you'll see like the infield, and if it's a fly ball, it'll kind of go out past that and then cut to another scene where you're seeing your outfielders, and the computer tries to select the nearest guy to the ball, and the guy is white, and then you can control him.
It's a fly. He makes the catch. Cross the third. Double play.
I found it's a little bit jarring at times when it's a line drive or a fly ball, and it switches the screen view twice before you kind of get to do something.
Right. Yeah, because you feel the pressure of, okay, the ball's flying, I need to get there, I need to do something, but you kind of have to wait for the computer to decide to put the view in the right place so that you can know where you're moving your guy to make a play or not. You kind of have to trust the computer to put your guy in the right position at that point, I think.
Right, and like World Championship, you can actually reposition your players too on this one. I believe it changes after it goes back to the standard positioning after every inning, but.
Okay.
But yeah, there's so many different layers of detail. As I said, it's more of a simulation. It's a playable simulation, I guess you could say.
What? Gone.
But let's go into Eddie Dombrower's interview now, just to kind of hear more about how this all came about, and maybe he can describe it a little bit better than we are right now.
Intellivision game programmer interview.
Today we are talking to Eddie Dombrower. He was the programmer and designer of World Series Major League Baseball on the Intellivision. Came to Mattel in 1982, stayed there for a while. Left a little bit before the whole close down and crash thing. So welcome to the show, Eddie. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. My pleasure.
So, yeah, we're doing all the baseballs in this particular episode, so we had to talk about yours. How did you get started at Mattel, and what was the first kind of things that you did when you went there?
So, before I was at Mattel, I was doing my postgraduate work in Europe, researching the use of computers to notate choreography. I was a ballet dancer as well as a math major in college.
Wow.
And so I received a grant to research that, and I actually figured out how to program a 3D animated figure on an Apple II computer, which was quite a technical tour de force in those days.
Mm-hmm.
And when I came back to the United States, I went to visit a friend of mine at Pomona College, where I graduated from, who was a year behind me. And I was just talking to Dave Warhol, and I was sitting across the desk from him, and I saw a little blue piece of paper, which was the signal that the Career Planning and Placement Office had jobs. And so I said, do you mind if I look at the blue slip? And he didn't. And Don Daglow, who was also an alumni of Pomona College, who I'm sure you know was a senior executive at Mattel Electronics at the time, was looking for new programmers. Anyway, so Dave and I both went for interviews. Turns out we both ended up getting hired and starting on the same day. But during my interview with Don, I basically walked in with a magazine showing the work that I'd done in my postgraduate work, which was, full screen animated person dancing on a screen, pretty crude graphics, but nevertheless it was something that sort of sparked his interest because he had this vision, I think, that predated Mattel, to do a version of a computer baseball game that looked like television.
Yeah.
And so even during the interview, I think after I sort of successfully passed whatever technical test that proved I actually knew how to program computers, Don mentioned to me that he was looking for someone to lead the programming and the design of this project this baby of his, basically, to bring, television style graphics to computer games or to video games. We didn't do computer games quite yet.
Yeah.
And that was basically, at the end, my recollection is, it was a long time ago, that was the end of the interview. And then when he hired me, that's what he asked me to do. And so I came in, to do that. And so I spent a time between the interview and the job, playing the original Intellivision baseball game, which is still one of the great baseball games of all time, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Totally addictive, totally simple. It's a great interface. That was a great controller. I actually thought that, it's a perfect controller for baseball.
Oh, absolutely.
And anyway, so it came in. I was actually paired up with someone, and I'm totally blanking on his name, and I'm going to be embarrassed because he'll probably hear it and be mad at me for forgetting his name.
Well, according to Intellivision Lives, Keith Robinson's website, it says you were the designer, programmer, voice implementation with Steve Integer, voice processing, Mattel Speech Lab, and music and sound effects, Dave Warhol. And that's all it says on his site about the game.
So Steve and Dave were really key players. Steve Ettinger in particular, because he's such a baseball fan, was really, really helpful just from, someone to bounce ideas off. He had lots of great ideas. But there was another programmer who started the same day I did, who, if I recall correctly, like a lot of the folks who were slightly older than me, and only slightly, worked like in the aerospace and defense industry. So I actually don't know what he ever did. I think he worked at TRW or something like that. Couldn't really tell me what he did. But anyway, so he came in through that world. I came in through, a different world. And quite frankly, it was kind of hard to partner up on a project like that. And it was my first gig. And I don't know, I was probably a little difficult to collaborate with because I was just trying to write the code as fast as I could. It was a major piece of coding, and it took a long time to write it. And they kept adding on stuff. So the speech synthesizer kind of came out. It's like, well, we could do this thing. We tried to hire Vin Scully, which would have been just a dream come true.
Yeah.
But that was too expensive. And so we wrote a script, and we hired I think we hired a voice actor. I don't think anyone internally did it. And then, Dave came and helped with the music and the sound effects stuff and some basic code stuff. Dave, like I said, Dave and I knew each other from before. Anyway, so there was this other person. He was with the project for, I want to say, 3 to 6 months, and then it was pretty clear it was really going to be better off as a one-man show. So I took it from there.
Was this always intended to be done using the ECS computer module, or was it something that maybe Don had thought about way before that even came about?
I think the ECS and the voice units all came after we got going. I really think that it started off pretty simply, that it was going to be, for the Intellivision using the basic system, maybe with the extra memory. I can't exactly remember. That might have been the only extra hardware that we had contemplated at the time. And then it just it sort of took on a life of its own. Don had a very big vision. It's my nature to sort of, work in the world of big visions. And so I just, the game just kept getting bigger. And every time they said, oh, here's a new piece of hardware, and we'd raise our hands and we'd say, oh, and we could do voice on it, or we could store this on it, or I don't even remember long ago. So we were always volunteering to make the game sort of match the vision.
Yeah.
And that was really fun. And, Don had just a great perspective on how to approach it. And then I brought a whole different part of it, and I don't know how much you know about this, but this became something we also ended up doing with Earl Weaver Baseball later on in our careers at EA, is that I needed to animate it. And so I brought my tool in, my Apple II computer, and I animated all the baseball moves using my dance notation thing that I did, which is one of the reasons that I mentioned it.
Oh, wow.
So I brought this tool in so I could sort of have a model of what I was working on, because in those days we didn't have DVDs, right? So you could kind of do stop motion video, but even that was really not part of what we did. And there's another story that if we have time, we'll get to that about the little bit of work that was done with digitizing video.
Mm-hmm.
So I animated all the stuff first on my tool, which was full screen, full Apple screen, which must have been a 13-inch black and white monitor, so that I had reference frames to animate from. But it dawned on me during that process, and also, through some other things that I had been doing before I came to Mattel, that I wanted to take a different tack than the original Mattel game and all other baseball games up to that time, and even for a few years afterwards.
Yeah.
And I don't know the accuracy of this, and you can talk to the guy who did it, but generally speaking, those games were built around the screen coordinates, right? So the left field foul pole was at an actual screen coordinate, right? And likewise with the right field foul pole and home plate and second base, and all the key points on the ballpark were based on the screen. And because of the work I had been doing and because the stage that the dancer was on was a virtual stage, I already had this sort of model in my head. And so instead of basing the game on a screen, I based it on we didn't have the real term virtual reality then. I based it on a virtual ball field. It was measured in feet and inches instead of pixels. And I used that model for the next 12 years, finishing up this one at Mattel and then moving on to the one at Electronic Arts. And then I did another version years later based on the same thing. And then I did a basketball game on the same model, which was, so the idea is you play the game in this virtual field. And then every 10th of a second or so, depending on the speed of the computer, you draw a rendering of what was going on. So you'd literally, project or transpose or whatever language you like to use mathematically, what was on a three-dimensional field onto a two-dimensional surface. And one of the reasons that was important is that we were trying to do this television-like thing, which meant we needed to have different camera angles, which meant you couldn't rely on the pixels to tell you where the ball was.
Right.
Players, for that matter.
Wow.
And,
yeah, that was just a groundbreaking approach that no one had thought of or done before in a game.
No, and I remember talking to Bing Gordon, who's one of the principals at Electronic Arts, not very many years ago, and he still remembers what a breakthrough that was. All the things, not just that, but we called it we eventually ended up calling it the stats and physics model. The stats model being the sort of brilliant idea that Don had about the way to deal with all the statistics, and then the physics model, which I sort of brought to the party, which brought a very different perspective to the game, because the other thing that happens in the stats and physics model, and this was pioneered with the work that we did at Mattel, which was you look at the pitcher and the batter like an old-fashioned card-based game, which is like a role-playing game, right? Mm-hmm. And then you throw dice and it would say, well, according to this pitcher's stats and this batter's stats, this play should be a double, right? Yeah. In most games until then, all they did was they said, and a double looks like this, and it goes into these pixels, and it's always a double, right? And the runner on first will score, and the runner on, and the runner at the plate will go to second. And, maybe there's 4 different doubles or 10 different doubles. It really doesn't matter. We didn't take that approach. The approach I took was to say, well, in an average world, in an average park, with an average runner and average speed fielders, this is what the trajectory of the ball would have to do coming off the bat to make a double. And then that was the end of the statistics. Right. From then, it went on to a totally physical model. It actually was an object-oriented model, and I didn't know it at the time. Every player sort of autonomously thought for themselves, and they said, oh, ball's coming my way. I should probably go get it. Right? Right, or it's my job, I'm the first baseman, I should probably cover first base because there's guys who are closer than me. Right. Likewise with the base runners, it's like, oh, that ball looks like it might be caught. I'm not going to run all the way to third base. Right, all that kind of stuff. So each player, depending on what position they were, would do a little thinking. And the ball would just go off on a three-dimensional trajectory. And we had, a dozen trajectories for each kind of hit, which there were dozens of types of hits. Right? Mm-hmm. So average park, average speed, average everything else, that ball's a double, right? Goes in the gap, bounces off the fence once, an average speed center fielder picks it up and throws it in, right?
Right.
The runner's just getting to second base at that time. So we sort of work backwards from there. However, because it was a virtual field, we could put Fenway Park in there. And now the ball hits the wall on the fly. And now you've got, Rice out in left field, who's really fast with a great arm, right? And he runs the ball down before the guy makes a full turn at first base, and he guns it into first base. The runner then runs back to first base. And that totally changes the way the game feels.
Oh, yeah.
Because now who you put in left field actually makes a difference.
Right.
Right? And if you've got, I'm going to stay with the Wayback Machine, you got Mike Scioscia running around the bases, he's not getting to second base very often. So that part of the physics really made the game feel very different every play. Every time there was a ball hit, you really didn't know it was going to happen. Because in the older games, the Stratomatic kind of games, you kind of knew it was going to, you saw the balls go, oh, that's a double, right? That's a home run, right? You can see the balls going out. That's a home run. Well, this one depended on the shape of the park and if the wind was blowing, if it was AstroTurf. And all of that stuff got, we did the simplest possible version. That's pretty complicated stuff. The simplest possible version, but you can see why we needed extra memory.
Sure, yeah. It doesn't sound like this could have been done on just the Intellivision by itself.
The amount of data that we collected on every player, it wasn't huge, but it was enough. And the amount of processing, that's a lot of code, which is why it took twice as long as Don thought it was going to take. And then we had different camera angles, and we had a split screen, if you remember what the screenshot looks like.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And it's all block, man, so it doesn't look fabulous. But what was underneath it didn't care what it looked like. And that was really ultimately the breakthrough. Because then we just took it and sort of did it all over again and did it better with Earl Weaver Baseball when we went to EA.
Yeah. This was much like Don's game Utopia was like the precursor to the sim games. This was like the precursor to those kind of baseball games.
Absolutely, and he just does not get enough credit for these things.
Well, we're going to have him on when we do a Utopia episode. So.
No, that's great. Because, so one of the exercises we used to do, and we did it more with Earl Weaver than we did with World Series Baseball, is we'd look at the package back, right? And you'd say, here's the list of features. And it's like, that's the same list of features that's still out there today.
Mm-hmm.
With one exception, which is this thing called career mode, which we didn't ever do.
Yeah.
But you take career mode out of what we sort of gave birth to then, we kind of got a lot of it right. We really, really did. And a lot of people just followed suit. And, my comment about Bing really remembers that we got those things right. And it really spawned a change in the industry. And the same with Utopia. And I'm sure there was other games there as well. But one of my favorite stories, and I'll just digress for a second, is, and I'm totally blanking on what the game was called. But basically, it was a Star Wars game, right? You'd be shooting down the trough, the last scene of the first Star Wars movie, right?
Are you talking about the Intellivision game Star Strike?
Yeah, must have been. Yeah. And so you're coming down the trough. It looks just like that scene. It's a 2.5D model, right? You're going down the trough and you're trying to shoot into the hole, or you're shooting at things on the sides. I don't rightly remember. I didn't play very much, but I remember it. And that kind of game sort of disappeared for a long time. And then in 1982, it showed up again as Doom.
Yeah.
Right. It's like the number of things that crew got right, and same is true with the folks at Atari.
Oh, sure, yeah, absolutely.
But it was one of the fun things about being with that in that time with that group of people is it was all about the game mechanics, and it wasn't so much about I think we all had enough vision to realize that eventually it would look better, but the fun was there from the get-go, and I took a very brief stint going back into the games industry about 3 years ago when I brought one of my colleagues, actually several of my colleagues, back from the back out of the abyss and back into the games world when we took a job at Playdom making a basketball game for them. All thinking, and there was a bunch of us older folks there at Playdom and at Zynga as well. I really thought, and what really hooked me into going back into it is it was going to be all about the gameplay. We were going to get to really be, really thinking again about what just makes a great, engaging game. And very, very quickly it got into, well, you need to have this effect that they have in this other game, and it needs to look like this game from EA, and it needs to look like that game from Sony. And it's like, I left the industry in part because of that. It really became a business of sequels.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, in the Intellivision in the Atari days, it was all about the gameplay because that you couldn't really do much with the graphics, and so you focus on that, and those games are still fun and playable today.
They so totally are. Anyway, so that was I forget how I got into that digression, but nevertheless, so I was talking about the package back. So anyway, so yeah, we really did. We did a lot of great thinking about it. We had a great crew of folks that just had nothing but great ideas, and there's a lot of fun stories. One of the stories is we wanted to use real old time players, so a lot like Stratomatic, so you could have Willie Mays and Babe Ruth and famous players. And again, Mattel was, they were investing a lot, and I think they were just gun shy about licensing with Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball had no idea what to charge, so it was a deal that didn't happen. And Don was actually closer to that than I, so at some point we should probably ask him. But what we decided to do was we put in all the stats from, I don't know, a couple dozen, no, couldn't have been, must have been like 30 or some players. And they were the real stats for these, like all-star, all-time, Hall of Fame players. But we put fake names on them.
Right. You used programmer people at Mattel's last name and then like a made-up first name.
Yeah, like nicknames and stuff like that.
But there is, I don't know how much you're aware of like the continuing ongoing scene within television, and there's new games being developed still. There's a big fan base of the hardware. There's multi-carts out there. There's a version of the baseball ROM floating around that still has the real player names in it.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah, I've got that one actually on my multi-cart. So yeah.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
I'll send that over to you if you want it.
Okay. Anyway, so, one of the staff members who I don't remember who it was, actually got his nose bent out of shape because his player was a black player. And we actually had skin color in the game, which was also a first.
Right.
It's like, really? That was, when was it? It was, 1983. By then, it's like, really, this day and age, that's going to bother you, really?
Yeah.
But anyway, it did bother him, so I think we changed the name or something. I don't remember. But we had everybody's name was in there, including the receptionist, and, everybody else was in there. So that was a fun thing. And then, then we did the commercial. I assume you know about the commercial, right?
Yeah, this was when George Plimpton came out to show the keyboard component, and you see these little cut scenes of the game. Yeah. Oh, as a kid, I was like blown away.
So I don't know. I actually have a copy of that commercial somewhere. I should probably get it digitized. I don't know if the tape is any good anymore.
It's on YouTube, but the quality is kind of low. The ones that I found. But yeah, I probably have it on a VHS somewhere from recording shows as a kid too, I bet, but haven't gone searching for it.
In 1983, Intellivision owners won't believe their luck, because while others are asking you to buy a completely new system, Mattel Electronics is revolutionizing Intellivision, making gameplay like this possible simply by adding a computer keyboard.
And now, during this holiday season, Intellivision buyers won't believe their luck, because if you buy an Intellivision master component before December 31st, 1982, Mattel Electronics will send you a $50 rebate. Happy holidays with a $50 rebate from the makers of Intellivision.
But yeah, that was, it makes me wonder with all that you guys came up with, and granted the ECS was fairly limited in what it gave you besides, the extra sound and a little bit of extra RAM. I just wonder if things didn't play out the way they did with the market, if what would have happened with Mattel Electronics and ongoing, they were working on like the Intellivision 3 and these other things like that.
Yeah, like I said, they had a lot of things really pretty right. The Advanced Products Group or whatever they were called, with that keyboard, they weren't too far off in a lot of ways of what was coming. And what's really funny is that, now I'm looking at my Mac and it's got the same keyboard that whatever that, what did they call it?
The ECS, the little chiclet keyboard?
Yeah, anyway, so it's funny is that everybody made fun of that keyboard, but now that's what we all use on our Macs. So it's,
I know. It's come full circle.
Pretty ironic.
Did you have any work with the original keyboard component? Because I know that was an APH thing, and they dropped it after they realized it was too expensive and all that. So you never got to mess around with that one.
No, but it was a small shop, and we were all pretty, we were all young and for the most part single and pretty chummy. So yeah, I saw all that stuff. There was even some stuff with a head, motion sensor on a head, and even it's like I forget what they call it, but basically you wouldn't have to move. You just wore the thing on your head. You could sort of like try and it was like a biofeedback thing, and it would move things on the screen. Yeah, we got to see all that fun stuff. It was we were pretty much the odd decks out at Mattel, but that was a pretty fun.
Do you remember anything about the Intellivision 3 or the alleged Intellivision 4 that was in development?
Not the 4. The 3 I had a little bit of exposure to because there was all these really cool things they were doing with the sprites and the graphics. And I remember it would just look great. That's what I remember. It's like, oh, yeah, I really want to do this. I really wanted to work on it. And it's funny is I never actually really started another product there. I left not long after the baseball game went out. I was helping Don manage some stuff with new product ideas, but I didn't really ever build another product after that.
You started at Mattel when?
I started at Mattel in 1982.
And you stayed there till it closed in 84?
I actually left before that. I left with a small group of folks, Russ Haft and Dave Warhol and some other folks, and we went to set up a little office in Venice to do Intellivision coding for Atari.
Uh-huh.
was a big, gigantic lawsuit. I wasn't actually party to that. I was in the second wave of folks that came over with Russ and Andy and Andy Sells. And I believe that 3 or 4 guys got sued for ostensibly stealing trade secrets by walking out of Mattel with what they knew in their heads. But
to make the Atari games for the Intellivision?
Yeah, exactly.
Like Pac-Man and Centipede and that?
Yeah, so I was actually hired and was originally working on making a version of Pole Position. So I became really good at it, right? We had a stand-up in the office, and I spent a lot of time playing Pole Position. Then there was a switch, and I started working with Children's Television Workshop. But yeah, that's why they hired us.
Oh, okay, cool. What was the name of that company?
Well, that was Atari.
No, it was just Atari directly. It wasn't like some side company. Oh, okay, wow.
Set up a little office in Venice.
So does that mean that you had anything to do with the stuff later that came out from INTV, like Pole Position, that they'd finished?
Not a thing, no.
Yeah, okay. Just with regard to World Series baseball, do you remember like the amount of ROM that you were given, and was that something that had to keep being bumped up because of all the features you kept adding?
Yes.
That probably ended up being one of the largest ones done for the system.
At least at the time it was the biggest one. I'm almost positive of that. I believe that when we first started, there was already an assumption that we would require an extra big cartridge, so extra ROM in the cartridge. But this is so long ago, I honestly don't remember. But I know there was this moment when it's like, yeah, we need something bigger. And we just kept filling the space. And I was like everybody else, finding, really clever ways to take advantage of the limited space that we had.
Mm-hmm.
And, including things like unrolling code into RAM and running it out of RAM,
Wow.
which that means anything to you, sort of zip up the code, if you will, uncompress it and then run it. And then you'd write over it when you were done with it. Which is something I learned to do when I was programming on an Apple II, because that kind of has that same kind of memory kind of thing. And there was bank switching memory, if I recall, because, couldn't actually access all the memory. So every time you added one of these things, you also added all this extra overhead to manage it. It wasn't like you just got the extra memory. You also had to know when you were using it, because, it would come in and out of focus, if you will, when it was accessible.
Yeah, so on top of all these new ideas you were creating for the game itself, you're coming up with like new technical ways to make it happen.
Yeah. And I've always been a really, really good debugger, and that was one of the things that I would occasionally help other guys do, debug their code. And so I was probably pretty well suited to sort of be working, in production on some of these newer things. It happened again when we did Earl Weaver on the Amiga. A lot of us, including Dave Warhol, were working with the Amiga, which was a computer with sprites, which was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
But we were working with hand-wrapped hardware, and a lot of the things that we learned at Mattel sort of kind of came back then. Is like, okay, I need to get right down to I need to get the operating system out of the way and just do this myself.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of that stuff that you learn when you have to code like that, and it served me well for many years.
Yeah, so we already talked to Dave Rolfe about the original baseball that he did and the exec that he did. Now, when you guys were doing this, I'm guessing you probably weren't using the exec routines at this point.
We probably used a few of them. I know we didn't totally, ignore it, because of the way that they trained us with Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. You know about that?
Mm-mm.
Oh, so every new programmer, was trained, went through a training process, and they gave us a shell of a game, a template of a game to work with that was called, at least this is what I remember, it was called Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, and you had to make your sort of first little test games out of that, and that was very heavily invested in using the exec and learning how to. I'm surprised I remember this. If you hadn't said it, I would never remembered it. Using all the subroutines, and whatever things it could do to sort of help you along. Then you sort of eventually sort of moved away from it, especially in the generation of folks that I was in, which was sort of the post. We were the second generation of programmers there,
mm-hmm.
and because we had more RAM and ROM, we probably got away from it a little bit more because we didn't need to depend on it. But I was always, it's just my nature to try and use every trick at my disposal, and I know I used it, in every way I could when I could.
Yeah. What was the besides you said you brought in your Apple II to do some of the animation stuff or to get work that out, but what were the development systems you guys were using at Mattel then?
We were on PDP-11s with, I want to say, 8-inch floppy disks.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't rightly remember the rest of it, but I know that was our basic. We were working on mini computers. They were around the back of the cubes. And every now and then they would, go kapoof. And it happened to me once. Thankfully, I was not very sophisticated with, how to deal with the system itself. I was a user, but I wasn't really someone who understood much about the PDP-11 sort of real sort of architecture.
Yeah.
So something went kerpoof in my development environment, and thankfully, there were enough real rocket scientist kind of guys there that they could help me reconstruct it, and I didn't lose too much work. But that was one of those horrible moments, right? When it's like, oh man, it's like it's not all backed up, and
oh god,
I remember what I did yesterday, and I remember that was a pretty horrible day.
And you had the means to quickly put it into an actual Intellivision to test out what you'd been working on, kind of thing too.
Yeah, so we didn't even have memory; we just had boxes there, and then we had prom burners, so we could build. It's funny, I don't remember. There must have been something that went from the development system directly into a emulator or an actual device, but there came a point when you had to actually burn proms in order to insert the cartridge into an actual device. And I don't remember where I just don't remember.
I'll have to ask Keith Robinson about that.
Yeah, you'll have to ask Keith. That's so. Yeah, I just don't remember.
He probably has all that information still in his head.
He probably still has it.
So, just a couple quick more questions about the game. Was the idea that you had lineup changes and everything, that was groundbreaking too. But what about the whole, hey, I want to save my roster to, cassette or, save my game. That was something that I don't remember ever seeing in a console. Granted, you had the ECS that had that capability, but this was all new stuff then. Was that an afterthought, or was that
one came from Don? I think, that's one of those things when you say, oh, we have this device, what can we do now? I'm guessing that's really where that came from. I was not so much a computer game player like that, though. I was more of an adventure game player. So Don really was the one who understood the value of sort of saving stuff off. But that became, again, part and parcel of the future of everything that we did, not just with that game, but with Earl Weaver Baseball, right? That ability to manage, to stop a game in mid-time, and to do some other things as well. I don't remember if Instant Replay made it into World Series. I don't think it did.
No, I don't remember that. But what I was going to mention is that was pretty forward thinking to include the computer demo mode when you turn it on. So just to get a grasp of what this game is that you're seeing that you've never seen before, back then.
Well, I think we kind of had to do that. I think it was becoming sort of the thing to do. But I also think that part of it was enough different that people really didn't get what we were trying to articulate.
Yeah.
This was one of those things. I don't know how these things may all be related. It's 30 years ago. So one of the things that we had to do, we went to CES. CES in those days was, about CB radios, and the video game companies, which was, Atari and Mattel, also went, right? And, we would go there and we'd have to make demoable versions. Mm-hmm. And I learned a really painful and invaluable lesson during the two CESs that were during the development cycle, which is you inevitably hack together something so that the game will hold together during the demos.
Right.
And if you don't comment your code well or make good notes, you end up paying the price for that forever. Like, why is that not working?
Oh, yeah.
Right? Or why is it always like that? And then, eventually it's like, oh, that's the demo code, right? That's the little fix I put in there so it wouldn't break when the press came by. And I think the demo mode was also for that, right? So the demo mode was also so that unattended at CES, people could walk by and sort of see, oh, yeah, because making videos wasn't so easy then. And so I think it was as much about that, as much about CES and, getting people hyped about it there, those two shows, as anything else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is not a game that I have two co-hosts on the show, and this is not a game that we played or had as kids, but, acquired years later as you sort of start recollecting these things or what have you. Yeah, and I remember the first time seeing it, and years later, and just still being blown away by what it could do, because the only memory I had of it was from the commercial, seeing it back then. Because by the time '83 rolled around in '84, I was into the home computer stuff already, so
sure.
It moved on. But
well, that's good to hear that it's still good.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you ever go to any of the gaming expos at all? Classic Gaming Expo, because I know Keith Intellivision Productions has a big booth there every year.
No, I haven't been able to. I would really dearly like to go. I had my family late, so I still have young kids, and so I don't do a lot of that kind of traveling, unfortunately. But at some point, I will.
Yeah,
I'd like to go.
Well, it's going to be this September.
All right.
In Vegas. Yeah, another quick question about the game that just came to mind, because you're talking about how the players all sort of think what they're going to do, kind of thing. So I noticed you have that option there where you can defensive play, where you can set it to easy or difficult. So when you set it to difficult, does that just sort of change the algorithm or turn off the AI for the outfielders, or do you remember that feature?
I vaguely remember it. I think what it does is I think it forces you to track the ball. And so in the easy mode, it tracks the ball for you. This is a debate Don and I had for 10 years, which is in baseball, at the level that these guys play, they know where to run to catch the ball.
Right.
Right. So to me, it was kind of like, that's not, I guess I'm much more of a, if I'm going to land in a category, I'm much more of a strategy player than an action player.
Mm-hmm.
Though, and to me, the pitching and batting was a strategy thing, like it really is in real baseball, and less of an action, twitchy kind of thing.
Right.
Right. It's about knowing what pitch to throw and what pitch to look for, rather than just trying to time the darn thing. And so, to me, chasing the ball and trying to get under it on the, under a fly ball was busy work.
Yeah.
You could master. And it's interesting is that Earl Weaver Baseball, which, I started with Don, and then Don moved on to form his company, had the same feature, right, where you could turn on and off the ability to have to catch the ball. And most of the time, matter of fact, I don't know that I've ever met anybody who ever left that feature on or turned it on. But when you look at Tony La Russa Baseball, which was Don's, first thing that he built independent of me in part, but also independently, with his new company, that's a major feature of the game is that sort of shadow that gets, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, gets smaller and smaller as the ball gets closer to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a target, right? And then you run to the target, and chase. So chasing the ball is an important feature of the action mode of that game. And so I think like a lot of things, with interactive stuff, I think I built it because there was no right answer to that.
Yeah.
It was really because some people like it and some people like me don't.
Yeah. I've not played it enough to actually try that. With this show, we're typically reviewing a game, focusing on it, going into all the history and features of it. So we replayed it again recently before we did our own segments, and it does. It definitely plays. If you're looking for a quick arcade baseball game, this is not it. But if you're looking for a detailed simulation that was ahead of its time, then that's what this is.
That's right.
I mean, it's a little difficult play-wise, getting to grips with the view, trying to see if you're going to be able to swing and hit the ball or not, just because of the like sort of 3/4 perspective you do from the pitching screen. But once you get a handle on that, and you get used to the screen changes as the ball's going, from the infield to the outfield, it does get much more playable. But initially, it's a little bit of a struggle to get to grips with it.
Yeah. No, I remember that.
But yeah, very, very cool stuff. Definitely ahead of its time.
My oldest son, who's 15, finally sort of grokked, sort of our place, those of us who did all this stuff, our place in the history of computer entertainment and computer games.
Yeah.
And he tells all his friends, and they're all agog. And I'm older enough than a lot of the dads that they have the sort of same experience that you had, right? Which is they grew up playing the games that we made.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. And the dads find out who you are, and they're like,
yeah.
Whoa. So I guess you're not all that familiar with the homebrew scene of the Intellivision, and there's still companies making new games and such.
I really didn't know that. I honestly, I see the stuff from Keith because, I sort of keep in touch with the gang a little bit. But I had no idea that people are actually making new games for that.
Yeah. I mean, there's new hardware developed, new cartridges with much higher capacities, flash RAM to save game kind of thing, save scores, all sorts of cool stuff. And I can send you some information from the main company that works on this, does these games, is called Electronite. And they've put out several games.
Wow.
But yeah, I know. A lot of that's what we found so far. I mean, I've talked to a lot of the former guys. There's actually one guy who used to work for Mattel, Dave Akers.
Yeah, I know Dave.
Yeah, he's done 2 games now for Electronite for the Intellivision.
Oh my goodness! Doesn't he work with Bill Fisher?
I don't know if he does or doesn't.
Maybe he doesn't. I'm probably confusing him with someone else. I can't remember who works with him anymore. But
yeah. But having said that, and just out of curiosity, would you have any interest in ever trying to do another Intellivision game for the homebrew community?
Oh God, I don't have the energy for that. It's a lot of work, that kind of stuff. You have to really, really, you have to have the time, and you just have to love doing it. And I actually would enjoy doing it. I still code for fun. It's like I have side projects that I code. I don't do it for a living anymore. And I know how I get. I get how I was when I was 20-some years old doing it. It's like I lose total track of time, and days could go by, and I'm still working out, making this one part of the thing that I'm building just right. So it's a matter of self-preservation not to do it. Probably worth it.
Well, just for the interest of curiosity, I'll send you something that he's kind of puts together to show you how they do things nowadays and what they use. You might find it interesting.
Sounds good.
One on, 2 out. Strike.
Let me tell you one really funny story. This is an Earl Weaver story, but it's still pretty funny. So my wife was also a ballet dancer, and she brought me to the studio where she was dancing, and I met her best friend who worked at the same company she did. So we go out for a double date with her new friend, Diane, and her husband. Mm-hmm. And her husband's looking at me all through dinner, and he goes, "Man, you look... Oh, I know why you look familiar, because in the original Earl Weaver Baseball, my picture comes up on the screen as part of the attract mode."
Ah.
He goes, and he played that game. He was like a diehard, Earl Weaver player, and it's like, so.
And that was dinner conversation for the rest of the night.
We're like not talking because Jeff and I were going on.
The wives are rolling their eyes, and you guys are talking about baseball.
It's great. I got an email last week. I get emails every couple of weeks, mostly about Earl Weaver Baseball, but occasionally about Intellivision. People they remember. It's a great thing that people do remember the stuff. So I'm thrilled that you do this work. I think it's great.
All right, Eddie. Thanks again for coming on the show and telling us all about your game. Definitely a cool one to check out if you haven't done so and you're still able to play Intellivision games or on emulation. Definitely check it out.
Well, thank you for having me. It was really fun.
Absolutely.
Hard line drive. Makes the catch. He crossed at first. Fly. Makes the catch. He crossed the second. It's a blind drive. He makes the catch.
So that was Eddie Dombrower talking about all about World Series Major League Baseball, and it's just I mean I don't know if we're doing it justice what we're saying about it, but I know that his interview certainly did. Yeah, there's so much to this game.
There's a ton of depth. It's and I don't think I understood as much as in here just from what you've described. I mean, I'm learning things in this podcast as we're doing it that I didn't pick up when I was playing it.
Yeah, and all the stuff Will contributed for a World Series Major League Baseball. It's just it's astonishing. I'm sorry. Are you still here, Will? Oh, yes. In his defense, he does not have the means to play this game, so that's why Rick and I are blabbing along. That because we don't usually talk this much. Will usually takes over on all the game review stuff, but
I try to do what I can.
Well, we were kind of mentioning off mic there that this game is actually pretty hard to play in emulation.
Yeah.
Because you have to emulate both the ECS keyboard as well as the controller. So if you have the ultimate controller interface thing or the classic gaming controller or something like that, and you run it in say JZI TV, which can do both of those mappings at the same time, you could probably figure out a way to do it. But it's going to take a pretty custom setup of the emulator to be able to emulate something like this.
Yeah, and I know originally when the Cuddle cards came out, this game wouldn't work on the Cuddle cards, but there was a revised ROM that does work because I did play it on that for the most part.
I used my original card because I tried it on the Cuddle card first and it didn't work, and I thought I remembered something about a ROM that didn't work with the Cuddle card. So I got the original cartridge, and then that didn't work. And fiddling here, fiddling there, hit reset a few times, but all of a sudden it started working. And so then I thought, well, I wonder if the Cuddle cart would have worked, but then I never bothered to try. So, but yeah, so this game, it's definitely blow your mind when you start playing it and looking at it. Again, forgiving what it is in 1983 and this system that's this old and so forth. But it is definitely get used to it. You have to get used to this game, and you have to kind of let it do its thing. If you come to it expecting it to be World Championship Baseball again or Major League Baseball again, you're going to be pretty disappointed because it just doesn't behave that way. But I really feel like this was something that was a precursor of what was going to be coming later. All these player stats and all that. Well, that's just normal now. That's I mean, people buy the Madden games every year, or maybe they used to. I don't know, but just to get the new roster lineup, more or less. And because that was so important. So this is just what, a decade maybe ahead of this stuff. I don't know.
I mean, the stuff that was coming out on the NES was. I don't know if the guys who made those types of games were looking at this as an example, but yeah, this was ahead of its time, and you could even change your lineup. You had the American League, National League that you choose. Every time a batter comes up to bat, you see a little screen with him kind of swinging the bat, getting warmed up, and all of his stats. It's just crazy. It's more like a computer, baseball game than a console game, especially a console game in 1983.
Yeah, the manual, I remember reading it, it mentioned that, you take a look at the stats screen of your batter and consider his stats versus the stats of the pitcher so you'll know how to hit. And I didn't even get to that level of play with this thing. I was just trying to hit the ball.
I think that would maybe appeal to people who are really hardcore baseball people,
Right.
Me, not so much.
And that was a thing that I thought too was I do know some friends who are seriously into baseball. They get excited when the training camp's about to start, and they're really into this stuff. And I thought, I bet you this game would be a lot more impressive to them than the other two. The other two looks like it's one of those old video games from whatever. That's kind of cute and whatever another. But this game feels like baseball. It just really feels like it's got all that stuff in it.
Yeah, there's even that little feature where you can hit V on the keyboard, on the ECS keyboard, and you can visit the mound, and it's like the coach walks out there and talks to the pitcher, and there's a separate screen, and the purpose for that is you can see how your pitcher's doing, whether he's still strong or okay or tiring or bushed, and it's, there's so many details. It's crazy.
So just to talk overlays and that kind of stuff, the artwork, it has fresh artwork, but again, it's just a couple players playing in the middle of a play of baseball. The overlays look a lot more like the World Championship Baseball overlays in that they have little bags, squares instead of like players animated on the field. But they don't have the little catchers, the little gloves in the outfield. Instead, they just put little graphics of baseballs there to indicate where you can press on the overlay. And you do have two. This is one of those games that has two different overlays. You have the left overlay and the right overlay are different. The right controller controls the National League, and the left controller controls the American League. And they printed up the overlays separately for that. Although I think that's the only difference. I think they're just colored differently.
Yeah, that's the only difference. And the reason the outfielders are sort of represented by a baseball is because that's also used to select the type of pitching that you're going to do. Curve,
right,
fastball, right?
Yeah, when you're the pitcher. Yep.
Right, and then you've got the on mound button. So that's another thing. Like if you're going to pitch, you have to hit that first. Then it cuts to that scene where you see the pitcher and the batter. And then if you want to step off the mound to like throw out a guy who's trying to steal, you have to hit off mound to do that.
Right. You have to shift out of that pitching mode.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, that's this game in terms of like, do we recommend it? Should we play it? That kind of thing. If you can put together the hardware.
Yeah, that's the challenge. That's the real challenge nowadays.
To play this. I think it's definitely something you got to try. I had never tried it before this month preparing for this show. And it was always one of those things that I knew was like crazy advanced for its time and stuff. But I just, I'm not a sports guy, so I didn't care that much. But after playing it some, I'm really amazed by it. And it is something I want to put more time into. I just can't. It doesn't have the let's get together and play it and have the fun factor that the other baseballs have, but it definitely is a different type of experience all its own, and it's definitely worth trying if you can.
Absolutely.
Try to look up some rarity scores for these games. Not every single variant has a listing. Intellivisionrevolution.com does have a price guide and a rarity guide, and it did have a rarity score for World Series Major League Baseball. It rates it an 8 out of 10, which means pretty rare. Then Digital Press or digitpress.com does the same kind of 1 to 10. They had scores for Major League Baseball, a 1, very common. Big League Baseball, that's the same game but released later without the license, is kind of a 5. They put that middle of the road. World Championship Baseball is at a 4, so a little bit easier to get. And they put World Series Major League Baseball at a 6 out of 10. I couldn't find any information about rarity numbers for, say, Super Series Big League Baseball. Right. Which it's funny. I don't think I realized that was a thing until I was doing research for this show. That is not a game I hear come up as the white whale that you got to get. I mean, everybody talks about Spiker, and they for a while there, Congo Bongo was the game that you had to find. It was really hard to get. But I had never even heard of Super Series Big League Baseball. Is that even rarer still? I don't know.
I believe so. I vaguely remember seeing that back in the days when I was actually going to the INTV store, in 89, 90. But I never picked that up back then. I didn't have an ECS back then either.
So we like to talk about, how can you get this game outside of, trying to get on eBay or whatever. So Major League Baseball and World Championship Baseball are both on Intellivision Lives. World Series Major League Baseball is on Intellivision Rocks, and I'm talking about the PC Mac versions of those, the CD-ROM versions. So these ROMs are available legally for you to check out.
Major League Baseball is also on the Intellivision DS, the Intellivision Lives DS version.
Do they also have World Championship, or is it just the one?
It's just the one
in that particular collection. Okay.
Yeah.
We also like to mention ratings. So INTV Funhouse, which again he likes to rate graphics, sound, and replayability from a rating from 1 to 5. He gives Major League Baseball a 3.43 on that. World Championship Baseball a 4.34. Don't know why he docked Championship Baseball for sound compared to the other one. And then World Series Major League Baseball, he puts 4.44 across the board. So I don't know if I'd agree with that. I think the graphics on this game blow your mind. I think I'd easily put that as a 5, but that's just me.
Yeah.
The Video Game Critic, which we know Paul loves immensely.
He's my friend.
He is your friend. He rated Major League Baseball a C+, World Championship an A-, so he liked World Championship, and then he rated World Series Major League a C. But interestingly enough, if you look on his site, he actually uses the wrong screenshot for Major League Baseball. It's the screenshot from World Championship.
Why am I not surprised?
It's got the more rounded infield, border. Retrovideogamer.co.uk did not have any of these games rated, so didn't have those there yet.
They don't care about American baseball.
Yeah, where's the Intellivision cricket game? That's what they want to know.
There's too many rules.
Oh, I've never been able to follow cricket.
Nobody understands cricket.
Our UK listeners beg to differ with you, Will.
So, just kind of like meta thoughts here at the end. Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to bring a score into this. I did play World Series Major League Baseball against the computer, and again, this again talking about more of a difference between the other two and World Series. World Series Major League Baseball is going to be a time commitment. It's going to feel pacing-wise like a full baseball game, more or less. I played for maybe not quite a full baseball game, but I played for a while through about 5 innings and had the computer at a 2-2 tie. And at some point, I actually did hit a home run off the computer on that game, which was pretty exciting. I'm like, wow, I actually connected with the ball and it went somewhere.
And the play-by-play is great when you do that. It
is. We didn't talk about that very much. The IntelliVoice gives you, he'll chime in and say, it's 2 out, nobody on. We strike him out, you got him, and it's a chopper to. It's just really amazing what they got going out of that out of the ECS. He sounds to me a lot like the guy from B-17 Bomber. He's got kind of a little bit of Southern accent going on.
Well, they originally they actually wanted to record Vin Scully, the guy who's done the Dodgers for forever. And I don't know if it was licensing or other reasons that it didn't work out or cost, but they went with the other one.
It's decently uncanny, the play-by-play, at least to me. It just, again, it feels like you're watching a real baseball game. Oh, the other thing I wanted to mention that the crowd will boo. When you hit a foul ball, you'll hear the crowd start to boo. That doesn't come through the voice module. That's just a background sound similar to the cheering, And if you stop the game, not stop the game, but like put the controller down and do something while the game's running, and the pitcher hasn't. You're like at the pitching screen, it's waiting for the pitcher to pitch. They'll start booing if you don't pitch quickly. So again, it's just weird little things that they thought of. There's so many bells and whistles in this game.
Yeah, they'll have like the little organ theme, little chant to get the and then the crowd cheers at the end.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Nobody on, nobody out.
So I guess that's baseball.
Baseballs.
Baseballs, the sports balls of the base. Lots of baseball on the Intellivision if you're a baseball fan. As always, we were interested in your feedback. We appreciate those who had already shared a little bit about their baseball memories on Facebook prior to the episode here, but we're still interested in that. I'd definitely be interested in hearing from somebody that had World Series Major League Baseball back in 1983, with an ECS and stuff. I certainly didn't.
Yeah, as you heard earlier, the interview with Steve Herold, he had the ECS, and back in the day, one of a few people that I didn't know anybody who had ever had one, as I said in the interview. But very cool. And by the way, with regard to Steve Herold, make sure that you check out his website, jointfilms.com. He does some sort of comedy sketch type films, and they're all available on that website and on YouTube. We'll have a link in the show notes, of course.
And I guess all that's left is to talk about next month. So next month, we're going to take on Sea Battle.
Yes.
And yes, a 2-player game. All of us will take it on. 2-player game, battling on the seas.
Hence the name.
Hence the name Sea Battle. It's kind of straightforward that way.
Yeah, and of course we chose Sea Battle in part because of the request from Jimbo Bond. Jimbo Bond. who wanted us to do one of the battle games. So there you have it, Jimbo. Sea Battle coming up. So yes, thanks for listening to episode 7. I hope you got your fill of baseball on the Intellivision. Check them all out if you have the means to do so. And if you'd like to leave us more baseball stories or talk about Sea Battle, you can always find us on Facebook, Inty Podcast, or you can find us on Twitter at Inty Podcast. Of course, we are also available on Atari Age, Retro Video Gamer, and the Game Gavel forums. We're very active there. And you can find us on Throwback Network if you want to check out the show, in addition to Stitcher and iTunes, of course, and Libsyn. All of those things can be found on our website, the links to everything we talked about. Thanks for listening. We're glad you're enjoying the show, and we hope you will come back next month for Sea Battle.
You've been listening to the Intellivisionaries podcast. Intellivision is a trademark of Intellivision Productions. This is Intellivision.
You have just seen a demonstration of Intel Electronics Intellivision. In the next several years, you will see its hardware components and software library grow in number and dimension to provide even higher levels of service to the consumer.
And I guess I'll just end the show, huh?
Sounds good to me.
Thanks for listening. Bye. I'm tired. The sun's coming up, and for Rick and Will.
At this point, I just don't even care how you end it.
Get it over with.
Make sure you tune in next time for the Intellivisionaries.